Superstition, a god of fear and mystery, as old as the human race, as young as the latest omen of ill or good luck. I rule through the imagination and strike terror into the hearts of millions. You who doubt my power, listen to this story.
Come in.
Hello, Tom. How's the old boy today?
Oh, fine, Jerry. Take off your hat, old boy, and sit down while I finish dressing. We'll go out and have a bite of lunch.
Okay, pal.
Jerry, take your hat off that bed. Get it off of there quick before I boot you through the window.
Well, for the love of Pete Tom Taylor, you superstitious big egg.
Yeah? Anyway, don't ever put your hat on my bed if you prize your health. It gives me the willies.
Why, Tom, that's just an old superstition that originated way back in 440 BVD, when an old Persian general sat on a helmet an orderly had laid on his bunk and spiked himself. Then, to save his dignity any further shocks, ordered that no more headpieces be allowed to rest on anyone's bed.
Well, that may be true, Jerry, but let me tell you what happened to me once. Then maybe you won't blame me for being so fussy.
Shoot, boy, I'm a regular radio listener.
Well, a few years ago, I was playing at the Victoria Theatre in Montreal. And one Saturday night, rather late after the show, I returned to my hotel pretty tired, as I had been up until the wee small hours of the previous night and had played 2 shows that day. The room was just about as this one is, with the same sort of communicating door into the next room, and with the bed standing out in the center of the room just like this. Well, I tossed my hat onto the foot of the bed, near the back, and then started undressing.
Well, you weren't superstitious then.
Wait a minute, will you? As I was about to switch out the light, a knock came at the door from the next room. I had supposed the door was locked, but before I could reach it to ask who was there, it opened, and a slight, pale-looking fellow stepped in, asked my pardon for the intrusion, and went on to state that he was very nervous and a little lonely. I wondered if I would mind if he'd just sat down and chatted for a few minutes. Well, I could hardly refuse. So I asked if he minded my crawling in bed, and I indicated a chair there at the back of the bed where he sat down. We chatted about show business and other things in general, and then he started to explain that he'd been through a lot of financial and family troubles and was greatly depressed. Well, poor host that I was, and being dog-tired, I slipped off to sleep without hearing the last of his recital. The next thing I knew, it was broad daylight, and I was being rudely shaken by the shoulders.
Hey, wake up, will you? What's the matter with you? Well, come on.
What? What do you want? What's the matter?
You were asking me. Get up here and do a little talking for yourself. Who's this man you shot? And what did you kill him for?
Man I shot? Killed? What are you talking about?
This man right here on the floor. Shot square through the head. That's what.
Great heavens above. I don't know. I didn't shoot him. I didn't didn't know he was shot. I don't understand.
Oh, you don't, huh? Hey, you. You're the night clerk, ain't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, didn't you hear a shot up here any time during the night?
No, sir, I didn't.
Oh, I suppose you were asleep too, huh?
No, sir, I wasn't asleep all night.
Yeah? How did you find him anyway?
Well, you see, officer, it was like this. I was supposed...
Pipe down, you. I was asking the clerk.
Oh, gee whiz. Well, this man on the floor here, who was registered as Mr. Wright and occupied the next room through the door there, had left a call for 6 a.m.
Yeah?
I rang his phone at 6 and got no response. I rang for 5 minutes and still there was no reply. So I sent Joe, the bellhop here, to pound on the door and awaken Mr. Wright.
Yeah, gee, and did I knock? I hammered until I guess I woke up everybody on this floor, except this actor here.
Yeah, actor is right.
Well, then I got scared and ran down to tell the clerk, and
We brought a passkey and let ourselves in. Then we saw this door open and looked in here, and this is what we found.
Yeah, and I hopped on the phone and called the police station. We watched to see that this guy didn't wake up and touch anything. Gee whiz, say, can that bird sleep?
Yeah, okay. Did you touch that gun or anything in here?
Oh, no, sir, we didn't touch a thing. Everything is just as we found it.
All right. Now, you sleeping beauty, what's your name anyway?
My name is Tom Taylor, sir.
Maybe you can tell me whose hat this is clutched in this dead man's hand, eh?
Why, it's mine, but...
Yeah, but what? Come on, tell us what happened. Were you drunk? Were you fighting?
No, I wasn't drunk, and we were not fighting. He was just sitting there talking. I must have gone to sleep.
Sleep, may I? You weren't asleep. You were just out cold in your nice, comfortable bed, with a dead man on the floor beside you. Pretty hard-boiled, I'll say.
But I didn't know the man, I tell you. I never saw him before last night.
Then why did you kill him?
I didn't kill him. He must have shot himself.
Yeah, and you having a beauty sleep while he done it, eh? That's too thin, buddy. Come on, we'll put you where you belong.
But, officer, let me explain now. He just came in and...
Yeah, I'll say he did, and he went out, too, like a light. Come on, get going. You'll have plenty of explaining to do. Get your clothes on and make it snappy. Oh, hang on to that hat, Joe.
Yeah, all right, Sergeant. This is a very, very strange case. I've never heard anything like this before in all my life.
Order in the court.
And you still insist, Mr. Taylor, that you heard no shot, that nothing awakened you until the police arrived in the morning?
Yes, sir. That's right. I heard nothing.
Well, I can't imagine.
Order! Order, or I'll clear the courtroom.
Now, Mr. Taylor, how do you account for the fact that the dead man had your hat clutched in his hand when he was found upon the floor?
My hat was on the foot of the bed, sir. I had thrown it there when I came in. He was sitting right beside it. I suppose he clutched at the bed as he slipped to the floor and got hold of my hat in his dying spasm.
That's all, Mr. Taylor. May it please the court, I submit that this defendant has told a clear and straightforward story, without deviation or discrepancy. The police have been unable to shake his testimony one iota. No previous connection whatever between the defendant and the deceased has been brought out, and no homicidal motive has been established. And, incredible as it seems, that the defendant could have failed to be awakened by a pistol shot, I ask the court's permission to demonstrate how such a thing is quite possible.
What is the nature of the demonstration?
Your Honor, I have here in this box on the counsel table the head of a sheep, which I procured from the slaughterhouse this morning.
What can the head of a sheep possibly have to do with this case?
I'll explain, Your Honor. We also have the same gun with which the deceased was killed. Hand me the gun, please, clerk. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I shall place the muzzle of the gun tightly against the sheep's head. So. And then fire the gun.
What?
I object, Your Honor. I object. This is not direct evidence. This is a trick.
Order! Order! Order in the court! Objection overruled.
The court will note that as the muzzle of the gun was pressed tightly against the head, there was no displacement of air. Hence, no report. Even a light sleeper might well have slept through so slight a sound. Your Honor will also note that there are no powder burns outside the head of the sheep, just as was the case with the man who was killed.
May I see it, please?
The fingerprints on the handle of the gun were only those of the dead man. So I am certain Your Honor will see that the facts are entirely in keeping with the defendant's statements, and that this is a clear case of suicide.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are to be congratulated, young man, upon having a very intelligent counsel to conduct your hearing. In other circumstances, you would certainly have been in a most serious predicament. You are free to go, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case dismissed.
Holy mackerel! What a narrow squeak that was for you, Tom Taylor.
Huh, you're telling me.
Well, you should worry about a hat on your bed. Say, if you're going to be superstitious, you should wear a sheep's head on a string around your neck.
Yeah, I'll keep you hanging around. You're dumb enough for a sheep head. But just the same, keep your skimmer off my bunk. Come on, let's eat.
Righto! Lamb chops for mine, please.
I am superstition. You don't believe, do you?
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. My name's Diamond. If you spotted me on the street, you'd probably figure me for an average working man, but you'd be wrong. I fit the description all right because I break my back 6 days a week to keep my piggy bank nice and stuffed. But my occupation puts me in a class by myself. I'm a private, honey, nothing in this world but detective. You probably say, so what? The average working man comes under the heading of a lot of different jobs, and you'd be right on that count. But there's one little thing that puts me in a class all by myself. Trouble. Mr. and Mrs. Average John Doe work 6 days a week to keep clear of it. I put in the same time playing footsies with it. It's a kind of silent partner with references dating all the way back to the year one. People get in trouble every second, and I count on a small percentage to come to me to get them out of it. The rest, odds and good advertising. As an example, take the other night in a little bistro over on 48th Street. A couple of guys sitting at a back table were getting set for a special brand of trouble. The big kind that you find under the heading of murder.
Oh, Bert, old boy, this is turning out to be a wonderful evening.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, George.
Yes. Say, who's a blonde over there in the booth?
Well, I've never seen her before, but She's cute.
Yeah, she sure is. Good evening, baby.
Oh, George, take it
What?
easy. Maybe she's waiting for someone.
Oh, don't be silly. Look, she's smiling. Let's ask her over to the table.
Well,
huh?
I still think she's waiting for someone. If you want to take the chance, go ahead. You ask her.
All right, I will. I said good evening.
Good evening.
My friend and I noticed you were sitting alone, and we wondered if you'd join us.
Oh, I don't believe I can. You see...
Oh, please, just for a few drinks?
No, really. Thank you just the same.
Well, if you say so, but I'll be unhappy for the rest of the evening.
Hi, baby.
Tony.
I'm sorry I took so long, but... Hey, who's this guy?
Now, Tony.
I said, who's the guy?
If you'll excuse me.
No, you wait a minute.
George, come on. I think we'd better leave.
This guy a friend of yours?
Yes, he is.
Was this guy making a pitch, Nan?
No, we only asked me over for a drink.
Oh, he did, huh?
Now, wait a minute, pal.
Please, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
So you made a mistake. Well, I don't like jokers that try and pick up my girl. Hey, wait a minute. You didn't have to slug him. Maybe you'd like to do something about it.
Maybe I would.
Loud enough.
Well, that's the first time Tony ended up on the short end of a fight in a long time.
All right, George?
Yes, I think I cut my head.
Yeah, you're bleeding all over the place. You better get out of here, mister. I saw the manager duck in the back room. He's probably calling the cops.
Here, let me give you a hand, George. Here, now, take my hat and wear it over the cut until you get home.
I'm getting out of here, too. You want me to drop you off?
What about your boyfriend? He's still unconscious.
He was that way when I met him. You want the lift or not?
What about you, Bert?
Oh, I'll be all right. Now, go on. Let her take you somewhere so you can get cleaned up. I'll grab a cab and head for my place. I'll call you in the morning.
But I don't
Now,
want
stop
to...
arguing. You can't afford a scandal.
All right.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Well, this very nice apartment.
You better go get cleaned up. Back to that room. I'll get a couple of drinks.
I can sure use a drink. I won't be long.
Take your time. Yes. Tony, get out of here.
Where is that
Go
guy?
on, get out of here.
Why, you cheap little... I'll beat it out of you.
Let go of me. Take your hands off me.
Take your hands off her.
Help.
I'll kill the both of you.
Help. There's a gun in the desk.
A gun? All right.
I'll wring your little neck.
You shot him.
I did?
You better get out of here.
Yeah, but what about you?
Go on, get out while you can. I'll think of something.
Yes.
Leave the gun. I'll throw it in the river or something.
Huh? Oh, all right.
Now go on, beat it. You just killed a man.
Yeah, come in.
Hiya, Mr. Diamond.
Well, Hennessy, what did you do, wreck your cab?
Nah, it's down in the front. Hey, that's a warm magazine you're reading there.
Yeah. Listen to what it says here about women's bathing suits.
Huh?
1949 suits allow maximum exposure to sun. Note plunging neckline. Note. Who's going to miss it? If it plunged in the lower, it'd wind up at the bends.
Yeah. Mr. Diamond, would you mind shoving it in the drawer? The picture distracts me.
Not at all, no. I don't blame you, Hennessy.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind?
This?
A hat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I can do you much good. What did you bring it to me for?
I found it in the gutter over in Flatbush.
So what? Some guy loses a hat. Don't tell me you want me to find him.
No, I just got to worrying a little, you see. I found this beside it.
Oh, a 38. Well, let's have a look.
Take a look at the hat, too. It's got blood all over the inside.
Yeah. And initials on the inside. BK. Gun's been fired. You can still smell the powder in the barrel. Why didn't you take this to the police?
Oh, I didn't want to get mixed up in it. You see, I got to pick up as many fares as I can. I ain't got nobody to drive my cab for me, and I didn't want to spend the day answering questions down at headquarters, you understand?
Well, you'll probably have to anyway. I'll have to notify them.
Yeah? Well, I thought maybe you could find out who owned the hat and maybe solve the case before you notify him, you see? That way I wouldn't have to spend too much time. I could just tell him I found it and beat it.
Well, I can't withhold evidence. It'd take away my license. And if you did, they'd lock you up.
Okay, I just thought
Well,
maybe...
I can check the hat store before I get to the 5th precinct.
Yeah, well, won't that be a tough job? There's a lot of hat stores,
Well,
you
this
know.
hat's got a label. Besides, when someone finds a bloody hat with a 38 lying next to it, I get interested. Particularly when there isn't a corpse to go with it.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go, Mr. Diamond. Thanks a lot. You got a free ride anytime you want it.
I may take you up on that. So long, Hennessy. Well, there you are. What did I tell you? When you're working with trouble, something always shows up. Sometimes it's just a routine case. A guy knocks off his wife and he comes to you because he suddenly found out that he had that lonely feeling. Or maybe you get a real screwy one. A taxidermist that got tired of stuffing animals and went to work on a neighbor. Or then you get one that gives you the same feeling you get when you pick up a poker hand and the first 4 cards you look at are all spades. Well, I was holding 2 cards. A hat with blood on it, a gun that had been fired, and all I needed to fill out the hand was a body. By all rights, I should have taken the evidence right down to my friend, Lieutenant Levinson, at homicide. But I didn't have anything to do, so I decided to see what kind of pieces I could fit into the puzzle. The label in the hat was from a store on 5th Avenue. It wasn't far from my office, so I walked it.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
Yeah, stop munching your sen-sen and tell me if this hat is from your store.
Well, let me see it. These glasses are not telescopes, you know.
Yeah, here.
Well, if you're planning to return this merchandise, sir, I can assure you the store will not accept it. You've been bleeding on the sweatband.
Look, Rosebud, I just want to know if the hat is from this store.
It most certainly is. It's one of our custom models.
Who did you sell it to?
If you found this hat, we will be glad to return it to its owner. We are not supposed to give out the names of our clients.
I have a small badge here that should cut this conversation down to a few words. See?
Oh.
Now, would you mind telling me to whom did you sell this hat?
Well, just because you're a detective, I am not impressed. However, under the circumstances, I'll give you the buyer's name.
You're a real sport.
I suppose you wear a shoulder holster, too. Or is that bulge your tailor's fault?
Psst. Come here. I really keep a midget in there.
You don't say.
Yeah. He spits through the lapel at stupid hat clerks.
Oh, really?
Now, come on, Bright Eyes. Who bought the hat?
Well, if you'll just hold your horses.
That's the new line, if I ever heard one. Come on, Bubbles.
Yeah. Here it is. This hat was sold to a Mr. Bertram Calmus. We make all his hats for him.
Well, bully for you. What's his address?
430 Sutton Place. Now, will that be all, sir?
Yes, that will be all, and thank you. You've been a brick through the whole ugly mess. I left him watering his gardenia and headed for the residence of one Mr. Bertram Calmus. The apartment house was about 10 blocks away, and with the money I had in my pocket, all taxicabs started looking like iron claws with 4 wheels. I walked.
Yes?
How do you mean that?
Yes, I don't want any.
Oh, and I've got a pretty good sales stock.
I never buy anything unless I have a demonstration.
My middle name is Semper Paratus. Like the Coast Guard, I'm always prepared.
I suppose I could top that, but I'm getting tired of trying to close the door on your foot. What is it you want?
I hate to admit it, but I'm looking for Bertram Calmus.
My husband.
Good for him. Is he in?
No, but he will be any minute. What's it about?
This hat, I believe, is his.
What blonde's apartment did it turn up in?
It was found in the gutter in Flatbush.
Well, Flatbush is a little out of his territory, but the gutter sounds familiar. What's that stain all over it?
Blood. Does your husband bleed a lot?
Not recently. We've been getting along. Are you from the police?
I'm a detective.
Oh. Come in.
I'd hate to be selling brushes.
I'd have slammed the door on your face.
Oh, well, then I made an impression.
Perhaps. Let's just say you're waiting for a sacrifice to move you to second base. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. What happens when I round third?
That depends on your batting average, Mr.
Diamond, Mrs. Calmus.
That fits.
Now, getting back to a very dull subject, does this hat belong to your husband?
I don't know. It looks like one of his. Has it got any initials in the band?
Mm-hmm. BK.
When did you find it?
I didn't. The cab driver picked it up this morning.
And it isn't my husband's blood. He left about a half an hour ago to do some shopping, and he was very bloodless.
No cuts on his head?
No cuts. He came in around 2 this morning. He'd been drinking, but he wasn't cut up. Oh, here he is now. I hope we can discuss. baseball and of the time.
Well, I got all the things you wanted, and...
Bert, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a detective.
Yeah? Well, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Calmus. Tell me, is this your hat?
My hat? Let me see it. Why, no, it isn't.
The hat store on Fifth Avenue says they sold it to you.
Well, I can't help what they say. That's not my hat.
Are you sure, darling? It was found in a gutter.
I don't care if they found it on a Yale man in the Harvard Club. It's not mine.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it.
Wait. Isn't that blood on the hat?
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Calmus, Mr. Calmus. Nice meeting you both.
I'll see you to the door.
I can do it.
I know you can, dear. Coming, Mr. Diamond?
Sure.
Goodbye. Come back again, Mr. Diamond.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Calmus.
Where can I call you?
What?
I can't explain now. Where can I call you in about a half an hour?
My office. It's in the book.
You'll hear from me, but please don't do anything until then.
Okay. Half an hour. Then I go to the police with this hat. Wuss.
Mr. Diamond, this is Bert Calmus.
Yeah?
Yes, I couldn't say anything to you in front of my wife. That is my hat.
Well, I thought so. Why did you deny it?
Well, I was out with a pal last night. There was a fight over a girl. I didn't want to mention it in front of my wife.
Oh, how did the blood get on the hat?
My friend got hit on the head, and I loaned him my hat to cover up the wound.
What was it doing in a gutter in Flatbush?
I really don't know. My friend left with the girl, and I went right home.
Well, who is this friend of yours? I think something may have happened to him.
Well, I called him this morning, and he seemed very nervous about something, and he asked me to come over. I'm in the lobby of his hotel right now.
He's probably just worried about the girl he picked up. As long as the blood on the hat was from a cut on his head, I don't think there's too much to worry about.
No, Mr. Diamond, I think it's more than that. He's my employer, and I know him pretty well. I do wish you'd come over.
Well, all right, Mr. Calmus. What's the address?
The Whitsett Hotel on East 54th Street. I'll meet you in the lobby.
Don't ask me why I started getting that lousy feeling when all I had was a bloody hat, a gun, and a pretty good explanation for one of the items. But there it was, that jammed-up feeling in the pit of my stomach, like I just swallowed a whole pineapple. Something was wrong, and I wanted to find out what. So I hurried over to the Whitsett Hotel and met Calmus in the lobby.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Diamond. I just put in a call to George's room, and someone else answered.
So what?
Well, the man asked a lot of questions, like who I was and what did I want with George, and...
Oh, I take it George is your friend of last night.
Yes, George Watkins. He's the president of the firm I work for.
Well, let's go up. When someone starts asking questions like that on the phone, it begins to sound like the police have moved in. Come on.
Yeah?
Oh, hello, Walt.
Rick, what are you doing here?
Fair question. I'll answer yours if you'll do the same for me. I came up to see a Mr. George Watkins.
So did I.
Well, what's the matter? Is George in some kind of trouble?
Who's this guy?
Oh, he's a friend of Watkins, works for him.
Oh, yeah? Well, come on in.
George, what's going on here?
You better let the lieutenant tell you, Bert. I can't think anymore.
What's the charge, Walt?
Murder.
Murder?
We got a call from a girl last night who said a man named George Watkins killed someone in her apartment. When we got over there, we found the girl dead, too.
Oh, well, you must have the wrong man, Inspector George.
Lieutenant. And I'm sure you think George wouldn't, but he just confessed.
George?
Yes, Bert, I killed the man. But I didn't kill her. The man came in and tried to strangle her. She told me to get the gun in the drawer, and when the man wouldn't let her go, I shot him.
That isn't what the girl told us. She said she took this guy home after he'd been in a fight, and when they got to her apartment, he made a pass just as her boyfriend came in. Then Watkins shot him and ran out. We figure he got excited, and when he had time to think about it, he went back and killed the only other witness.
I didn't kill the girl. I never went back there at all. I came straight here.
Walt, Mr. Calmus here was with him up until the time he left with the girl.
Is that right, Mr. Calmus?
Why, yes, sir.
Now, there was a previous fight, and Watkins got that cut on his head. Mr. Calmus loaned him his hat to cover the wound.
That's right, sir.
And, by the way, Walt, what caliber was the murder weapon?
.38, but we haven't found the gun yet.
Here, check this one with ballistics.
How'd you find this?
Cab driver named Hennessy brought it into me this morning. Found it lying with a hat.
Did you ever see this gun before, Watkins?
No, I told you I don't own a gun.
Walt, what time do you figure he killed the man and the girl?
The coroner fixed the time of death about 1 o'clock this morning.
How long were you at this girl's apartment, Mr. Watkins?
Why, About 5 minutes before her boyfriend came in, I shot him and left immediately.
And you don't remember taking your hat or the gun?
What are you getting at, Rick? This is an open and shut case. He admits killing one of them, but he won't admit the other killing because he knows it was premeditated.
Just a hunch, Walt, just a hunch. Mr. Watkins, would you mind telling me just what happened after the girl's boyfriend started choking you?
Well, I grabbed a gun out of the dresser near the kitchen and I shot him. And the girl told me to get out, that she'd take care of things, so I dropped the gun and ran.
Did you hear anything else? Anything unusual?
No. But, yes, now that you mention it, I did hear something, but it slipped my mind until now.
What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I can describe it or not. It sounded like someone had opened a bottle of flat champagne.
What are you getting at, Rick?
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. When did you hear this noise?
Right after I shot the man. I remember wondering if someone hadn't opened a bottle in the kitchen.
Is that where the noise came from?
Yes, I think so.
All right, if I go over and case the scene, Walt?
We've done that.
Yeah, but you weren't looking for something. Why don't you come with me, Mr. Calamus? I'd like to talk with you. What's the address, Walt?
16 West 113th Street.
Well, now, look, don't worry too much, George. I can handle the business, and in the meantime, I'll do everything to get you off.
Thanks, Bert.
Now, you wait a minute, Rick. If you think you know something...
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
Calamus and I went downstairs and took a cab over to 16 West 113th Street. It was a middle-class apartment house in Flatbush, a 4-story brownstone. I let Calamus pay the fare, and we went in. I wonder what floor it's on.
Well, should tell on the mailboxes. Yeah, here it is. Nan Phillips, 206.
Well, let's go up. Oh, what do you do for Mr. Watkins?
I'm his vice president. That's why I took him out last night. I wanted to interest him in a new account. I just can't imagine him killing anyone, but I guess people do funny things when they lose their heads.
Yeah. 206. Well, here it is.
Yeah?
Hello.
Oh, no.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
What do you want, Diamond?
I want to stand out here in the hall and count the hairs in your 5 o'clock shadow. Now let us in. The lieutenant said it was all right.
Okay, comic.
Mr. Calamus, meet Sergeant Otis.
How are you?
Hello, Sergeant.
Otis, make like a policeman and point out the circumstances in this killing, will you?
Well, I don't know why I should, Shamus, but if the lieutenant sent you over, I guess I'll have to. 2 bodies was over there by the window, lying pretty close together.
Uh-huh.
And the killer, that Watkins fellow, was standing about here in the center of the room.
With his back to the kitchen door.
Yeah. He shot them both from about here. Hey, what are you looking for?
Oh, I like to get down on my hands and knees. It's cooler.
Well, it won't do you no good to start looking for fancy clues. The guy already confessed.
Well.
Hey, what do you got there?
Just a wad.
So, you got some wadding from the murder gun. You better give it here.
Sure. But hang on to it, Otis, and be sure to give it to the lieutenant. Maybe you haven't noticed, but murder guns don't throw this much wadding unless you can kill someone with a blank cartridge.
What?
Don't let it throw you. Mr. Calamus, I've got some things to do. Can I drop you somewhere?
Well, no, thanks. Now that Mr. Watkins can't take care of the office, I'd better go down and check over some things. But I'll keep in touch with you, Mr. Diamond.
You do that.
Now, wait a minute, Diamond.
Oh, stop trying to figure it out, Otis. You'll snap your wig. I was getting close to something. I wanted to tie the ends together before it caught up with me. I had a big, fat hunch that Watkins had been framed good, and the more I found out, the more it looked like a killer was still loose. The whole setup had been screwy from the first. Why would a guy lose his hat and drop his gun in the same place? Or, if he threw them both away, why wouldn't he burn the hat and throw the gun in the river? Nobody's frightened enough to lay them side by side in the gutter. I learned a lot since this morning, and I was certain of one thing. The killer tried to make it look good, but he was an awful amateur. I knew something else, too. Amateurs can be awfully mean sometimes when you corner them. I put in a call to Walt and told him what I had, and then I asked him to give me half an hour and meet me at Mrs. Calamus's flat. I grabbed another cab, and 20 minutes later, I was sitting on a long couch next to Mrs. Calamus. It's easy to get that crowded feeling, even on a long couch. You just both sit on the same cushion.
Comfy?
Oh, yeah. What kind of perfume is that?
My sin.
Past or future tense?
A rounding second. What brought you back, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I want to ask a couple of questions.
Past or future tense?
What time did your husband get in last night?
I told you about 2 o'clock. Why?
Do you know if he knows a girl named Nan Phillips?
I really don't know.
Oh. Well, all right. Just a few more questions, and then we'll get back to that perfume.
I'll think ahead.
You said you'd been getting along with your husband. Would you mind explaining that?
Certainly I like nice things, and lately he's been buying them for me.
Oh. What's your husband's salary?
About $15,000 a year.
Oh. Could he afford to buy you these things?
Well, he told me he was getting a raise, and that he'd gotten a bigger fan. What's this all about?
Maybe I'd better tell you.
Bert, I didn't hear you.
I did.
What are you doing with that gun?
I'm going to use it. I found Mr. Diamond making passes at my wife, and I shot him.
Are you crazy?
Don't ask him that. He's allowed to start thinking about it. You can't shoot me and get away with it, Calmus. What are you going to do with your wife? She won't back you up.
No, I guess she wouldn't. All right, both of you, get up and walk downstairs to my car.
Bert, what are you doing?
Your husband killed 2 people last night, Mrs. Calmus. Now he's going to try and cover because he guessed I knew how it was done.
You're not going to kill me, too.
Get moving.
Bert, please.
Go on.
Better do as he says.
Why did you kill anyone, Bert?
He wanted to frame his boss. I'll bet when the company checks, they'll find out he's had his hand in the till.
They won't find out, Mr. Diamond. With Mr. Watkins' book for murder, I'm next in line for president. I'll be able to fix the book so it will look like he took the money, too.
Is that where you got the money for all those things you've been buying for me?
You shot the man and the girl from the kitchen with a silencer, didn't you, Bertram?
That's right. I knew you were onto something when you discovered that wad from the blank cartridge.
I was onto something a long time before that.
Yeah? All right. Come on. Over to that gray sedan, and remember, I've still got this gun in my pocket.
Ah, you're an amateur, Bertram.
Is that right?
Sure. I knew you had something to do with it when we got over to the girl's apartment. I didn't know what floor it was on, and you looked in the mailboxes.
That's the best way to find an apartment, isn't it?
Yeah, but not once at any time did anyone mention the dead girl's name. But you knew it and found it on the mailbox.
All right, stop right here. Open the door, Gene, and get in first. The front seat.
Bert, please.
Get in. All right. Now you, Mr. Diamond, you're going to drive.
You know, I left my license in my other suit.
Stop stalling.
I had to do something to stall for just a second because over Bertram's shoulder I spotted a prowl car sliding up to the curb, and good old Walt was climbing out. Bertram, would you mind answering just one question?
What is it?
The gun that Watkins thought he killed the man with was loaded with blanks, wasn't it?
Sure. I killed the guy from the kitchen with a silencer.
The whole thing was rigged, huh? The man and the girl were supposed to stage that fight, and Watkins was supposed to shoot the guy with the dummy slug.
You said one question. Now get in the car.
All right, Calmus, don't move.
What? Why, you...
Stop, Rick!
That was a close one.
You're so right, Walt. Take his gun. I think you'll find it's the one that Watkins fired the blanks from.
How is he?
On his way. Hey, Bertram.
I'll go call the wagon.
Bertram.
Yes.
You want to tie the ends together?
I paid the girl and the man to stage the fight. I told them I wanted to frame George and blackmail him.
So you framed him with a double murder instead. Why?
I've been stealing money from the company. How'd you know it was me?
Well, knowing the girl's name, for one thing, and your wife told me you'd gotten in about 2. You told me over the phone you went straight home after the fight in the cafe. The killing took place about 1. Watkins said he'd been at the girl's for 5 minutes. About 15 to get to her place, so that meant you all left the cafe around 12:30. It doesn't take an hour and a half to get... Hey, Bertram.
Diamond,
Huh?
I don't think Bert can hear you.
Yeah. Well, it was a pretty dull story anyway. Well, the wagon got there, and I briefed Walt on everything that had happened. They took Mrs. Calmus home and released Watkins. It was a stinking hot afternoon, and I needed something cool to bring me down to normal, so I headed for 975 Park Avenue. A tall lemonade with a mind of its own, and a curvaceous redhead with the same gimmick.
Yes? Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Afternoon, Francis. Miss Asherin?
Yes, sir. She's in the study, reading.
Thanks, Francis. Oh, how about something cool?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Wow, you look cool enough. That's a nice getup.
You like it? It's the newest thing.
Yeah, I saw it in the magazine. What do you do if it shrinks?
Oh, silly.
No, I'm concerned. You might get raided.
Don't you like it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of me?
Oh, you're adorable. You're beautiful and you're cute.
Hey, that sounds like a song.
Uh-huh. Come here.
No, not sing it. It's cute.
That's too hot.
I'm rather cool.
Well, I was only lukewarm until I spotted that play suit.
Go on. A, you're adorable.
Okay, but then I want to play. Get it? Play suit?
That was dandy.
Oh, yeah, I did. I know.
Go on.
Hey, you're adorable. B, you're so beautiful. C, you're a cutie full of charm. D, you're a darling. And E, you're exciting. And F, you've got feathers on your arm.
Oh, Rick.
G, you look good to me. H, you so heavenly. I, you're the one I idolize. J, we're like Jack and Jill. K, you're so kissable. L is the love light in your eyes.
Rick.
M, so want me to finish?
I love you.
Oh, you're sweet. Come here.
Mm-hmm. Just one moment, sir.
Yes, Francis?
I'm not going to be embarrassed again. Here's your lemonade.
Thank you, Francis.
Oh, it's nothing, sir. A, you're adorable. B, you're so beautiful. C,
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Byron Kane, Lorene Tuttle, Paul Freese, and Wally Mayer. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. You get a call that a well-dressed man has held up a diamond merchant. He's escaped into the crowded streets of your city. Your job? Get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, February 8th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief Detective Thad Brown. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from communications, and it was 12:10 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery.
You get the wire off there, Hearn?
Yeah, I should have an answer this afternoon.
If he doesn't come in, we better call him.
Yeah. You want to get something to eat?
Yeah, it's about that time. Where do you want to go?
No, how about the stakeout?
Good. I could use a couple enchiladas.
Get your hat.
You want to tag the skipper before we leave?
No, he's not in. I saw him go out with Chief Brown. We can talk to him when we get back, huh?
Right.
Let's go. That's a hot one. I'll get it.
Sauce?
Yeah, diamond merchant just hit for a load of unset diamonds.
Big score?
It'd buy a group of enchiladas.
Huh?
$80,000 worth. Frank and I left the city hall and drove over to the address we'd gotten on the hotshot phone. It was a large office building on Hope Street. From the lobby register, we found that the victim, a Mr. George Mars, occupied suite 318. We checked with the uniformed officers who answered the call, and then we went upstairs to talk with Mars.
Well, I tell you, officer, there wasn't anything about him that'd make a person think he was a hold-up man.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
You want to tell us exactly what happened?
Well, sure. There's not much to talk about. I was sitting here looking at the papers, checking the sales.
What's that?
$1 day.
Oh, I
I figured
see.
maybe I could get a good buy on some suits. I've been needing them. Figured maybe I could pick up a couple on sale. Not for $1, you know, but on sale.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, just sitting here reading the paper, and all of a sudden the door opens, and in comes this fellow.
Mm-hmm.
Nice looking. Sure no reason to think there was anything wrong.
Yeah.
Told me he wanted to see some diamonds on set.
Mm-hmm. You say why you wanted to see him?
Yeah, something about opening a store up in the valley someplace around Sacramento.
Oh, yeah.
I felt kind of good. You know, to think a man had come all the way down here to look at the stones I've got.
Did you say why he did that?
No, I didn't ask. Lots of times that happens. Been in business quite a while. The word gets around.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the man said he wanted to see some stones. I went back to the safe to get them.
Yeah.
Picked up several trays and brought them out here. When I took another look, he was sitting right there. There, holding a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Just as calm as can be, pointing the old gun right at me.
Did he say anything to you?
Told me to put the diamonds on the counter, not to make any noise. Said if I played it smart, I wouldn't get hurt.
Yeah.
I wish you could have seen this fellow. Just as calm as could be, he reached in his pocket, took out a pair of gloves, put them on. Then he scooped all the diamonds into a little bag he was carrying and told me to get into the back room.
Yeah.
Made me lay down on the floor, and then he locked the door. Told me not to make any noise. Said to count to 100 by ones before I tried to yell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after he locked the door, I heard him leave the office. I started counting.
All right, Mr. Mars, can you give us a description of the man?
Outside of the fact he had the gun, I can't tell you anything about him. I'm trying to pull a picture out of my head, but there just isn't anything.
Well, maybe we can help you.
Go ahead. I don't think it'll do any good.
All right, let's start with his age. How old was he?
I don't know. Medium, I guess.
30, 35? Older, younger?
I don't know.
How tall was he?
Oh, I guess you'd say he was... I don't know.
Well, when you looked at him, did he seem to be larger or smaller than yourself?
About the same.
Well, then he'd be about, 5'10", 11?
I guess so. I don't remember.
What about his face? Can you tell us anything about that?
Nope.
Do you have a mustache?
Might have.
But you aren't sure?
No.
Wear glasses?
I don't remember.
Well, now, think real carefully. Is there anything at all that you can remember about him?
Yeah, but it's kind of silly.
Well, what is it?
When I came back with the diamonds and he was holding the gun, I noticed his hands.
Yes?
His fingernails were manicured.
Yeah?
Yeah, real clean and with some kind of polish on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll check with the fellows outside, Joe. Maybe they came up with something.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir?
I'm sure sorry about this, not being able to help more.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Mars.
I'm sure sorry.
I'll be right back, Joe.
All right.
You have a cigarette, Mr. Friday?
Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks.
Here's a light.
I got it. This kind of thing happen to you often?
How do you mean?
Oh, where somebody's robbed and can't remember what the hold-up man looked like?
Once in a while.
Well, what do you do about it?
Try to find another way.
You usually find one?
Most of the time.
Joe?
Yeah.
See you, man?
Yeah. What do you got?
Well, I checked with the men in the radio unit.
Yeah.
They got a guy downstairs. We better talk to him.
Suspect?
No, eyewitness.
Frank and I went down to the lobby of the building, and we met with the uniformed officers who'd answered the call. They introduced us to Stanley Markin. Markin said he'd seen the hold-up man.
And I did. Saw him plain as anything.
When was that, sir?
Yeah? Must have been right after he held up old Mars.
Where'd you see him?
Hall right outside the office, right in front of the door, practically.
Mm-hmm.
On the way to my place, and this man come out of Mars. Roaring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he opened the door and wham, right into me, like to knock me down. Really roaring.
Mm-hmm.
Had this little black leash, you know, about this big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Had a death grip on it.
Well, did you get a good look at the man?
Closer than I am to you, run right into me. Thought sure I was going to end up on the floor. Yeah.
Can you give us a description?
Sure. What do you want to know?
What do you look like?
Nothing special, just a run-of-the-mill crook. Seen one, seen them all.
Okay. How old was he?
Oh, guess about 28, maybe 30, around in there.
How tall?
Like you.
He'd be about 6 feet.
Well, that's what you are?
Yes, sir, pretty close.
Yeah.
How was he built?
Medium. Didn't seem to have a lot of beef, just average.
Uh-huh. How was he dressed?
Had a gray suit on, dark gray, little red pattern going through it.
Single or double-breasted?
Single.
Uh-huh. What color shirt?
White, blue tie. One of them new ones, you know, little thin kind, you know, little bitty knot. Had one of them bar things through the collar, holes in, you know.
Uh-huh.
Square ends.
What's that?
On the bar. Square ends, not round like most of them. Square,
I see. Was he wearing a hat?
Yeah. Blue Humber, dark. Had it kind down over one eye. Looked real rakish, like a spy.
Mm-hmm. Was he clean-shaven?
Yeah. How do you mean?
Did he have a mustache?
No, didn't.
Was he wearing glasses?
Not that I saw. Might have had them, but he wasn't wearing them.
Did he say anything to you?
Not a peep. He just Wham! And then he took off. Made me real mad. Guy almost knocks you down, then doesn't even say he's sorry.
Uh-huh.
He took off, and when I thought about it, I went after him.
Did you see if he was carrying a gun?
I just told you I went after him.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a coward, but I ain't no fool either. I'd have seen a gun, I wouldn't have gone near him.
Yes, sir.
Guy didn't even wait for the elevators. Just run off to the stairs. Fire exit, you know.
Yeah.
Down 3 stories. All the way by stairs. Tell you, it almost got me, but I was so sore about being run into, and then no apology, just nothing. I went after him.
Yes.
We got to the lobby, and he went out on the street. Thought I had him sure there. Place was all crowded. A dollar day, you know.
Yeah, we know.
Didn't think he'd be able to run far with all them people.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't.
What's that?
He didn't run very far. Only to the curb, and he jumped in a taxi.
Yeah.
Cab took off. I tried to get there before it left, but didn't make it. Too many crowds.
Mm-hmm.
I got the number of the cab he took, got it written down in my office.
Can we go up and get it?
Sure. Scientifics come out yet?
What's that?
Scientifics, you know. The fingerprints and all. They come yet?
No, not yet.
Well, they get here, and it'll be toodaloo to him. Them guys and their machines, just a matter of dropping a few cards in some gadget, and ping, there's the name.
Yes, sir. Well, it'll be a little more than that.
Yeah, that's what you think. Soon as the scientifics get here, have them come and see me first thing.
You bet.
Give them something to really work on.
What do you mean?
Yeah, good start on who the fella is.
What's that?
When he bumped into me upstairs, he dropped his hat, flew right off his head. Guy didn't stop to pick it up. I got it. It's a good one.
Uh-huh.
Got his name in it.
12:32 p.m. The crew from the crime lab arrived and started their investigation of the office where the robbery had taken place. Frank and I got the description of the thief out, and then we started to check on the cab number. The suspect's hat was turned over to the crime lab. When Frank and I looked at it, we found the initials TR on the inner band and the name of a men's store in Las Vegas, Nevada. Lieutenant Lee Jones said they'd run a check on it for us. The stats office started a run on the M.O. and the description. Both the victim and Stanley Markin were taken to the city hall to look through the mug books for a possible identification. At 1:26 p.m., we obtained the name of the cab driver who'd picked up the suspect. The company told us that his regular stand was at the corner of 6th and Broadway. When we got there, the driver was out on a call. We waited until 2:14 p.m. when he returned.
Yeah, I remember him. Picked him up in front of the Jarvis building.
That's right. Now, can you tell us where you took him?
Not right off. It should be on the way bill, though.
Would you check for us?
Sure, just a minute. I'll get it.
Be a nice break if he's got it.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. I picked him up at 12:06 and dropped him at the Toddle Inn bar over on Fig.
Did he go in the place?
Yeah, I was making out the log. I saw him.
Did he say anything to you on the way over?
No, nothing special. Seemed kind of nervous, kept looking back. I figured there was something wrong, but you get so many crackpots in this business, you can't take time to worry about all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So what'd he do?
Feel a little better if we talk to him about that.
Yeah, sure. Oh, one thing he said might help you out.
What's that?
Well, he wanted to know where he could get an airline schedule.
Yeah.
Said he was anxious to get out of town.
The cab driver verified the description of the suspect. We put in a call to the airport detail and gave them the suspect's description. The bus depots and railroad terminals were also alerted. 2:47 p.m. We drove over to the Toddle Inn bar.
Hi. What'll it be?
Police officers. Want to ask you a couple questions?
Nothing wrong, is there?
I'd like you to tell us.
Look around. You won't find nothing out of line. It's a clean place.
Mm-hmm. Who's been in here this morning?
Huh?
How many people have been here?
Just a couple. It's kind of slow. Why?
We're looking for a man about 28 or 30, 6 feet tall, medium build, wearing a dark gray suit. Now, the way we got it, he was in here about 12:15, 12:30.
Today?
That's right.
What's he done?
Was he here?
I don't want any trouble.
You're saying it the wrong way. Now, was the man in here?
Yeah.
Who is he?
I don't know.
You want us to buy that?
It's the way it is. If you don't like the color, shove off.
No, you don't mean that, do you?
Look, cop, the door was open when you came in. No lock. Same way when he was here. Came in, had a drink, that's it. You try to build any more, you're going to find out you lost the paddle.
Get your coat.
Huh?
You heard me. Move.
What are you going to do, take me downtown?
That's it.
Gotta get somebody to watch your place.
We'll wait.
Look, it doesn't seem very fair.
How do you mean that?
I didn't have part of the action.
Well, why don't you tell us?
The guy came in, he ordered bourbon and milk. He sat there and drank it. Had a couple more and left. Doesn't mean anything to me.
And why you stand in front of him?
I don't know. The place is clean. I like to keep it that way.
Who is he?
Look, I tell you true, I can't pull up a name.
Well, now, suppose you try.
Tom something.
Is he in here often?
A couple times a week.
What's the attraction?
Look, why don't you tell me what it's all about? Maybe we can make a deal.
We don't need you on our side.
Why's he come in?
To see Alice.
Who's she?
Waitress.
What's her last name?
Cold bar.
She go with this fella?
I don't know if it's serious. They've been out a couple of times, dinner and a show.
Where do we find her?
I guess she's home. She don't come to work till 4:30.
You got her address?
It's in the book.
Get it.
No other way?
Get it.
Okay.
Does Tom make a phone call while he was here?
No.
What do you have to say to you?
He told me just wound up a deal. He did pretty good on it. Said he was going home.
You live in town?
Not regular. He's from, I don't know, Nevada, I think.
You say where?
Well, he mentioned some small town, a Boulder City, I think. It's not a street or anything there.
You want to get the girl's address?
Yeah. I hope you understand about before.
What do you mean?
Why I wouldn't go with you from the front.
Tell us.
Well, it's Alice.
Yeah.
She'd be in real trouble if it got out she was seeing Tom.
Why?
I don't think her husband would go for it.
We called the name and description of the waitress into R&I, but we found there was no record on her. Frank and I left the bar and went over to her home. It was a run-down apartment building on Court Street. We checked with the manager, and she told us that the girl's husband left about 9:30 that morning. She went on to say that Alice Colbar seldom left the place before 3:30, and that as far as she knew, she was still at home. Frank and I went up to talk to her.
Probably asleep, huh?
Mm-hmm. Miss Colbar.
The door open?
Yeah. You got your flashlight?
Yeah, here.
Miss Colbar? Throw the light over there, Frank, in the corner near the bed.
I'll call an ambulance.
Yeah. Tell them to step on her.
How'd she look?
Like she's dead. From the appearance of the room, there'd been a fight. Furniture was overturned, lamps were broken, several bottles had apparently been smashed against the walls. The body of Alice Colbar was lying on the floor near the bed. Her face was buried in the pillows as if she'd used it to ward off additional blows from her attacker. An ambulance crew arrived, and she was removed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital for treatment. A thorough search of the room failed to turn up anything to lead to the identity of the person who'd beaten her. We talked to the landlady again, and we found that Irvin Colbar, the victim's husband, was employed at a golf driving range out in the valley. We checked the name and description through the record section, and we found that he had one arrest for drunk driving. He'd been fined and placed on probation. 4:26 p.m. Frank and I drove out to talk to him.
I knew you'd be here.
Is that right?
How's Alice?
Pretty rough.
I don't know. Just all of a sudden there was a beef, and I hit her.
With what?
My hands.
What started the argument?
Tom.
Who's he?
Friend of Alice's.
You know his last name?
No, I never even met him.
All right, tell us about it, will you?
What you don't know already? Everybody else does.
Go ahead.
Been going together for a couple of months. Alice works at a bar. Tom came in all the time. I guess it got pretty serious.
Yeah.
I went by the place last night, going to pick her up after work. She was gone. Bartender there told me she left with his fellow Tom.
Mm-hmm.
I got pretty sore. You can figure what it's like finding your wife running around with another man.
Yeah.
I had a couple of drinks. Trying to think what to do. Right then, I wanted to kill both of them. A couple of guys in the bar tried to calm me down. I guess I got pretty loaded. One of them took me to his place. I spent the night there.
Mm-hmm.
Woke up this morning, went home. Now, you got to believe me, I wasn't real sore anymore. Mad, yeah, but not so as I was going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Alice was asleep when I got there. I woke her up, told her I knew all about her and Tom.
Yeah.
Kind of thought she'd be sorry, you know, say she was wrong, something like that.
Uh-huh.
She wasn't. Told me how her and Tom were in love and that she wanted a divorce so they could get married. Tried to talk to her, tell her how I loved her. Didn't do any good. She said we were all through, for me to pack my things and get out. I guess that's when I hit her. I don't know. All of a sudden, I wanted to smash her. That's all there is.
You ever met this Tom?
No.
How about the other guys in the bar? They know him?
To talk to. I think that's about it.
Any idea where he lives?
No. Tried to find out last night. None of the people around the place know. But I found out I'd have killed him.
All right, you better get your coat.
Yeah. What are they going to do to me?
That's not up to us.
I didn't kill her, though, huh?
She's still in the critical condition.
Guess it doesn't make a difference anyway. We only been married a couple of years. Won't be much without her. Never figured it'd end up like this.
Mm-hmm.
I really loved her. Done anything in the world to make her happy. How do you answer it?
What's that?
Why she did it.
I wouldn't know.
I asked her. She wouldn't tell me. Just said it was over. She wouldn't give me one reason.
All right, come on, let's go.
Can I see her?
We'll check on it.
I want to ask her, find out why. Maybe she'll tell me now.
Yeah, if she can hear you. Irvin Colbar was taken to the main jail and booked in on charges of suspicion of violation of Section 245 PC, assault with a deadly weapon. We put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, and we found that the Colbar woman had been removed to the county hospital. She was still unconscious. We made arrangements to be called in the event she was able to be questioned. 6:45 p.m. We talked to Lieutenant Lee Jones. He told us that the lab had been unable to come up with any useful information at the scene of the crime. He said that they'd identified the manufacturer of the hat that the suspect had worn, and they gave us their local address. He went on to say, however, that hairs found in the lining of the hat would act as corroborative evidence if the suspect were apprehended. We put in a call to the hat company, but we found that their offices were closed. We contacted the Las Vegas Police Department and asked them to check on the store who'd sold the garment. We gave them a complete description of the suspect in the initials TR with the possible first name of Tom. They said they'd call back the next morning with whatever information they could obtain. Wednesday, February 9th, we got word from County Hospital that Mrs. Alice Colbar had died in her sleep without regaining consciousness. The case was turned over to homicide officers for completion. Additional teams of men were sent out to the bar where she was employed in an effort to find some trace of the missing suspect. 11:15 a.m.
Barbary Smith. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the one to talk to you. Mm-hmm. Now, what'd they say? Yeah. How many? Uh-huh. It looks pretty good, huh? What about a record? Yeah. Okay. 1864? 54? Right. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. We'll let you know. Thanks for the help. Bye. Las Vegas.
What do you got?
Well, they checked with the clothing store where the hat was bought.
Mm-hmm.
It's a new model, only been out a couple of months.
They remember the guy who bought it?
Yeah. Description didn't mean anything, but the initials did. Clerk said the hat was bought by Thomas Rourke.
Vegas got anything on him?
Yeah, a couple of arrests for robbery.
Do any big time?
No, the cases wouldn't hold.
They know where he is?
They got an idea.
Yeah.
He's supposed to live out in Covina.
Frank and I checked the name Thomas Rourke through R&I, and we found one assault arrest on a man answering his description. The mug shots were pulled and shown to the robbery victim and the witness. Both of them gave us positive identifications. We contacted the Covina Police Department and told them what had happened. They assured us a complete cooperation. Along with Officers J.J. O'Donnell and Sergeant Jim Austin, Frank and I left the office to take the suspect into custody. We met with officers from the Covina PD, and we drove to 1854 Eldred Avenue. It was a small redwood house set well back on the lot. In the driveway was a late model Plymouth coupe. From the street, there was no sign of life. The shades were drawn, and the front porch was covered with advertising newspapers. While O'Donnell and Austin covered the rear of the house, Frank and I went up the front door. You all set?
Yeah. No one here.
All right, take that sign.
Right. Nothing out back. How you doing?
Wait a minute. Closet.
I give up, don't you?
Go on out there.
Yes, sir. I'll do like you say. No trouble, sir, please. No trouble.
Keep those hands where I can see them.
Yes, sir. Just like you say.
Now, turn around. Hands on the wall. Quick.
Yes, sir.
Come on, move.
You won't find anything. Haven't done anything wrong. You got the wrong man.
Yeah, sure.
I'm telling you the truth, sir. I wouldn't lie.
All right, come on. Let's go.
Yes, sir. I get a coat.
Point it out.
In the closet. Great one.
I'll get it.
What's this all about, sir?
You don't need a picture.
I'm afraid I do. I don't know why you're doing this.
That's your car in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
You live here alone?
No, sir. This is my sister's house.
Where's she?
Working, sir.
Here, stick it on. Let's go.
Can I get a hat?
Don't bother.
Huh?
We got one that'll fit you. The suspect was taken to the city hall and questioned. For an hour, he maintained that he didn't know anything about the diamond robbery. While Frank and I were talking to him, the other officers were making a thorough search of his sister's house and her grounds. 3:15 p.m., we got word that the diamonds had been found in the backyard of the place. When he was confronted with this information, the suspect made a full confession. 6:08 p.m., he'd just finished giving us a statement. All right. This is a true statement, is it?
Yes, sir.
You make it without promises of reward or immunity. There's been no force exerted on you. You give this statement of your own free will, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here. Here's a pen. Sign all copies.
Too bad about Alice.
Yeah.
Nice kid. Got too serious, though.
Is that so?
Yeah. Yeah, I talked all the time about how she was going to leave her husband, how we were going to get married.
Sign all copies, fellow.
Yeah.
You missed one here. Get this one here.
She knew I was going back to Nevada. Wanted me to take her.
Mm-hmm.
Silly.
Yeah.
Nothing between us. A little flirtation. You know, something to kill time. She didn't mean anything to me, nothing at all.
Want to give me that pen?
Yeah. I wouldn't have married her on a bet. I'll tell you that for true.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't mean a thing to me. You ought to believe it.
Look, fella, you don't have to convince us.
Huh?
We'll let you talk to her husband.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 9th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Thomas Emery Rourke was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years. Irvin Franklin Colbar was tried and convicted of murder in the second degree and was sentenced to the state penitentiary for a period of from 5 years to life.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community.
A-H-O. A-H-O.
Those are three letters that every husband and wife who are thinking of mortgaging their home should remember. AHO stands for the Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, a money-saving home-saving plan designed to speed the day when you say,
"Not 1 cent of mortgage on my house. I own it, free and clear."
Does that appeal to you? Then please listen carefully in about 13 minutes for full information on the Equitable AHO plan. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Theft of Government Property. Its title, The Old Hat.
Scientific advances are being made in laboratories throughout the country that stagger the imagination. An instrument has recently been perfected, for example, that will measure time to the 100 millionth of a second. Another instrument will reveal the exact chemical properties in a fragment of material smaller than the tip of a needle. Those advancements and others like them are important to every person in the country because science is no longer now a branch remote to human learning, but a direct contributor to the fight against crime. The FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C., the largest crime lab in the world, is used by special agents and local police in every part of the country, used to help solve cases which only a few short years ago would have remained mysteries. The case chosen for dramatization this evening is proof of that statement. Tonight's file opens in the downtown district of a large eastern city. It is shortly after midnight as a man opens the window of his hotel room. Just below is the roof of an adjoining building. The man lowers himself to the roof, carrying a small valise. He walks toward an adjacent office building, gets to a window, and peers in. He then opens the valise, takes out a hammer, and breaks the window. He then climbs in. A short time later, the man climbs back onto the roof and returns to his hotel room. He still carries the small valise, but now he has an additional burden, a green metal strongbox which he carefully removed from the safe in the office. The safe he just broke open. Because that strongbox contained not only $9,000 in cash, but also government-owned blueprints of a new secret weapon, the local FBI field office was notified immediately after the robbery was discovered. Early the following morning, Special Agents Jim Taylor and Jack Nelson entered the lobby of the hotel.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, there was a robbery committed last night in the Johnson building.
That's almost next door to us.
That's right.
And we found evidence that the burglar who did the job lived in this hotel.
Lived here?
Yeah. He crossed the roof of the structure next door and entered an office in the Johnson building.
Could you tell which room he came out of?
Yes, it's the fifth window from the street on the left-hand side, third floor.
Well, that would be... Let me see. 305.
May I have the key to 216, please?
Surely. Here you are.
Thank you.
Miss, can you tell us who's registered in 305?
It's unoccupied.
I see. Well, it's possible the burglar checked out after the robbery. Can you find out who did have that room?
Well, let's look through the register.
Thank you.
Here's a pencil, Jim.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
Let's see. 218, 406. Yeah, here we are. 305. John Smith, Times Square, New York.
Well, Jack, I'm afraid that won't be much help.
When did he check in?
A week ago. Yes, exactly a week ago yesterday. And he paid his rent in advance.
What did he look like?
I don't remember.
Well, has the room been cleaned?
Not yet.
May we look at it, please?
Of course. Just a minute, I'll get you the key. Here we are.
Thank you.
In most instances, your FBI learns the description of a fugitive in full detail. But sometimes, as in this case, he has registered at a hotel under an almost obviously fictitious name and address and vanished. The search of his hotel room produced a brown felt hat, a small jimmy, and a parking receipt with a timestamp on it. The hat and the jimmy were taken to the FBI lab by Agent Taylor, and later he returned for the report.
Hi, Leo. You got any word for me?
Oh, hello, Jim. Yeah. Here's the report on the jimmy you submitted. We made a tool mark comparison with the marks left by the burglar on the safe while he was getting ready to blow the lock mechanism.
Yeah, what did it show?
The jimmy you found in the hotel room was the one that made those marks on the safe in the rifled office.
How about the hat?
I got a report on it, too. The hairs in the hat were blonde.
Blonde? Well, then we can assume the man's complexion was light?
Possibly. Stains on top of the hat turned out to be oil. Motor oil.
Oh.
Kind you use in a car. I'd say that indicates the man worked in a service station, maybe on a grease rag. This man may have had another job, too.
Oh, what kind, Leo?
Well, we vacuumed some dust out of the hat, and it turned out to be pure coal dust.
Coal dust?
Yeah, unburned coal dust. This looks like maybe he worked in the coal yard.
Oh, I see. Oh, Leo, I also sent in some pictures and casts of some footprints that I found on the roof. Is there anything back on them yet?
Well, may have come in while I was away from the desk. Let's see. Yeah.
Got it?
Here it is. From the space between those footprints, your suspect is about medium height. And the width of the impressions indicate that he's probably pretty heavy set.
Uh-huh. Well, now, let's see. We're looking for a light-complexioned man, heavy set, medium height, who's possibly worked in a gas station and a coal yard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Sure, Leo.
Leo Scott.
This is Agent Nelson. Is Agent Taylor there?
Just a minute. It's Nelson for you, Jim.
Oh. Thanks, now. Hello, Jack.
Oh, Jim, that parking receipt was from a garage around the corner from the hotel. Smith kept his car there.
Can you get a description of the car?
And the floorman's out to lunch. He'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Where is the garage?
96 Rodney Street.
96 Rodney. Okay, I'll be right over.
That car was left by a man named Smith in the Hotel Lafayette, around the corner.
You remember Smith?
Yeah. He was a blond guy, 30, 35 years old. Kind of heavy.
What kind of car did he have?
Black Ford sedan, 47.
You have a record of the license number?
No, afraid not.
Is there anything unusual about the car?
Well, nothing much. Except for the dirt. We get lots of tourists pull in here, but man, that Ford was the dirtiest. Backed into a wall this morning before he pulled out. I'll bet he must have knocked a pound of it off from under his fender.
Would that have been swept up yet?
It should have been. Ain't had a chance to get to it yet.
Well, can we see it?
Sure, it's right over here.
Did Smith mention where he was going from here?
No.
Well, did he say anything that might be of value?
He just didn't do much talking. There's the dirt from his fenders.
Well, thanks. Well, Jack, let's brush some of this up and get it back to the lab.
Yeah.
Taylor speaking.
Jim, this is Leo Scott at the lab.
Yeah, Leo.
I checked on that dirt you submitted.
What'd you find?
Well, first of all, there's coal dust mixed in it.
Coal dust. Oh, well, that should tie in with the coal dust from the hat.
Yeah, but I also found quite a few bits of a plant called Dionea muscipula.
Come again?
It's a plant called Dionea muscipula.
Uh-huh.
I checked on it at the Smithsonian. It's very rare. Found only in the peat bogs along the coast of the Carolinas.
Any specific area?
Yeah, from Beaufort, North Carolina, to Georgetown, South Carolina.
Beaufort, North Carolina, Georgetown. Okay, thanks, Leo. I'll notify the police in every city between Beaufort and Georgetown.
The fugitive's partial description was teletyped, along with his possible lines of employment, the make and model of the car, and the word that he was wanted.
Jack, we got a teletype from the police at Black Ridge, North Carolina. Our fugitive's name is Roy Young. The description they sent tallies perfectly with what the lab gave us.
How about those occupations?
Lab hit him right on the button.
Both of them?
Yeah. Young worked for a man who owns a coal yard and a string of gas stations. He worked mornings at the coal yard and then afternoons at the station.
How about a license number on the car?
Well, field office sent it along. They put out a local alarm on the wires for us with the police.
Good.
Young left Black Ridge about 10 days ago, supposedly to visit a girlfriend in another town.
Here?
Well, our field office didn't know that. They're trying to get the information for us now. Police at Black Ridge say they've arrested him on several occasions for fighting and disorderly conduct, but there's no other record for him. Hey, there's another message from Black Ridge now.
Uh-huh.
Re-Hotel, Roy Young. Girlfriend named Nora Marshall. Girl lives with aunt named Edna Grant at Oxford, Virginia. Jack, let's drive over there. no sign of Young's car around the place.
Let's hope this is the right Edna Grant.
Yeah. Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Are you Edna Grant?
Uh-huh.
We're special agents of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
I see him.
And this is Agent Nelson.
Hello.
What do you want?
We understand you're the aunt of a girl named Nora Marshall, is that right?
That's right.
Well, is Miss Marshall here?
No,
May we come in and talk to you about her?
I guess so.
Go ahead, Jack.
Ain't got but 2 chairs, so one of you'll have to stand.
That's quite all right.
I'm too tired to be polite. Go ahead, you can use that chair. Just shove that stuff onto the floor.
I think we'll both stand, thanks.
Suit yourself. I'm sitting.
Miss Grant, do you know where we can locate your niece?
Don't know why you'd want to. I took that girl in and let her share this whole place with me, and you know how she pays me back. She runs off.
When was this?
Yesterday, I think. No, come to think of it, it was today. This morning.
Well, did she run off alone?
No, she run off with Roy Young.
Oh?
You know where they went?
No,
Would there be a picture of your niece around the house here?
in her room. Guess it'd be under a pile of junk I threw in there a while ago,
May we have it?
if you can find it.
Oh, and Jack, we'd better flash word about the girl being with Young. It'll be easier spotting the Ford sedan with the 2 of them in it.
Yeah.
Mister, you ain't gonna find Roy Young that way.
Oh, and why not?
When he come here today to pick up Nora, he was driving the biggest, newest Buick I ever saw.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official file, which shows how your FBI helps promote America's security. And speaking of security, here are 3 letters that every homeowner should remember.
A-H-O.
A for assured.
H for home.
And O for ownership. The Assured Home Ownership Plan of the Equitable Society, known from coast to coast as America's finest plan of home ownership. And here are 3 very good reasons why.
Reason number 1, an Equitable AHO plan gives you a way to pay off your mortgage years ahead of time.
Right. This plan was created for folks who don't want to spend a lifetime making mortgage payments. For families whose big goal is to be able to say,
no more mortgage on our house. We own it, free and clear.
Here's how an Equitable AHO plan can hasten the arrival of that happy day for you. This plan links up a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. 1 monthly payment taking care of both. Thanks to the insurance element, a constantly growing cash loan fund is created. Year by year, the mortgage grows smaller and the cash loan fund larger until it's actually big enough to pay off what's left of the mortgage. This explains how hundreds of AHO families pay off their 20-year mortgages in about 14 years. That's 6 years ahead of schedule.
Reason number 2 why you want to look into an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. If the owner dies, his widow doesn't inherit a mortgage. She inherits the home, free and clear.
And that's only half the story. For the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every cent her husband had paid to reduce the principal.
Last but not least, an AHO mortgage plan draws interest at 4%.
So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, the sooner you start an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, the sooner you'll be able to say,
no mortgage on our home. We own it, free and clear.
And now back to the FBI file, The Old Hat.
As you have seen illustrated thus far in tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, science is building a wall around the criminal. Every part of the FBI laboratory contributes to that wall. And so does every technician, whether his work is in firearms identification or tool mark examinations, hair and fiber examinations or chemistry, petrography or document analysis, toxicology, serology, or any of the other sections. However, science cannot do the job alone. It still takes trained investigators to apprehend a criminal. Trained investigators who possess experience, common sense, and the willingness to work hard. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office.
Jack, the police located Young's Ford sedan at a used car lot.
Here in town?
Yeah, he traded it in on a new Buick convertible the morning after the robbery.
You got the license number?
Yeah, police gave it to me when they called. I've already sent out a new alarm.
Which used car lot is it?
Pete Simon's over on Broadway.
Maybe you better interview Simon.
Oh, I called. He's out demonstrating a car, but they say he'll be back in about half an hour. So let's start over there.
Well, Mr. Taylor, glad to see you again. Always glad to see an old friend.
Thanks, Mr. Simon. Oh, Mr. Simon, this is Agent Nelson.
Hello.
Glad to know you, Mr. Nelson. Any friend of Taylor's is a friend of mine. You want to pick yourself up a little car? I got a beauty this morning on a trade.
No, Mr. Simon, we're on business.
Well, I'll go quietly.
Mr. Simon, you sold a dark green Buick convertible the day before yesterday to a man calling himself John Smith?
Yes, I remember him. Paid me all cash.
We'd like to locate Smith. Did he mention anything about where he was going?
No, but I expected him back before this.
Oh, why?
He left some medicine. It's right here in my desk. Here we are. While we were closing the deal, he took a pill and walked over to the cooler for a drink of water. When he came back, he paid me and went off without them.
I'll label, Jim.
Yeah. Well, if you hear from Smith, will you please call me?
Hate to lose a customer that way, but I will.
Thanks, Mr. Simon. Well, Jack, let's take these pills back to the lab. Back again, Leo. Anything on the pills?
Yeah, Jim. Are they on the same case?
Yeah.
Well, they're used by some doctors for patients with high blood pressure.
What are they called?
There's no particular trade name for them.
Well, does a person need a prescription to get some?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll write it out for you.
Oh, fine.
This is what's in each pill. Oh, pardon me, Jim.
Sure, Leo.
Leo Scott.
This is Agent Nelson. Is Agent Taylor there?
Yeah. It's for you, Jim.
Oh. Thanks, Leo. Hello?
Jim,
Yeah, Jack.
we just got a call from the police in Riverside.
Yeah?
They spotted the Buick convertible, but it got away.
When was this?
Oh, about 10 minutes ago. The SAC wants us to get right up there.
The two special agents flew to Riverside. They supplied each drugstore with a copy of the prescription for the pills. Within a matter of hours, one store reported an order in the name of a customer named John Smith. The pills were to be called for. Agents Taylor and Nelson sped to the store and waited.
Jack, look. The prescription counter. Come on. Oh, just a minute, please.
You talking to me?
Yes, Miss Marshall?
How do you know my name?
We're FBI agents.
What do you want with me?
Roy Young.
I don't know anybody named Young.
Your aunt told us different.
My
Where
aunt...
is he?
I don't know.
That bottle of pills there is for Young.
I don't know where he is.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right. You know you might be charged with a federal crime?
What for? I didn't do anything.
You knew Young committed a crime and you're helping him hide.
I didn't know about any crime.
Miss Marshall, if you were assisting Young to escape arrest, you might be charged with harboring a federal fugitive.
Roy promised me I couldn't get into trouble.
Well, he lied to you.
I don't want to go to jail.
Then where is he?
At a motel just outside town.
Nelson to Taylor.
Come in, Jack.
I dropped Miss Marshall at the county jail. You at the motel yet?
I've been there already. Young's gone.
Where?
Nobody knows, but his car's been spotted in the hills.
You coming back here?
No. Jack, look. There's a police substation in the mountains. Alert everybody at your end and meet me at the station.
At the police substation, a huge map of the area gradually became studded with pins. Each one representing a report flashed in on Young's car. Every call came from a point in the mountains higher than the last report. Now a pattern was beginning to emerge. If Young kept climbing, he'd come to the Ridge Road, a highway across the peak of the mountain, a highway from which there was no turning off. A police plane took off and cruised over the mountain looking for the car. Deputies from the sheriff's office began climbing the opposite face of the mountain. If Young knew his way, he might still avoid being trapped by staying off the Ridge Road, by keeping on main highways.
Jack, forget about the map.
Why, Jim?
Young's been spotted by the plane. He's on the Ridge Road.
By two-way radio from their car as they climbed the mountain, Agents Taylor and Nelson kept in constant communication with the deputy sheriffs coming up the other face of the hill, with the police plane and the different police units aiding in the search. Then came another report.
Police plane to Taylor.
This is Taylor.
We just saw Young's car stop near the top of the hill.
Did you see him?
No, but that area is heavily wooded once you leave the road.
Anybody live up there?
Not anymore. There's an abandoned hunting lodge close to where his car is parked.
Okay, thank you. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. This is Taylor calling. Young may be holding up in the hunting lodge near the peak. Let's converge.
Now the circle of law enforcement officers around Roy Young was getting smaller and smaller, closing in slowly until the hunting lodge was surrounded.
We're running out of cover, Jack.
Yeah.
We better hold it. I'll let him know we're here. Young! This is the FBI! Come on, hands up! Come out with your hands up! Can you hear me? I guess he heard us. Shots came from that lower window.
Yeah, and he hasn't located us. He was firing wildly.
Yeah. Jack, let's move to the right there, closer to the window. Huh?
Okay. Clearing up ahead.
Yeah. This'll do. I'll call him again. Young! This is your last chance. The cabin is surrounded. Come out with your hands up. Come out with your hands up.
Should we try tear gas?
Well, let's wait till we get across the clearing. You ready?
Yo.
Let's go. Well, we made it. All right. Let's give him the tear gas now.
Okay.
That ought to bring him out. That sounded like a pistol.
Yeah.
I'm going for the door. Wait here. Jack! Right! Young's in there on the floor, unconscious. Come on, Jack.
Gas knocked him out.
No. Oh, it wasn't the gas that got him, Jack. He used that last shot on himself.
The suicide of Roy Young closed tonight's case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. After leaving the cabin, Special Agents Taylor and Nelson searched Young's car and recovered the stolen government blueprints, plus a large amount of the missing cash. In this case, you saw an investigation begun with almost no information whatever, and proceed to first a complete and correct identification of the fugitive, and later his suicide when he found himself in a situation without hope of escape. You also saw a perfect illustration of how fully science is aiding in the fight against crime. An illustration of how completely your FBI's laboratory is joined with every other section of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in helping to protect every American.
Now, a quick review of two advantages of the Equitable Assured Homeownership Plan.
First, the mortgage bears interest at 4%.
Second, the plan provides for a cash loan fund that may be used to pay off a 20-year mortgage in about 14 years. For further information about the Assured Homeownership Plan, see your Equitable Society representative or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, crime syndicates. Its title, The Unwelcome Fugitive.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harry Carey Jr., Junie Ellis, Robert Gist, Tony Hughes, Isabel Jewell, Florence Lake, and Tom Tully. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Unwelcome Fugitive, on This Is Your FBI. Stay tuned for the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. There's fun for the whole family when Ozzie and Harriet come your way next. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I like to say that. Hello there, this is Diamond. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I say it all the time. Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I think it sounds kind of, well, pretty bad. Of course, I'd rather say, hello there, this is I've got a sponsor, Diamond, but that's silly, too, because if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't have time to say, hello there, this is Diamond. I'd be overshining his shoes. Confused? Well, so am I. Want to get really mixed up? Let me tell you what happened last week. This is real silly. So silly, it wound up with murder. I was sitting in my office thinking about June Allison when the phone rang. Diamond Detective Agency. No other corpse can make that statement.
Oh, Rick.
Don't believe it? Just listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say about Diamond. I've been buried now on the 30 years.
Rick.
Hello, Helen.
You idiot. What are you doing?
I know this will throw you. Nothing.
No washing today?
Finished an hour ago. Oh, by the way, I got a beef.
A beef?
Yeah, those socks you knitted for me shrunk so much I need 4 more pair.
Well, if they shrunk, what do you want with 4 more pairs?
Going to start a new fad. Going to wear 'em on my toes, you know, toe socks.
Well, if I knit you 4 pair, that'll only give you 10 altogether.
Oh, by George, you really pulled off a speedy, didn't you?
Well, howdy. Wasn't half as bad as some of those ghastlies you come up with.
All right, Smarty. Now, what's on your rural mind?
Want you to do me a favor?
Like, for instance?
No, for instance. I told you a friend of mine would come up and see you, and I want you to do what you can for him.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, honey. Yeah?
Mr. Diamond, I was told to look you up. I am Rene.
Rick, what is it?
Helen,
Yeah, what's the matter?
something just tiptoed into my office. I got a hunch you know about it.
Oh, maybe that's Rene.
That's what it says.
If you are Mr. Diamond, I wish you'd please pay a little attention to me, or aren't you interested in a potential client?
Hold it a second, honey. Sure, I'm always interested in a potential client. What did you do, lose your wedges?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. I've got Miss Asher on the phone now. She just told me you were coming up.
Oh, well, please say hello to Miss Asher. She's such a darling.
Yeah. Honey, Rene says to say hello. Says you're a darling.
Oh, well, say hello to Rene. He makes my hats for me.
I'll get the story from him. Call you later. Now, Mr. Rene.
Your full name is Bennet. Rene Bennet. How do you do?
How are you, Mr. Bennet?
Mr. Diamond, I have a problem, and Miss Asher seemed to think that you could help me with it.
Well, depends. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I never use them. Depends on what. You don't even know my problem yet.
Look, I don't care if you swipe John Frederick's toupee. For $100 a day in expenses, I'll grow a mattress on his skull.
Mr. Diamond, I can see that you don't know much about hats.
You are so wrong.
Oh, am I? Well, it may interest you to know that John Fredericks are 2 people. Mr. John and Mr. Fredericks.
Look, Mr. Bennet, I don't care if they're patrol number 3 of the Brownies. Can you afford $100 a day in expenses?
Mr. Diamond, I am the new sensation in hats.
You must look lovely. Okay, Mr. Bennet, I take it you can afford me. Now, what's your problem?
I want you to prevent the theft of my 3 latest creations.
Hats?
Creations, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, creations. Why do you want them protected?
Why, because someone is going to steal them before my fall showing.
How do you know that?
Because on similar occasions, the same thing has happened. Twice, to be exact. The designs were stolen, and 2 weeks later, that lowlife George Marchand had his showing, and my hats were the high point of his show.
What did you do?
What could I do? I couldn't prove it. If I attempted to expose him, he would have said that I was lying. Everybody knows how much we hate each other. I'd have been a laughingstock.
Do you think he had the hats stolen?
I'm sure of it. And I'm also sure that someone in my salon is responsible for the actual theft.
You know definitely?
No. No, but I suspect my partner, Gerald Winters. He's always been jealous of my ability. Mr. Diamond, couldn't you open a window or something? It's frightfully hot.
Oh, it's the air conditioning. I keep a bag of red lip jumbos up in the vent. Sometimes they get stuck.
Red lip jumbos?
Pistachio nuts. You like hats? I get hung up on pistachio nuts.
Perhaps you should see a psychiatrist.
I did.
What happened?
I sent him 5 pounds of pistachios just yesterday.
Oh. Oh, well, here's my card. I'll see you at my salon, Mr. Diamond, in about an hour. Oh, and something else. I don't want my partner or the help to know that you're a private detective.
What am I supposed to do, buy a hat?
Well, I'll tell them that you're a designer from Hollywood. That way, whatever you say will be all right. See you in an hour.
Richard of Hollywood is coming here to look at our new line.
That's correct, Lillian.
Never heard of him.
Well, that's not so surprising, Gerald. There are a lot of people I'm sure you've never heard of, especially the more famous ones.
I don't like that.
Oh, don't you? Well, I'm overjoyed that you're sure of one thing, at least.
Now, don't you two start fighting again. I've never heard of this Richard of Hollywood either.
Well, he's a new man, works for the studios. Has made quite a sensation the last year or so.
Well, I'm sick and tired of temperamental artists. I'm going back to my office.
Well, why don't you do that, Gerald? Keep the books in the black, dear Potter, while I work to pay for your salary.
You know, Rene, someday I'm going to strangle you with one of your own hats.
Why don't you buy yourself a barbell instead? Then the next time you get into a bathing suit, there'll be no doubt that you have muscles. Oh, this boy.
How can you two continue like this? It's frightful.
Lillian, my love, I would rather join forces with a cobra than to keep on with Gerald. But he has an iron-bound contract that assures of him of at least $50,000 a year. I'm helpless. Yes, come in. Oh, Richard, come in.
Thanks. You better go out and pour some water on your partner. I just ran into him.
Gerald, what do you mean?
Well, I was looking for you, and he came up and introduced himself.
You told him your name?
Told him I was a hat designer from Hollywood, so he pointed out your office and said something about my lily white hands.
And what happened?
I didn't like the remark, so I shoved one of them down his throat.
Oh, wonderful. This I'll have to see.
I put a feather in his mouth. You can't miss him.
Rene, don't you think...
Why, I'm sorry. Stupid of me. Lillian, this is Richard of Hollywood.
What? Oh, yeah.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. How do you do?
This is Lillian Richmond, my junior designer and chief model. Now, you two think of something clever to talk about. I want to see Gerald, bloody nose, feather, and all.
Cigarette? You look nervous.
Oh, thanks.
So, Gerald was the victim of a collision?
Yes.
Do your friends call you Richard?
Well, it depends on how friendly they get. Then sometimes they come up with some real hair curlers. What do your friends call you?
I prefer Lillian, but sometimes they call me Lil.
Well, Lil sounds more interesting.
That's when they call me Lil, when things get interesting. You don't act much like a hat designer, Richard. More like you should be playing football.
Oh, well, I started by designing helmets for Notre Dame.
I understand you work for the movies. You with any particular studio?
No. I'm with an independent company. Real Square Productions. We make training films.
Training films?
Oh, that was simply wonderful. I had to pour a vase of water on him. Several customers were so frightened they left, but it was worth it. And how are you two getting along?
Richard was just talking about football. He was explaining the merits of a short pass.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Lillian, Mr. Richard and I have some business to talk over.
Not at all. Get him to tell you how he started by making helmets. Maybe you'll get some new ideas, Rene.
Helmets? Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Richard.
I'll wear my muzzle.
Isn't she lovely? She has about as much conscience as a tiger in a chicken coop.
Okay, now, what about our business?
Oh, of course. Now, here's a retainer. I trust that 500 is enough to start on.
My landlord will think so. What do I do?
Well, I've told everyone that you're going to be with us until the fall showing. You want to see how I work, perhaps take some designs back to Hollywood with you. Now, all you really have to do is to get to know the people that work for me. Now, be here from 9 in the morning to 6 at night and keep those designs from being stolen.
Oh, by the way, where are the designs?
In my safe here. Tomorrow they go to the designing rooms, and that's when the situation becomes acute. We'll have nothing to worry about until tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow in the morning at 9, Mr. Diamond.
Okay. Oh, in case you need me, here's my card. I'll write my home number on it. For some reason, when I get a client, they always run into silly little things like murder or something. You just might need me. See you in the morning. I left Rene and headed for my apartment. I had suddenly found myself in the horrible position of a man with a steady job. 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Now, I'm a guy who can get along without too much sleep, especially when the situation calls for it. Like the little blonde dancer that works over on 52nd Street. There was a situation. But this time, I figured a good night's rest wouldn't do me any harm, so when I got home, I fixed a bite to eat, took a hot shower, and climbed into my little old shack. Okay.
Diamond?
Oh, hello, honey.
Now you stop that. Wake up.
What? Oh, no. Who is it?
It's Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, a bully for you. What time is it?
It's 4:30 in the morning.
Goodbye, Walt.
Now you wait a minute. I'm just trying to make things easy on you. And what was that hello, honey, for?
Oh, I was dreaming. What do you mean, make things easy for me? At 4:30 in the morning, nothing's easy.
I wanted to let you get here under your own steam. I know what a shock it'd be if I sent Otis down there to drag you out of bed.
Oh, yeah. Horrible. That old lady ate the fire that Dracula was loose again. Hey, what do you want me there for?
Well, I know you won't be surprised, but there's been a Rittero killing.
Well, so what?
So you're mixed up in it. Now get down here.
Now, wait a minute. Who's dead?
A guy named Bennet, auto accident.
Rene Bennet?
Yeah, I guess that's the way you pronounce it. You see, Otis, you mallet head, you were wrong. It's pronounced Bennet, not Benny. That idiot was calling him Rene Benny.
Walt, how did you know I was working for Bennet?
Your card was found in his pocket. I'm at 125th Street, so come on up as fast as you can.
Well, as soon as I get my football helmet off.
Football helmet? You sleep in a football helmet?
Well, I do. Don't you? Bye. I left the apartment and took off the address Walt had given me. It was way uptown on Riverside Drive. It was cold, and the fog had begun to drift in. I found Walt over near the prowl car, and he briefed me. Rene Bennet had been killed in an automobile accident. His car had crashed over a 100-foot viaduct.
He went through the guardrail up there, Rick.
Oh, wonder what he was doing way up here. Certainly wasn't headed home.
Maybe he was going to see someone.
Well, maybe. Better check and see if he knew anyone out this way.
Now, you wait a minute. You think something's wrong?
Could be, huh? He had a partner who might want him out of the way. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty badly burned before the fire boys got here. Wait a minute. Otis is over there with him. Otis!
Probably warming his feet.
He couldn't warm those big things on an atom bomb. Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Yeah, Lieutenant. Did you find anything?
Yeah, there's been a fire.
Oh. Get over here.
Walt, what about that card you found in his pocket? Why didn't it get burned?
It was in one of his suits over at his apartment. I put in a call, checked his license plate, found out who he was, where he lived, and sent a couple of boys over. They came up with your card. You know how they all love you.
Anything else in the apartment?
Nothing yet. We'll get a report.
Here I am, Lieutenant.
He's getting smart.
Oh. Hello, Shamus.
Otis, get the car started. We'll go back to the station and wait for a report about this accident.
Yeah. Lieutenant?
No.
No?
That's right. You touch that siren and I'll throw you out of the car.
Guy can't have any fun anymore.
Walt, when are you going to get that report? It's 6:30 in the morning.
I know it's 6:30. I always yawn like this when it's 6:30. Oh, maybe this is it. Yeah?
I got that report, Lieutenant.
Take the marbles out of your mouth. What did you say?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm a little sleepy.
Maybe you'd like me to sing you a lullaby.
Oh, that'd be silly.
Well, then make sense.
I got that report.
Bennet.
Okay. He died from the fire. Autopsy showed he had a slight concussion, but not serious enough to kill him.
What about the car?
It wasn't tampered with. There was something funny, though. A steering wheel was smeared like someone had been wearing gloves. No prints. Benny didn't have on any gloves.
How'd the fire start?
Cigarette in the upholstery.
Cigarette in the upholstery. Okay, Otis, I'll call you if I need you. Go on back to sleep. Did you hear?
Yeah. Bennet was murdered.
What makes you so sure?
Walt, Otis said he had a slight concussion, but not enough to kill him, right?
Okay.
You're going to tell me that he was unconscious the whole time it took that fire to start? Ordinarily, a cigarette smolders a long time.
And then why didn't he get out of the car?
Because he didn't have time to wake up. Someone helped that fire along, got it burning in a few minutes, and then pushed the car over the viaduct.
That isn't enough.
Okay. How's this, then? Bennet didn't smoke.
Now, that I'll buy. But how do you know?
He told me. I offered him a cigarette in my office this morning.
Well, who do you think did it?
Well, I know he had two enemies. His partner, Gerald Winters, and another hat designer, a George Marchand.
I'll have them picked up.
No. Let him alone for a while.
Huh?
Let's have some breakfast first, and then go down to Rene's salon when it opens.
Quite a store.
Yes? Oh, good morning. How's Richard from Hollywood?
From hunger.
Richard from Hollywood?
All right, Walt.
Oh, I wish Otis was here. He'd love this.
Well, whose side are you on? Now, Walt, this is Lillian Richmond, Walt. Lillian, this is Lieutenant Levinson.
Lieutenant?
Homicide.
Oh, well, I hope he's just in to buy a hat for his wife.
I'm not married, Miss Richmond.
Well, to buy a hat.
Lillian, I just called Rene's apartment. Oh, what do you want?
Walt, this is Gerald Winters.
Who split his lip?
He ran into a fist.
Where were you between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning, Mr. Winters?
What do you want to know for?
Gerald, this is a lieutenant from Homicide. I think maybe something's happened.
What could have happened? I was in bed from 11 o'clock till 8. Besides, what's a policeman doing with the great Richard from Hollywood? Did someone see one of his creations and strangle to death?
Where were you around 4 this morning, Lillian?
Also in bed, but I can't prove it. Why?
Bernet's been killed.
What?
You don't seem too upset, Mr. Winters.
No? Well, you're right. As a matter of fact, I'm not.
How did it happen?
Car went over the viaduct. Burned to death.
Then why ask us where we were? It was an accident, wasn't it?
No, it was not an accident. Mr. Winters, what happens to you now? You take over the firm?
Well, Yes. It all goes to me.
I think you'd better come down to the station. Answer a few questions.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, this is absurd. I hated Rene, but I'd never kill him.
Rick, do me a favor and go over to this George Marchand. Talk to him until I can send Otis down to pick him up.
You aren't a hat designer, are you?
Bingo. You win another split lip.
No, not.
Lay off him, Rick. Come on, Mr. Winters. Let's go.
I knew he wasn't. I just knew that man couldn't be famous in Hollywood or anywhere else.
Well?
Mm-hmm.
Police?
Private detective. The name's Diamond.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever play football?
Yeah.
Stop back after you see Marchand. I'd like to find out more about the game.
Strong line and a good backfield. You've played it.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. What can I do for you?
George Marchand?
Yes.
Well, I'm from the police, Mr. Marchand.
The police?
Your competitor, Rene Bennet, was killed last night.
What?
He was burned to death in his car.
Oh, but this is horrible, horrible. But what has Rene's death to do with me?
Well, we think he was murdered, and we're trying to find a good motive.
Mr. Diamond, it's true that Rene and I were enemies. Everyone knew it, but to think that I would take his life is utterly absurd.
Yeah. Where were you about 4 this morning, Mr. Marchand?
Well, I was in bed, asleep.
Everybody sure had a dull evening. How well do you know Gerald Winters, Rene's partner?
Oh, just slightly.
How about Lillian Richmond?
By reputation only.
One more question. When's your fall showing, Mr. Marchand?
In 2 days.
Well, be sure to be around for it. The police get very unhappy if a murder suspect catches the first plane for the border.
Murder suspect?
See you later, Mr. Marchand. I left Marchand counting his pulse and wondering just how much I did know. And if he could have seen what was going on in my little old mind, he might have grown a few white hairs. I grabbed a cab and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station in Walt Levinson. Needless to say, he was not happy.
Oh, now, you wait a minute, Diamond. I'm satisfied with Gerald Winters. He's the only one who had a motive.
The only one who had a motive that you can see. Too many things point to someone else.
Give me a for instance.
Oh, you always want a for instance.
Well, hang it, you're trying to convince me that Winters isn't the killer, aren't you?
Yes, I am, Walt.
Then I want a for instance. I want to know your reason.
Well, Winters and Rene hated each other. Even as partners, they really wanted each other out of the way.
Are you crazy? You just gave me the best reason for hanging on to Winters.
Walt, when Rene was killed, he was 10 miles away from his apartment going in the other direction.
So what?
Did you find out if he knew anyone who might live out that way?
Even if he didn't know anyone out that way, I still say so what? The killer went for a drive with him, got out there, hit him over the head, poured gasoline on the seat, and dropped a cigarette. Pushed him off the viaduct. And Winters smokes. I know. I sent a whole carton down to his cell to make sure.
You're right about how the killer did it. But do you think Rene would have taken a drive like that with a man he hated, knowing how much a man hated him? Huh? And another thing. It was pretty warm yesterday and last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Lousy weather.
Okay. The killer wore gloves. Isn't that a little strange on a warm night?
So he slipped on some gloves. Didn't want to leave any fingerprints.
No. The killer was driving. The report said there were absolutely no fingerprints on the steering wheel. If Rene was in the driver's seat, there would have been a few of his anyway.
We couldn't tell whether he was in the driver's seat. He could have been thrown aside when the car crashed. But I don't get this glove angle.
You want to catch a killer?
Now, what kind of a remark is that?
Well, come on.
Oh, where are we going?
Down to Rene's shop. We can get in through a window I noticed in the alley. There are some designs in his safe, and Walt, the killer has to get them out tonight.
There you are, Lieutenant. It's Jimmy.
Rick, I don't like this. Busting into a place without a warrant.
Oh, go on. Climb in and watch out for the burglar alarm.
All right. Come on, Otis.
Okay. Here, I'll give you a hand, Diamond.
Oh, well, that ought to be easy for you, Otis.
Yeah, why?
Well, you could hold on with the other 4 and still have one left over. Grab me.
Oh, is that so?
You two lay off. Come on, Rick. Show me where to go.
Right over here, in Rene's office.
What makes you think the killer hasn't already stolen the plans?
I wouldn't have done it the night of the murder. That would have shown a motive. Wouldn't have done it today. Too many people in the shop. Go on in.
Gee. Spooky. I can't see a thing.
Walt, watch this.
Boo. For Pete's sake, Shaw.
Now, lay off, Otis Diamond. And where do we hide?
Just sit down anywhere and be quiet. The first person through that door is our killer.
clock is going to drive me crazy.
You want me to shut it off?
How do you shut off a clock, stupid?
Busted.
Oh. Rick.
Yeah?
I still don't understand why that glove handle is so important.
Well, as a single item, it's not so important. But along with the rest, it was the first thing that gave me an idea of the killer.
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
I think I got it. I did.
Oh. Rick, it's 3 o'clock. I don't think your killer's going to show.
Yeah, I'm getting stiff.
Hold it, Walt. I think we have a customer.
Otis, get up and stand next to that light switch. Flip it on when I tell you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Otis.
Oh, hello, Lillian.
Oh, you startled me. What's this all about? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you.
For me? I don't understand. I was just coming over to pick up some of my sketches. I forgot them this afternoon.
So you waited until 3 in the morning?
I had a date.
Yeah. Otis, go out and drag in her date.
Now, you wait just a minute. I don't know what this is all about, but
Go
you've
ahead,
no right
Otis.
to...
All right.
Mr. Diamond, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Sure, Lever. Point by point, it goes something like this. Rene Bennet was killed by somebody he knew and trusted. He never would have gone for that riot otherwise. Bennet didn't smoke, so the killer was an amateur and started the fire with a cigarette. The killer wore gloves, and it was too hot that night for a man to wear them without looking suspicious.
Are you saying that you think
Did you kill Bennet? Sure you did.
Come on, you get in there. Your dirty hands off of me.
Yeah, here he is, Lieutenant. This is the guy in the car.
Lil, what is this all about?
You better ask Mr. Diamond, although I don't think he'll make much sense. He just accused me of killing Rene.
What?
Good morning, Mr. Marchand. I thought you didn't know Lillian.
Well, prior to this evening, I did not. I called her because I wanted to talk to her about Rene's death.
Ah, you're lying. Today at your shop, you called me Mr. Diamond. How did you know my name?
Well, you told it to me.
Oh, no. You're fibbing again. I just said I was from the police. Only one person who knew both of us could have called you, and she also knew I was on the way over to your shop. Didn't you, Lil?
The name is Miss Richmond. Now prove that I killed Rene. You've got no motive.
Well, the designs are enough to start with. You probably suspected I wasn't a hat designer. And you knew you had to work fast if you were going to get those designs to Marchand here before this fall showing.
That's not true. Lillian never gave me any designs from Rene.
You know, of course, Mr. Marchand, that if we stick your girlfriend with a murder rap, you're an accessory before and after the fact.
What?
Sure, maybe you'll get to sit in a nice electric love seat and hold hands.
Oh, but I had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, you knew about it, and you knew who did it. That's enough to put you away for 20 years. Being mixed up in the actual motive might get you life.
No. She was the one that did it. She knew Winters would be blamed for it.
George!
Yes, she stole the designs for me because she wanted to ruin Bennet and take over his salon, but I did not know she was going to kill him.
Why, you dirty little man. You did know it. You did know it. You helped me plan it if I got the best sketches for you. I'll tear your eyes out.
Get her away from me.
Come on, lady. Let's go.
Okay, haul them both out to the car. Rick, I don't know how... Rick. Oh, no. Rick! Oh, why does he always disappear like that?
Rick, what's that you're playing?
That's a new thing. Kind of pretty. Don't Cry, Joe.
Well, sing it.
All right, but you know that gripey neighbor in the other apartment building.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. You don't hear any of the other tenants yelling for you to shut up.
Well, maybe they're not as forceful as the Grouch. You see, honey, I got a couple of letters.
Letters?
Mm-hmm, from the people in that building. Most of them like the singing, but a couple feel the same way the Grouch does.
Well, there's only one way to find out what all the people in the building think.
How's that?
Open the window and sing so they can all hear you.
Okay, I'll buy it. You open the window. Don't you think maybe this is silly?
Rick, I like you to sing when you come over here, but I don't want you to do it if no one else does. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go, let her go, let her go. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go, let her go, let her go. You've got to realize this is the wind-up. You'll feel much better once you make your mind up. Don't cry, Joe. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
No reaction yet. Maybe they all took poison.
Well, give them time. We'll find out soon enough.
I guess so.
Come on, let's go to the kitchen and case the icebox.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Hy Averback, Kay Brinker, Clark Gordon, and Jay Novello. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned for Irene Dunn and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
The Columbia Workshop presents the 500 Hats of Bartholomew Cubbins. The place? The Kingdom of Did. The time? Well, who can say? The weather? Why, like everything else, unpredictable. Our story begins in the village square. Attend!
Excuse me, sir, but would you mind telling me what's all the excitement?
My goodness gracious sakes. Don't you know?
No, sir.
What's your name?
Bartholomew Cubbins, sir.
Do you live in the Kingdom of Did, Bartholomew Cubbins?
Oh, yes, sir, I live here.
Are you a loyal subject of King Derwin?
Yes, indeed, sir. I can see his castle from my house.
And where is this house of yours?
We live on the edge of the cranberry bog. I pick cranberries and bring them to town to sell. That's how I make a living.
And you say you can see the castle of King Derwin from your house?
Yes, sir. It's miles across the valley from us. But even then, every time I look across, I bow very low. You know, just in case His Majesty might be able to see me.
Have you ever seen him?
No, sir, but I'd like to.
Then stand here by me, for soon he'll pass this way.
His Majesty King Derwin will pass here?
Right by here. That's why every loyal subject of the Kingdom of Did is here today. There'll be trumpeters, horses with red and yellow trappings. The gold and purple coach with His Majesty in it is to pass right by here.
Goodness.
So you'd better take off your hat.
Oh, I will.
Though I don't know that you could truly call it that.
Excuse me, sir, but I'm very fond of this hat.
Well, you can't say it has much shape.
No, it's not exactly very...
And certainly that red feather is sort of shabby.
But it does stick straight up, sir.
Oh, yes, it does stick up.
Well, it's sort of out of shape, sir. It's been in our family for years.
I can believe it.
Oh, yes, sir. It belonged to my father. And before that, it was his father's. And before that, it was his father's father's uncle. You see...
Here comes the procession. Take off your hat.
Our great King Derwin of the Kingdom of Death, with all his courtiers, and his knights, and his soldiers, and his governors, and the King's own guard. Sail away!
Young man?
Who? Me?
Precisely. You.
What, Your Majesty?
What's your name, fellow?
For Bartholomew Cubbins, Your Majesty.
Stop stuttering.
Yes, sir.
Do you or do you not take off your hat before your king?
Yes, indeed, Your Majesty. I do take off my hat before my king.
Then take it off, this very instant.
But, Your Majesty, my hat is off.
Impudence. Impudence. How dare you stand there and tell me your hat is off?
Your Majesty, I don't like to say that you're wrong. Excuse me, but my hat is off. Here, you see, I've got it in my hand.
If that's your hat in your hand, what's that on your head?
On my head? It's a hat. But, Your Majesty, it can't be my hat. Somebody behind me must have put it on my head.
I don't care how it got there. Take it off.
Yes, sir. Oh.
By the crown of my father, did I or did I not command you to take off your hat?
You did, Your Majesty, and I did. I took it off. I took it off twice now. You see, I've got a hat in each hand.
Nonsense. There's still a hat on your head.
Another hat?
Come, what's the meaning of all this?
I don't know, Your Majesty. It never happened to me before.
Captain of the guard!
Yes, Your Majesty.
Arrest this impudent trickster. Swing him up behind you on your charger and take him to my castle.
Up behind me, Cubbins.
Yes, sir.
He won't take off his hat. He won't take off his hat.
Start
he won't take off his
procession.
hat. He won't take off his hat. Come along, Bartholomew. Follow me. Right down this corridor.
Where are you taking me, please, Captain?
To the royal throne room.
What for, sir?
His Majesty, King Derwin, is waiting for you.
For me?
I'd certainly hate to be in your shoes.
But the king can't do anything dreadful to punish me because, well, I haven't really done anything wrong, and I won't be afraid. That'd be cowardly.
Go to the royal throne room and take off your hat.
Yes, sir. Oh, there's another one.
To the royal throne room.
Yes, sir. Where is it?
Follow the black carpet.
Majesty, it's me, Bartholomew Cubbins.
Enter at once. Bartholomew Cubbins.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Young man, I will give you one more chance. Will you take off your hat for your king?
Yes, indeed, Your Majesty, but I'm afraid it won't do any good.
Take it off.
Yes, sir. I'll take it off again, sir. You see, there's always another hat on my head right away.
Take them off faster.
Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, dear. Oh, goodness.
Faster.
Yes, Your Majesty. All right, sir. Oh, dear. Goodness gracious. Oh, my.
Impudence, I call it. Plain impudence. Where is Sir Aldrich, keeper of the records?
Here, Your Majesty.
Where? I don't see you.
I was on the other side of this pile of hats, sire.
Sir Aldrich, how many hats do your records show that this impertinent and impudent young Bartholomew Cubbins has taken off and still has one on his head in front of his king?
Your Majesty, 36 and 4. And I'm afraid he's taken off 45.
45?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm awfully sorry.
Sorry? Huh. And there were 3 more down in the town.
And you must add on 87 more that blew off my head as we galloped up the hill to the castle.
87 and 3, 135 hats.
Come, this is too much. Sir Aldrich, what do you make of all this nonsense?
Very serious nonsense, Your Majesty. I advise you to call in an expert on hats.
An expert on hats? Excellent. Captain of the Guard! Fetch me Sir Snips.
Sir Snips! Now we shall see, young man.
Will Sir Snips know what to do, Sir Aldrich?
He ought to. He ought to. He makes everybody's hats in the whole kingdom. Everybody who amounts to anything.
Sir Snips, Your Majesty.
Is that Sir Snips? Why, he's such a little man. He's even littler than I am. And he's wearing a pair of scissors instead of a sword. What can he know about my hat?
He knew enough to make that big hat he's wearing, which is bigger than he is. You sent for me, King Derwin?
Sir Snips, take a look at this boy's hat. Well? What's the matter with you, Sir Snips? Speak.
I am speechless, Your Majesty.
Speechless? By a hat like this?
To think that I, Sir Snips, maker of hats for all the fine lords, hats of cloth of gold with precious jewels and ostrich plumes on them, and you ask me to look at this hat. Oh, it's the most ordinary hat I've ever seen.
Oh, it is. Well, it's so ordinary. Let me see you take it off.
Bend down, my lad, so I, Sir Snips, can take off your hat.
Yes, sir.
Scrabies. Scrabies! Scrabies! Scrabies!
Oh, gee, I'm afraid it frightened him when the new hat came. Oh, dear me.
Dear you. Dear me. If Snips can't do anything about it, this is certainly not an ordinary hat. Sir Aldrich, what's the record say?
128 and 3 and 5. This makes 136, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, if I might make a suggestion.
Well?
I advise that you call in your wise men.
Of course. Of course. My wise men. Captain of the Guard! Bring me Ned, the wise man who knows everything.
Ned, the wise man who knows everything.
Ned, the wise man who knows everything. Here he is, Your Majesty.
Ned, my wise man, can you take off this fellow's hat?
Sir Aldrich, is he made speechless, too?
No, Bartholomew. He never speaks. He's a wise man.
If he doesn't speak, then what does he do?
He thinks.
Do you know what he's thinking?
He's thinking that he doesn't know how to take off your hat.
If Nad doesn't know how to take it off, bring me the father of Nad. He's the wise man who knows more than everything.
The father of Ned, the wise man who knows more than everything.
The father of Ned, the wise man who knows more than everything.
Is he just thinking too, Sir Aldrich?
Oh, no. He's so wise that he doesn't have to think.
Well, it looks as though you didn't know how to take it off either, father of Nad. Bring me the father of Nad. He's the wise man who knows more than everything.
The father of Ned, the wise man who knows more than everything.
The father of Ned, the wise man who knows more than everything.
I don't suppose he thinks either, does he, Sir Aldrich?
Oh, mercy, no. He's so wise that he doesn't even have to remember.
Is that why he looks so puzzled?
Now, young man, tut. No more of your impertinence. The whole kingdom is puzzled, and you're in disgrace.
I've had enough of this. My royal dignity is outraged. Isn't there anybody in my whole kingdom who can take off this boy's hat?
What's the matter with you now, Uncle Derwin?
Who's that?
That is your nephew, Your Majesty, the Grand Duke Wilfred. He's just outside on the balcony.
Oh, he is he? Maybe he knows something. Maybe a boy can save the kingdom. Wilfred, come here.
What do you want to know, Uncle Derwin?
Wilfred, there's a boy here who won't take off his hat.
Well, why don't you take off your hat?
I did take it off.
But it's still on, isn't it?
But this is another hat.
Well, take this one off, then.
But it won't do a bit of good.
Uncle, I know. I'll shoot it off.
Huh?
Stand right there in the doorway.
You're not going to shoot me with that bow and arrow, are you?
I certainly am. I'm going to shoot off your hat if it takes every arrow I've got. Here they come.
You see?
Hey, say, what is this? I shot the hat right off your head, but it came back on again.
Oh, no, Grand Duke Wilfred. It's not the same hat. It's a different hat.
What are you trying to tell me? People don't grow hats on their heads.
I do.
We're wasting time. Obviously, this is no child's play. Get me the mightiest bow and arrow in all my realm. Fetch me the yeoman of the bowmen.
Yeoman of the bowmen!
Yeoman of the bowmen, shoot off this boy's hat and make it stay off.
Oh, don't shoot that great big arrow at me, please. Please, please. Oh, dear me.
144 and 3 is 147 and 1 is 140. Your Majesty, may I make another suggestion?
Yes?
It's magic. Black magic. That's what it is.
Magic? Of course. That's what it is. Magic. Call my magician.
The Royal Magician!
furlongs deep, down to where the night snakes creep. Mix and mold the mystic mud. Malbur, Balbur, Titter, Tut. We're the Royal Magicians.
Oh, Sir Aldrich, what are they going to do to me?
149 and 4 is 153, 154. They're going to cast a spell on you, Bartholomew, and get rid of your hat.
Oh, your dear Majesty, please don't let them cast any spell on me.
Silence, you impudent fellow.
Now we'll see who's so smart, smarty.
My royal magicians, proceed to get rid of this boy's hat.
Dig a hole 5 furlongs deep, down to where the night snakes creep. Mix and mold the mystic mud. Malbur, Balbur, Titter, Tut. We're the Royal Magicians.
I know you're the royal magicians. Stop muttering and get rid of this hat.
All right, Bartholomew. They're going to cast their spell now. Get out there in the middle of the floor so the magicians can make a circle around you.
Oh, dear. Well, all right.
I'd hate to be in your shoes.
I don't blame you.
Cast the spell.
Winkybus, Tinkybus, prodigy clay. Hat on this demon's head, fly far away. Howl, men, howl away, howl away, howl away. Yell, cats, yell away, yell away, yell away. Hat on this demon's head, sleep away, creep away, leap away, keep away, never come back.
Well, that's a mighty good chant. Mighty good.
Yes, but the hat is still there.
By the crown of my fathers, the hat is still there. Look here, magicians. When is this chant going to do any good?
Be calm, your majesty, and have no fears. Our charm will work in 10 short years.
10 years? I can't wait 10 years to get rid of his hat. Away, fools, out of my sight.
Mix and mold the mystic mud. Malbur, Balbur, Titter, Tut. We're the Royal Magicians.
Oh, dear. What can I do? What can I do?
I'll tell you what I'd do, Uncle Derwin.
What is it, Wilfred?
If I were king, I'd chop his head off. That would get rid of his hat.
A dreadful thought. But I'm afraid I'll have to.
Oh, no. No, your majesty.
Young man, march down those steps to the dungeon and tell the executioner to chop off your head.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. I'm Bartholomew Cubbins.
What do you want?
His Majesty King Derwin sent me down here for you to chop off my head.
Come on in, then. What are you waiting for?
Good morning, Mr. Executioner.
Haven't you learned yet to close doors after you? What do you want?
Well, the king says you have to chop off my head. So please get it over with.
Oh, all right. But first, you've got to take off your hat.
Why?
I don't know. That's one of the rules. I can't execute anyone with his hat on.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I guess I know the rules.
Then will you take it off for me, please?
All right. Anything to oblige. Hey, what? Now, just a minute. Say, what is this? I thought I took it off.
Well, you did, sir, but this is another one.
I'll have to take that off, too. Oh, fiddlesticks. I can't execute you at all. Go back upstairs and tell that to the king.
Uncle Derwin, he's back again.
What? See here, Bartholomew. What are you doing back here?
I'm very sorry, Your Majesty. I'm terribly sorry. My head can't come off with my hat on. It's against the rules.
Oh, dear. That's true. Perfectly true. Sir Aldrich, how many hats has he taken off?
There were 155 before he went to the executioner, Your Majesty.
And I took off 178 on the steps going down there, and then the executioner took off 13 more.
178 plus 13, 191, 346 hats.
Uncle Derwin, I am completely bewildered.
You're bewildered. What do you think I am? You're only a Grand Duke, but I'm a king.
Well, there's only one thing left to do, Uncle.
What is it?
Send him up to the highest tower, and I, in person, will push him off.
Wilfred, I'm surprised at you. But it's a good idea.
Oh, no, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, Bartholomew, but we've tried everything else. So, up we go to the highest tower. Come on, everybody.
This is my last chance. My very last chance. If I don't get off my hat before we reach that tower.
347, 348, and 62 are 410. Not so fast. I can't count them. Wait a minute. 446, 447, 448. 451, 452, 400. Oh, wait! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The hats are changing! They're not all the same anymore. All these new hats are different. Wait a minute! Don't push him off the tower. Wait for me! Oh, the king can't hear me. Wait!
Well, at last, the top of the tower.
Step right out through this door, Bartholomew Cubbins.
Yes, sir.
And get up on that wall. I can't wait to push you over.
Yes, sir.
Go on, Bartholomew. Get up there. Oh, this is going to be fun.
It's important.
Over you go. One, two.
Wait a minute, Wilfred.
Derwin.
What is it, Sir Aldrich?
King Derwin, the hats, they've been changing. Way back there, they stopped all being the same.
What?
All the old hats were the same, with just one feather.
Yes.
But suddenly, one hat had 2 feathers. Then the next had 2 feathers, and then the next had 3 feathers.
No.
Oh, yes? And the next had 3 feathers and a little red jewel.
A little red jewel?
And the next had 4 feathers. And the next, and the next. Each one was more beautiful than the one before.
I can't believe it.
And then, after that... Oh, King Derwin, look at the one on his head right now.
Oh.
Have you ever seen a hat like that before?
There never was a hat like that before. It has ostrich plumes, and cockatoo plumes, and mockingbird plumes, and bird of paradise plumes.
And right in the very front...
a ruby as big as a soup plate. Why, it's even better and finer than my own crown.
My hat?
No, this new big one makes me madder than ever.
Wait a minute, Wilfred.
I won't wait. I'm going to push him off right now.
Not so quick, my little nephew. I'll have to teach you that a Grand Duke never talks back to his king. Over my knee.
Oh, no, don't hit me, Uncle Joe. I didn't mean it, no.
There.
Oh.
Now, down the stairs with you, Wilfred, before I spank you again. And now, Bartholomew, let me help you down from the wall before you fall over the wrong way.
You mean, Your Majesty, that you're not going to push me over after all?
Why, not for the world, Bartholomew. But I would be very happy if you would sell me that wonderful hat.
Sell you my hat?
489, 490, and 495. That one on his head, Your Majesty, makes exactly 500.
500? See here, Bartholomew. Will you sell it for 500 pieces of gold?
Anything you say, Your Majesty. You see, I've never sold one before.
Then 500 it is. I'll take it right off your head. Oh, what a beautiful hat. What a beautiful hat. Give it to me.
It didn't make any noise coming off.
Look, Your Majesty, look. You took off his hat, and there isn't any new one. His head is bare.
My head is bare. My head is bare at last. Look at my head, Your Majesty.
Nonsense. Look at my head. In all your born days, Bartholomew Cubbins, have you ever seen a king with a crown like this?
I'm glad you like it, sire.
Like Captain of the Guard.
Yes, Your Majesty?
see that every hat this charming lad has given us is collected. Have them placed in a great crystal case by the side of my throne, and bring me 500 pieces of gold at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And now, Bartholomew Cubbins, can you explain to the kingdom of Did how this strange thing happened?
Well, all I can say is it just happened to happen, and it's not very likely to happen again.
You have just heard the Columbia Workshop production, The 500 Hats of Bartholomew Cubbins, from the book by Dr. Seuss, adapted for radio by Stuart Ayres and Nyla Mack. Jack Grimes played the role of Bartholomew, and King Derwin was played by Howard Lindsay, co-author and co-star of the current Broadway stage success, Life with Father. Sir Aldrich was played by Parker Fenley, Captain of the Guard by Ken Daigneau, the Citizen by Neil O'Malley, Sir Snips by Mickey O'Day, Wilfred Eddie Ryan, the Executioner, Gene Leonard. The original music was composed and the orchestra conducted by Charles Paul. The entire production was under the direction of Nyla Mack. Next week, at the same time, the Workshop will present an original comedy dedicated in loving memory to that much-lamented American institution, good old vaudeville. The piece is I Followed the Seals by Al Rinker and Anne Marie Ewing. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. In gasoline, you know, it takes extra quality to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Windfall.
The man stood at the railing of the Jefferson Bridge, looking over the rail, hesitant, undecided. In a way, it was a foolish move, but on the other hand, he didn't know. He finally made up his mind, put his foot on the rail, and then stopped suddenly at the sound of steps.
Oh. Good evening, officer.
What's the matter, buddy?
Nothing. I was just looking at the view.
Thought you might be planning something foolish.
Whatever gave you that idea?
Well, it's been done before, not far from this spot. I better be getting on. So long.
So long.
A half-minute later, he made up his mind, disappeared over the side. It was a good gamble. The hat he'd seen on the ground near the bridge timbers was nearly new. He smiled to himself, started to try it on, and then saw something that stopped him in his tracks, frozen. Not 6 feet away was the battered body of a man, sprawled on the ground near one of the bridge stanchions. He paused for a minute, thinking, and then moved quickly to the body and searched the pockets. He wasn't lucky this time. There was no money, no identification, not even a pocket handkerchief. And then as he fumbled for a name tag inside the hat, he discovered something else. Stuck under the sweatband was a slim, black-covered checkbook. He just had time to stuff it in his pocket when the sound of steps on the bridge above told him the strolling officer had returned. There was only one thing to do now, call the officer, and he did it. After a brief examination...
Can't figure it out. Not a mark of identification on him. Nothing in his pockets. You didn't touch him, did you?
Oh, I know better than that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I climbed down here after that hat there.
I see.
Is it, suicide?
Not in my book. He didn't get battered up this bad jumping off any bridge.
Huh. We can't do anything for him now. I guess that's up to the next of kin.
If we ever find out who the guy is. A lot of them end up with a blank tag on their big toe, you know. Well, I better call in. You stick around, buddy. They may want to ask you some questions.
And that's how it began, Ted, with a dead man and a checkbook. Later, when you're alone, you examine it closely. Find it's a standard one in a local bank, with 7 stubs showing large withdrawals. And your heart almost stops. It's a windfall, Ted. The stub shows a balance of over $104,000. Your head begins to spin. It's staggering, isn't it, Ted? You wonder what'll happen if the dead man goes unidentified. The strange man who carried his checkbook in the sweatband of his hat, who bothered to keep check stubs with a bank balance of more than $100,000. If you can learn who he is, learn how to forge his signature, you try to stop thinking about it, try to force it from your mind, but it keeps coming back again and again. Even while you answer more questions during the inquest at the coroner's office, that figure, $104,000, keeps lighting up in your brain over and over again like a neon sign. If the man's unidentified, Ted, if you can find a copy of his signature, $104,000.
You, sir.
Oh, yes, Mr. Coroner.
The inquest is over. You can go now. Your name is?
Ted Locarno.
Ted Locarno. Okay. Police know how to get in touch with you. We'll call you again if we need you. Nothing more we can do now.
You mean you've found who he is?
Nope. Worse yet, there's no way to trace him. Of course, these things take time, you know. Sometimes a few days, sometimes a week or a month before somebody misses a man and checks with us.
Then, what's the verdict?
The usual. Victim unidentified. Death at hands of person or persons unknown. Tough, huh?
Yeah. Tough.
With the prologue of Windfall, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, since this spring marks the 25th anniversary of Signal Oil, it's interesting to look back on a formula for serving you better that Signal has followed ever since the very beginning. First of all, Signal products have always been sold only through dealer-owned stations. The reason? Signal believes that a man with his own money invested in his own business has extra incentive to give your car more conscientious, more thorough service that spells long, trouble-free miles. Secondly, because you want top-quality products for your car, each individual Signal service station is backed by a young, progressive organization, now serving almost 2,000 Signal dealers, with resources to bring you every latest advance in petroleum science. Obviously, drivers like this combination of personal service at dealer-owned Signal stations, plus fine-quality Signal products. For Signal has grown and grown, year after year, from a mere handful of stations serving Southern California to an organization now serving 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. If you haven't discovered how much extra pleasure this Signal formula can add to driving, stop by your neighborhood Signal station soon. See for yourself why, every day, More and more drivers are joining the switch to signal. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Ted. It began with the dead man you found under the Jefferson Bridge with a checkbook in his hatband. A man lying now on a slab in the morgue, unidentified. It's a windfall, Ted, if you can find out who he is and get a copy of his signature. You sit alone in your hotel room after the inquest, going over the stubs in the book. There are 7 of them. Payments to a jewelry firm, a dress shop, several to cash. But the one that interests you is the bottom one, $350 to the Briarcliff Apartments. Next morning, freshly shaven, wearing a clean shirt, your suit carefully pressed, you enter the Briarcliff Apartments. The manager is a little startled when you tell him you're an OPA investigator and want to go over his records. It doesn't take long to discover a $350 apartment. There's only one.
I'm sorry I don't have things quite up to date, Mr. Anderson.
Don't worry about it. Everything seems to be in order. This schedule covers the whole building?
Yes, that's right. Our apartments run $220 and $280, except this one, of course.
$350. What does this cover?
The penthouse.
Oh, I see. Who lives there?
Miss Harriet Stark.
Uh-huh. Oh, apparently you haven't received a payment from her this month.
Oh, I'm afraid not. She's a little behind this month.
Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. Thank you very much. I'd better be getting along now.
How do you do?
Miss Stark?
That's right.
My name is Anderson, OPA. Mind if I come in?
Not at all.
I'll come right to the point, Miss Stark. We have reason to believe the rents in this building are over schedule. I understand that you're paying $350.
That's right.
Do you have any evidence of those payments, canceled checks, and so on?
I think so. Sit down, won't you?
No, thank you. I better not. I can only stay a minute.
I just happen to have this check for the current month's rent. I intended to drop it off at the manager's office. Here you are.
Edward Reese. I see. If you don't mind, I'll take it along. It'll be returned to you, of course.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Don't go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry, and
Well, I wouldn't be in too big a hurry if I were you.
No?
No. You see, I want you to tell me why you really came here. I happen to know that $350 is official schedule for this apartment because I've checked it myself. Now, do you want to let your hair down, or shall I call the OPA office?
You're doing pretty well. Why don't you go on?
You're a blackmailer, aren't you? You're the man Edward was afraid of.
Edward Reese?
Who else?
He was afraid of a blackmailer, huh? Why?
Suppose you tell me.
I don't know the answer to that one, but he had a good reason to be afraid. You see, Edward Reese is dead.
Dead?
Yes, I found his body night before last under the Jefferson Bridge. It's down at the morgue now, unidentified.
Well, I guess it's up to me to call them.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't do anything rash.
What do you mean?
I had a good reason for coming here, Miss Stark.
Did you?
You seem to have done pretty well up to now. Where do you go from here?
I don't see what that has to do with you.
You didn't answer the question. What happens now that Reese is dead? Do you check out, forget it, or do you take a look to see if there are any more golden eggs around?
Look, mister.
Locarno. Ted Locarno. Before you go any further, take a look at this. Edward Reese's checkbook. I found it in his hat under the bridge. There's a balance of $104,000 in the account. And nobody knows that he's dead. Does that suggest anything to you?
I don't know. We couldn't get away with anything like this.
Thanks, baby. You just passed the exam. Only one thing bothers you, doesn't it? Can we get away with it?
I don't know.
Answer that one, will you? Can we get away with it? That's all that matters to you now, isn't it?
Yes. That's all that matters.
Good. Let me see that check again. Edward Reese. Standard Spencerian. Probably picked it up in the 5th grade and never changed it. I'll have that signature down cold in 24 hours.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
All I need is a little practice.
Sure. But how about that body in the morgue? What if someone identifies it?
So it's a gamble. I don't know about you, but with a payoff like that, I'll take a flyer. We hold off a few days. If no one tags him, we go move in. It's as simple as that.
Is it?
Now, what's bothering you?
Oh? I'm just wondering.
I know. You're wondering what's to prevent you from learning to forge that signature and draw checks on the account yourself.
Maybe.
There's only one thing. That's me. This is a two-way deal, baby. Let's have that understood right now. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, Ted, you need each other. But there's plenty to share. $104,000. You spend all that night practicing the signature. Over and over, you write the name Edward Reese. 10 times, 100, 1,000. By morning, you can sign the name as if it were your own. And with a little luck, it might as well be. You leave your room and buy a newspaper. Scan it hungrily as you gulp your coffee. On page 6, in the lower right column, you find an obscure item that almost knocks you over. You can't wait to get to Harriet. Let her read it, too.
The battered body found beneath the Jefferson Bridge was identified last night by Mrs. Rosa Montalvo. Oh.
Read on.
Rosa Montalvo, who told police it was that of her husband, Jerry. Ted, they think Reese is Montalvo.
Yeah, that makes everything perfect. It's clear sailing now, and we can take our time.
Edward won't be missed for weeks, Ted. He never let people know when he came to the city.
Yeah, there's one thing, his bank statements. Is there anyone they go to?
No, it's a separate account. The statements are sent to a post office box. I have the key. Mister, all you have to do now is start writing checks. The desk's right over there.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not that easy. We're not breaking into a piggy bank.
I thought you said yourself they think he's alive.
Oh, look, sweetheart, you don't just walk into a bank and try to cash a check for $10,000. The teller would jump out of his cage.
But
it's a business of transferring credit from one account to another. We got to work for this, baby. Set up phony corporations, letterheads, statements, invoices, right down the line.
You seem to know your business.
They call me the bright boy who never got a break. I got one now.
Well, what's our next move?
Well, we'll need some cash to get things started. How much you got on hand?
Not much.
The check stubs say different.
I live well. It goes fast.
Oh. How much is not much?
About $85.
Yeah, you do live well. All right, we'll have to take a chance. You think the bank would hold still if you tried to cash one of Reese's checks for $1,000?
I don't know. I've never
Well,
tried.
you'll know tomorrow. It's a gamble, but we got to try. Meanwhile, I can use about 20 of that $85 of yours. How about it?
Okay. Until tomorrow.
Even thousand, eh?
That's right.
Excuse me a moment, Miss Stark. I'll have to speak to the cashier.
Yes, Austin?
Miss Stark over there. She wants to cash this, sir.
Miss Stark? Oh, yes. Well, Reese's account is good for it.
Then it's all right?
I think so. Here, I'll initial it.
Thank you, sir.
I see what you mean about cashing checks. I thought I'd die in there.
You did beautifully, Angel. And it's the last time you'll have to worry about it. We'll be in business within a week. See, it's like I told you last week, baby. We're in business. It wasn't easy. Establishing identity in a bank is a neat trick, but I made it.
Ted, you're wonderful.
Yeah, 3 dummy corporations. All of them are you and me. E.C., look at this. E.C. Layton Jewelry Company, $700. Malcolm Ditmar Furrier, $1,250. Atkins Brothers, $920. Not bad, huh?
I wish I was actually getting some of those things.
Oh, honey, once we got all that dough spread around on these accounts, we can get it out and skip before anybody here begins to wonder about Edward Reese.
Well, it can't be soon enough for me.
Oh, now, don't get anxious, sweetheart. We're doing great. In another week, we'll really begin to cash in. You expecting anybody?
Relax, I'll get rid of them. Yes?
Excuse me, ma'am, but I'm from the Mary Ann Flower Shop.
Oh, yes. The flower.
We hate to trouble you, but there's a considerable balance that hasn't been taken care of, and Mary Ann thought that you'd want it called
well,
your
of
attention.
course. How much is it?
It's $69.
Just a minute. Oh, Edward.
Yeah.
Write the gentleman a check, will you, darling?
Oh, can't they send a bill?
Please, darling. I forgot to give it to you, and they've been very patient as it is. It's only $69. Pretty, please.
Okay, sweetheart. Save that talk for something expensive. Go get my pen.
Yes,
dear. They think it grows on trees.
Yes. Well, I suppose it does for some people, sir.
Yeah, I suppose it does.
Yes, Ted, it does grow on trees. At least for you and Harriet. Everything's going smoothly so far. Perfect. You're able to relax, to feel more sure of yourself. It's almost as if you are Edward Reese. Not only because of the money, but a growing interest in Harriet. She's an exciting girl, isn't she, Ted? Very exciting. Perhaps that's why you're thinking so much about your appearance lately. Why you walk into a clothing store near the end of the week and get fitted for a new suit. The clerk is gone for some time after you make your purchase. You're standing in front of the mirror when he comes back, embarrassed and apologetic.
Mr. Lacano, I'm terribly sorry, but the check this Mr. Reese gave you, it's...
What's the matter with it?
Well, just as a matter of routine, of course, we called the bank, and I'm afraid your friend hasn't sufficient funds to cover it.
What?
I hope it's only a mistake, sir, that you know him well enough.
Oh, yes, I know him well enough. And I'd better go and see him right away. What did you do with it, Harriet? Where's the money?
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Over $80,000 left in that account, and they couldn't cover a check for $200. That wasn't smart, baby, not at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Then why the suitcase? When people start packing, they're going somewhere.
Well, I was nervous about staying here, Ted. This apartment makes me nervous.
You couldn't wait. You got anxious.
No,
You
Ted.
never stopped figuring it from the first day I walked in here. You could practice that signature, too.
Ted, please,
It's no go, baby. I won't be played for a sucker. It's more than the money.
Ted.
You had me hooked all the way. But that's over. And so are you, sweetheart.
No.
So are you.
Ted, no!
You stand there for a moment looking down at her like a man in a nightmare. The red rage in your mind slowly subsiding, leaving you free to think. And you have to think fast, Ted. She got that money somehow, you're sure of it. It's here in the apartment somewhere. You go through the half-packed suitcase first, and then tear a room apart, searching frantically. You've almost combed the apartment when... The door. Someone's at the door. You walk quickly through the kitchen to the trade entrance, let yourself out cautiously, glance down the corridor to the front door. The little man from Mary Ann's flower shop is standing there patiently. You slip around the corner, down the fire stairs, and out of the building. 20 minutes later, you're entering the dingy lobby of your hotel. The man at the desk looks up nervously, and a moment later, you know why, when a plain clothesman moves up quickly.
Ted Lacano?
Yes?
They want to talk to you down at headquarters.
Well, what's the matter? I haven't...
Just routine. Some questions about that guy you found under the bridge. They've arrested a suspect.
Oh, well, look, do they have to talk to me? I've got an appointment.
It won't take long, buddy.
But I've told them all I know.
They want to hear it again.
Okay, but let's make it quick, huh?
I got a car right outside. The whole thing shouldn't take more than an hour.
You're still all right, Ted. That is, if you can talk to the police quickly, answer their questions, and be on your way. As you ride across town in the police car, you hope that the little man from the flower shop didn't get into Harriet's apartment or raise any kind of fuss. At headquarters, the lieutenant in charge is almost apologetic. You run through the story, telling it exactly the way you did the first time. The lieutenant seems satisfied.
You didn't move the body or touch anything, Locarno.
Not a thing. I know better than that.
Just called the officer on the beat, is that it?
Right.
That seems to cover it all. You see, we didn't have much to go on in this case. Yes, Sergeant?
We still haven't been able to talk to the Stark dame. We've called, and Conway's been over to her apartment twice. She's not at home.
We've got to talk to her, Sergeant. Break into the apartment if you have to. Bring her in.
Okay.
Well, I guess I can be running along, huh, Lieutenant?
Just one more thing, Locarno. There's a stenographer in the next room here. Would you mind repeating the story to her?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Right now, however, I'd like to say a word about the current trend back to good old-fashioned value in buying. Frankly, we at Signal are delighted to see this. After all, Signal gasoline, the famous Go Farther gasoline, has long been the choice of drivers who appreciate extra value, and for two good reasons. One, of course, is Signal's good mileage. And number two is the thing which makes that good mileage possible: Signal's superior performance. Here's what I mean. In order to put that thrilling knock-free power back of your accelerator, Signal gasoline has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy extra mileage. So you see, mileage is the result of the same features a gasoline must have to give you superior performance. That's why Signal says, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And remember, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So you have to fight it through for another 5 minutes, Ted. And a police station is the last place in the world you'd choose right now, with a picture of Harriet lying dead in her apartment still fresh in your mind. It's too bad, isn't it, Ted? Everything would have been so different if she hadn't insisted on taking it all. The untapped balance in Edward Reese's fabulous checkbook would have bought the world for both of you. But you have to forget that now. Concentrate on the matter at hand. Tell your story and get out of the police station before the lieutenant's men break into the apartment, before anything develops that will link you to the murder of Harriet Stark. You follow the lieutenant to the door of the stenographer's office.
Only take you a minute, Locarno.
Mary Ann
Oh,
Flower
wait,
Shop.
Lieutenant.
Mary Ann's Flower Shop.
That's right. When I read all about Mr. Reese in the papers, I went right up to Miss Stark's apartment. Nobody answered. So I thought I'd come down here and take it up directly with Mr. Reese.
Well, I'm sorry. You can't see Mr.
Oh, she's
Reese now.
busy, Lieutenant. I'll come back.
This guy isn't important.
No, later.
Look, I tell you it's all right. That guy isn't a witness. He's just been pestering us to let him talk to Edward Reese.
Reese?
Yeah, he's the suspect I told you about. Knocked off that guy you found under the bridge.
You've, arrested him? You've got Reese here?
In the tank. And we've got all we need to hang him.
But I
haven't heard the last of me, young lady. I'll get to Mr. Reese. Might seem small to you people, but when a $69 check bounces, it means a great deal to Mary Ann Flores. And believe me... Why, Mr. Reese, hello. I've been begging them to let me see you.
Huh?
Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at Mr. Reese?
The man's made a mistake, Lieutenant. You know my name is Locarno.
You were there that night in the apartment. Here, I have the check you signed, Edward Reese.
Let's see that check.
Of course.
He signed this?
Now, wait a minute.
How long has this been going on, Locarno?
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
No?
Now, just a minute, Lieutenant. I'm not going to stand here and have someone tell me I'm lying. He was in Miss Stark's apartment that night. He wrote this check.
He did, huh? Oh, what's wrong, Locarno? You look a little pale. Ever take a crack at forgery before, Locarno? You know, I'd have given you credit for more sense. How did you figure to get away with it? Reese would get wise the minute he saw his bank statement.
Reese is dead. He's the guy I found under the bridge.
Don't you read the papers. The guy's name was Montalvo. His wife identified him.
She made a mistake.
We checked it. It's Montalvo right down to his bridge work. He'd been blackmailing Reese for months.
Wait a minute. You mean
Sure. Reese got fed up with blackmail and killed Montalvo. We picked Reese up last night after he'd cleaned out his bank account and tried to get out of the country.
The bank account? Then that's what happened to it.
He was a clumsy operator, too, Locarno.
Huh?
Yeah. Reese made as big a mistake as you did. He left his hat at the scene of the crime.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday at 8. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Francis Cheney. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with music by Wilbur Hatch, story by Joel Malone and Harold Swanton, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The challenge of the Yukon. It's King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the North Country, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers.
On, King! On, you husky!
Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the greedy race for riches. Now back to the days of the gold rush, when Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King battled through storm and snow to preserve law and order as they met the challenge of the Yukon. The Gold Nugget Cafe in Dawson City was crowded as usual. In one corner of the room, 4 men sat playing poker. One of the players was a big man who sat silently, wearing a fur cap with the ear laps pulled down, though the room was hot and stuffy. Dan Wilkins, the man sitting next to him, was talkative and good-natured. He turned to the man in the fur cap while the cards were being dealt.
Well, you hardly said a word all evening, stranger. You just got into town today, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, you must be getting kind of warm in here with that fur cap pulled down around your ears. Why don't you take it off?
Because I don't feel like it.
Maybe he's bald-headed and don't want us to know it.
I don't think it's anybody's business.
Oh, you've just been drinking too much. It spoils your sense of humor.
Are you going to play poker or just sit there and blab?
Hey, drinking makes you kind of nasty, don't it?
You're enough to make anyone lose his temper without drinking.
I think if we took that fur cap off him, he'd feel better. There, I got it.
Give me that cap, you fool. I said give it to me. It'll teach you to mind your own business.
Hey, there wasn't a call for that. What did he do to you? He hit Dan. Listen, stranger, that wasn't necessary. What's wrong with you, anyway?
And what are you going to do about it, smart Alec?
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you don't.
No! Hey, he shot Pete.
Now stand back, all of you. I'll give you a taste of this lead. Don't anybody try to come out of this place.
There, somebody else. Is Pete all right?
Stand back, he's shot. Somebody get a doctor.
The following morning, at the headquarters of the Northwest Mounted Police, Inspector Grayson listened carefully to Sergeant Preston, who stood before him with his big lead dog, King, at his side.
By the time I got to the Gold Nugget Cafe, the man who pulled the gun on Pete had disappeared. I searched the town, but there was no sign of him.
Have you a good description of him, Sergeant?
When Dan pulled his cap off, sir, the men noticed that half of his left ear was gone. That must have been why he kept the sides of his cap pulled down.
It's a strange thing to be sensitive about up here in the Yukon, where so many have lost their ears entirely from freezing.
He also had a long scar, as if he'd been grazed by a bullet, on his right cheek.
Scar on his right cheek? Just a minute, Sergeant. The report from Whitehorse just came in this morning. Wait, oh, yes. Here it is. I wonder if this man could be the one that they're looking for. Tall and slim, scar of bullet wound on right cheek. Part of left ear missing. That's the man, Sergeant.
What's he wanted for, sir?
For murder in Montreal. Seems he killed his employer, the owner of a circus. This man worked in the sharpshooting act.
So that's why he was so handy with a gun.
They say he's very dangerous, very quick-tempered, accurate with a gun. It's too bad we didn't have this report earlier. We might have prevented what happened last night. Will Dan live?
I think so, sir.
We must get this man as soon as possible. Now, we may have left town, but look here first. He could be hiding out in a cabin somewhere. I'm putting you on the assignment, Sergeant. Find him.
I'll do my best, sir, but it may take some time. He'll know we're looking for him.
You'll get him all right, Sergeant. You always do. You and that dog of yours.
West of Dawson, in the town of 40 Mile, old Jim Bruce stood talking to a friend of his at the bar in the Northern Lights Cafe. Jim was a bachelor and owned one of the richest gold claims in the vicinity. Suddenly, a man standing next to him bumped against him.
Hey, steady there, mister.
Hey, what's the idea of shoving me?
Oh, I didn't shove you. You were the one who bumped me. Guess you're a little unsteady on your feet, partner.
Oh, so you think I've had too much to drink?
Don't pay any attention to him, Jim. He's a little top-heavy.
You shoved me and you said I was drunk.
Well, mister, if I shoved you and you're not drunk, there's something wrong with my eyesight.
Calling me a liar and saying I shouldn't have anything more to drink. Why,
Now,
you
listen,
old...
stranger, if you take that fur cap off and uncover your ears, maybe you'd find out what's being said.
Oh, Jim, don't talk to him. He's getting ugly.
What I wear on my head is my business.
Sure, it's your business. Now, go ahead and mind it.
But listen, you old fathead. You trying to get out of this argument?
Barney, why don't you throw this pest out of here?
I'll show you who'll get out of here. Back where I come from, this is how we settle things. This gun.
Hey, he's pulling the gun. Look out.
Move my hands.
Stop that gun. Holy smoke, Jim. Somebody sure saved your life. That was close.
I'll say it was close. Who did it?
I did it, mister.
The woman. That girl shot that gun.
Oh, she must have. It came from that table. Can you beat that? Think you're pretty smart, don't you, sister? Well, you can just buy me a new gun. You smashed that one all to pieces.
Listen, you big balloon. You better get out of this cafe before I start clipping the ends off your mustache with this gun of mine.
Now, kid, you come back to our table. You shouldn't have got us into this. Tain't ladylike, all these men.
Grandpa, go sit down. It's anybody's business to save a man from getting killed. All right, you. Get out of here like I said.
Why, you
Yeah,
little...
get out like the lady said, or we'll give you some help.
Come on, boys. Let's help him if you won't go.
Out you go.
You'll be sorry for this lady, whoever you are.
I sure want to thank you, miss, for saving my life. That was mighty good shooting.
Oh, that's all right, mister. I saw him pull that gun on you, and I did it without thinking.
Yes, come on over and sit at our table, mister.
I'd be glad to.
Poor Grandpa. I guess you haven't eaten your supper.
You're going to get us in trouble with that gun of yours, kid.
Grandpa.
I guess I'd better introduce myself. I'm Jim Bruce.
And I'm Kit Brown. This is my grandpa, Andy Brown.
I do. You two just get to 40 Mile?
Yep, we sold our ranch in the States. We heard about this gold rush, and nothing would satisfy Kit till we took a crack at it.
Tain't like we thought, though.
What do you mean?
According to the stories we heard, all you had to do was come up here and dig a hole, and there was gold.
No, I'm afraid it's a little harder than that.
It sure is. We went to Dawson first, but couldn't even find a place to stay. Thought we'd try this town, but it's just as bad. Why, they charge $1 just to sleep on the floor with about 50 other people.
Well, you mean you can't find a room in any hotels?
Everything's packed to the roof. Even if we had enough money to pay for it, we couldn't find a place. Food's so plagued high, just about all our cash is used up.
Grandpa, you don't have to tell all our private business.
If you'd have used your head a few minutes ago, maybe we'd have got enough money to get along on.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, you see, Mr. Bruce, nobody ever thinks a woman can shoot. Not many of them can. Kit can always earn money by getting in a shooting contest with somebody and betting she can beat him.
I always tell them I'm a good shot, but they don't believe it.
We always win. 'Cause Kit here can outshoot any man I ever see. Now she went and spoiled it all.
Grandpa, keep still. I couldn't let that man kill Mr. Bruce right in front of my eyes.
Well, no. Guess you couldn't rightly do that.
You mean nobody will get into a shooting match with Kit now, huh?
That's it. This story will fly all over town like wildfire. We won't get anybody to shoot again now, let alone betting on it. We won't even have money enough to eat or a place to live.
Of course, you're forgetting the fact that this little lady just saved my life.
Huh? You mean you're going to reward her?
Now, Grandpa, don't say that. You know I couldn't accept money for anything like that.
Well, I was just asking.
Well, if it embarrasses you to take money, I'd like to propose something else. I live all alone out here in a big cabin. You're both welcome to come out and stay until we can figure something out for you.
Oh, no, that's too much to ask. Maybe it'd be easier.
Are you a prospector?
Yep, got a very good gold claim, and I could use some help. Maybe your grandfather here could help me work it, and I could take some shooting lessons from you, young lady. I don't know a thing about guns, and that's a handy thing to know around here.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. Bruce.
But, Kit, do you think...
Now, Grandpa, we may as well admit we're in a bad spot. Mr. Bruce is a lifesaver. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Bruce. We'll sure be happy to accept your hospitality.
Why, you're the one who's the lifesaver. Now, you two get your baggage and move right out to my cabin.
And I'll teach you all I know about shooting.
2 days later, in the claim office at 40 Mile, Jed Smith, the prospector, stood at the desk talking to the claim clerk.
I hear Jim Bruce didn't do a thing about that man that pulled a gun on him in the Northern Lights Cafe day before yesterday.
Jim says maybe the man is only threatening him. Anyway, he'd had too much to drink.
I guess that little lady completely ruined his 45. And there's the fanciest shooting I ever saw. Knocked the gun right out of his hand.
Well, speak of the devil. Here's a man in a fur cap now.
Howdy.
Well, hello.
I'm Jace Rankin. I came in to file a claim on the Fox River.
Well, you strike something already?
I think so.
Whereabouts on the Fox River are you locating?
Right at the bend. There's an old abandoned shack right there. I'm repairing it.
You don't mean it. Why, there's no gold around there, Rankin. That used to be my claim. I abandoned it a long time ago.
Your claim?
Oh, I don't own it anymore. Only there's no use of your wasting your time around there. I prospected every inch of that.
Well, I guess you just weren't very thorough. I hit a streak of pay to it.
Did? Well, golly, Jed, the boys will sure have a laugh on you. Leaving a claim and having a tenderfoot come in and find gold there.
I just can't believe it.
I guess maybe I'm just luckier than you are, that's all. Now, would you mind drawing up them papers?
I'd be glad to. The boys will sure get the laugh on me. Now, listen, Rankin, don't spread the story around. And you, Bob, you know how the boys will rag me. Please don't tell them.
Oh, I won't tell them, Jed. You'd never hear the last of it.
Thanks. And you, Rankin?
Don't worry about me. I don't mix much with people. I'd just as soon they didn't know about it. I don't want any neighbors moving in around me. I'd be glad to keep it a secret.
Thanks, boys. I sure appreciate that.
It was a week later. Jim Bruce sat in a comfortable chair before the stove, while Kit busied herself making hot tea.
Kit, you're spoiling me, fussing around the way you're doing, and all I got's just a little cold.
The time to cure a cold is when it begins. Now, you drink this tea and warm your inside.
Thanks. I should be working at the mine with your grandfather. There's nothing wrong with me. Sitting in the house for 2 whole days and letting you baby me, it's silly.
High time somebody took care of you. You go out and work in that cold mine, and you'll really be sick.
Your grandpa's the one who should be sitting here instead of me. That shoulder of his gives him lots of trouble.
Grandpa's had that sore shoulder for so long he's used to it. I wish he was more help to you.
Well, even though he can't get much gold out of that mine, it makes him happy to be working. I've decided I'm going to give him all he takes out. Ain't enough to worry about.
You're going to do no such thing. We've got to do something to pay for our board and keep.
You're teaching me to shoot, ain't you? And you're helping me around the house. I never realized how lonesome I was living here all by myself till you and your grandpa come to live with me.
Have you any family, Mr. Bruce?
Yeah, I got a brother. But I haven't seen him for nigh on to 30 years.
Well, I guess I'll start calling you Uncle Jim and pretend I'm part of your family.
Oh, I'd like that, Kit. If I'd had a granddaughter, she'd be just about your age, I reckon.
Oh, someone's coming.
What? That sounds like Sergeant Preston.
Sergeant Preston? Who's he?
He's an old friend of mine, a Mountie.
A Mountie? Now, you just sit down and I'll let him in.
Don't you do it. Think I want him laughing at me for pretending I'm sick? I'll let him in.
Hello, Jim.
How are you, Sergeant Preston? Thought that was your voice. Come on in. Bring King.
One King.
What brings you up to 40 Mile?
Story I heard about you.
Oh, Sergeant, this is Kit Brown. It's Sergeant Preston.
How do you do?
Howdy. Is that dog of yours dangerous?
No, not at all. He never fights women. You don't have to be afraid.
He's about the smartest dog I ever saw. He understands everything the sergeant says. Don't you, boy?
These big wolf dogs up here scare me. I'm not used to them.
Kit's a newcomer up here, Sergeant. Or take your parka off and sit down.
I'll pour you a cup of tea. I just made some.
Oh, thanks. I could use it. I'll hang this right here.
What did you mean when you said you came up here on account of a story you heard about me?
Well, Jim, Bill Fay came to Dawson a few days ago and told us a story about a girl saving you from getting shot at the Northern Lights Cafe.
Well, the story's true, Sergeant, and Kit here is the girl that done it.
Well, miss, you're to be congratulated. That was very accurate shooting.
Oh, I wasn't far away. I couldn't miss.
Kit's the best shot I ever saw. She beats any man I know. Well, except maybe you, Sergeant.
Did you get a good look at this man?
There was too much excitement. Everything happened so fast.
Why did this story bring you up here, Sergeant?
Because I'm after a man who did something very similar in Dawson. Except that his victim didn't have the good fortune to have Kit nearby. Got shot.
What? You don't mean it. And you think it's the same man?
Well, Bill remembered vaguely what he looked like. The description fitted the man I'm looking for. His actions fitted, too. Quick temper, heavy drinker, and handy with a gun.
Shucks, Sergeant. This man sure wasn't handy with a gun.
Oh?
He fumbled around and took so long getting it aimed that I had plenty of time to plug it.
Remember, Kit, he'd been drinking. And you don't call anyone handy with a gun unless he can draw like greased lightning.
I spent a week trying to trace him in Dawson, but he must have left the night he shot Pete. This is the first lead I've had.
We haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Of course, we haven't been into town.
I stopped at the Northern Lights Cafe in town. Nobody'd seen or heard anything of him.
I doubt that he stayed around here very long. He probably went over the border.
Did the man he shot in Dawson die?
No, he didn't. But he's also wanted for a murder in Montreal.
Gosh, you Mounties sure cover territory fast, don't you?
We have to. Anyway, you'd better be careful, Kit. This man's dangerous. If he's hiding around here somewhere, you might want to get even with him for what you did.
Let him try it. The next time I take a shot at him, I won't be aiming at his gun.
You did make a fool out of him, Kit.
The next time, I'll make a sieve out of him.
Well, seriously, I'd stay close to the house if I were you.
You better quit taking walks through the woods the way you do.
Don't you worry about me. I'm not afraid of any two-penny varmint who goes around shooting at old men.
I guess she's right. She'd be a match for him.
I guess I better go down and get Grandpa now. He never knows what time it is. You'll be staying for supper, won't you, Sergeant?
Why, thanks, but I'd better not. I've got to go back to town and question some people. Maybe I'll have better luck tonight.
Well, we'll be seeing a lot of you while you're here, I hope.
You're darn tootin' we will. You'd better spend some time with us, or I'll know the reason why.
That night, a light snow was falling as Sergeant Preston walked along the main street of 40 Mile. Suddenly, a dog team drew up and stopped beside him.
Oh, you huskies, oh. Hey, Monty.
Yes?
I'm Bob Jenkins, clerk at the claims office.
Yes?
A friend of mine's just been shot about 2 miles from here, east of town. Can you come back with me, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, right away.
I'll leave the dogs in my sled here. I got a heavy load. Been on a hunting trip. There's Sam Peavy. He'll take care of them for me. We'll go straight back.
Who's the man who's been shot?
His name is Jed Smith.
Is the cabin much farther?
We're almost there.
And you say you can't think of anyone who might want to murder Jed?
He didn't have an enemy in the world. I was his best friend, Sergeant. I'd know if anyone would.
Well, did he have any money? Could somebody have killed him and robbed him?
Well, he had a claim, but it wasn't much good. Jed just had bad luck, that's all. He had a claim that he thought was worthless, and he left it. Some lucky stiff from outside came in and found gold on it. And Jed swore there wasn't a smell of gold on the place. Poor fella, he wouldn't let me tell anyone. He's afraid they'd all laugh at him.
Well, didn't the man who found it tell people?
I know. He's the one that got into that shooting scrape with Jim Bruce. Never comes to town, and well, he said he wouldn't say anything to anyone.
You mean the man that had the gun shot out of his hand by that girl?
Well, yeah, that's the one.
Well, didn't anybody in town tell you I was looking for him?
Well, I haven't been in town for 3 days. I was on a hunting trip. That's why I happened to stop at Jed's on the way home.
Now, where is this claim of Jed's?
Fox Creek, the other side of town.
old shack on it. Say, is the man's name Rankin?
His real name is Mason. Can you remember if he had a scar on his right cheek above his beard?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
And did you notice whether the top of his left ear is missing?
I never saw him without his fur cap and always had the ear laps pulled down.
That's our man. Does anyone except you know that he's living on Fox Creek?
I never told anybody on account of Jed. Jed was the only one that knew.
Maybe it's a good thing you weren't in town tonight. You might have had a bullet in you by now.
Yeah, but why would he file a claim like that if he was going to hide out?
He must have done it to keep anyone else from coming there. And he must have had some other reason. You and Jed were the only ones who knew he was living in that cabin, weren't you?
Well, as far as I know, we were. He knew we wouldn't tell anyone on account of Jed's being a laughingstock for leaving a good claim.
I think you'd better stay with me tonight, Bob, for your own safety.
Here's Jed's cabin.
Now, there's no use looking for tracks around it. The snow's covered everything. Let's go in. Come on in, King.
I left the light burning. There's Jed's body, Sergeant.
Shot in the head. No sign of a struggle.
Yeah, Jed sure didn't suspect the man that did it. I don't see why Rankin would want to kill him.
Rankin, as you call him, may have heard some way that I was in town looking for him. You and Jed were the only ones who knew he was still here. He wasted no time quieting Jed. You might have been next.
Oh, that's why you want me to stay with you tonight?
Yes, Bob. And tomorrow morning, I want you to show me where Rankin's cabin is.
Look at that dog, Sergeant. I bet he knows the man we're after. Yeah, and if he could talk, it'd help, too.
King can almost talk, and I think he knows the man I'm looking for right now.
The following morning, Bob and Sergeant Preston went to the cabin of the man who called himself Jace Rankin. The Mountie left his dog team in town, but King was close at his side. As they cautiously approached the cabin, Sergeant Preston noticed footprints in the new-fallen snow.
I guess we don't have to be too careful, Bob. These tracks lead away from the cabin, and there aren't any leading back.
Yeah, you're right, Sergeant. Guess we got here a little too late. It's gone.
Let's have a look at his cabin anyway. Door's unlocked. Nobody home, though.
Sure is a dirty place.
Here's some old shovels and a pickaxe. It's thick with rust.
Well, he sure hasn't been doing any mining with those.
You know, I can't understand why he's staying here. The border's so close, he could have been well into Alaska by this time.
Say, here's an old tool chest. Wonder what's in it. It's locked.
Locked? Now, wait, I'll shoot the lock off. This might explain a lot of things. Get back, King.
Hey, that did it. Yeah, I'll open it.
Look.
Oh, it's full of white rock. Why, it's gold. That rock's laced with gold.
Gold from a very rich vein. Come on, Bob. We're following those tracks. I'm beginning to be worried about Jim and Kit.
Yeah, we better find this man fast.
These tracks lead right in the direction of Jim Bruce's mine.
Think he's been stealing gold from that claim?
Maybe. I'm worried about Jim and Kit, Bob. He may be trying to harm them some way. Wonder if I ought to go to their cabin first.
Well, you want me to go over there and see, Sergeant?
The cabin's about a quarter of a mile through the woods. Tell you what to do, Bob. You take King with you. If Kit's in the cabin, leave the dog with her for protection. I'll go straight to the mine from here.
What if she's not there?
Well, then just tell King to find me. He will.
You think he'll go with me?
He will if I tell him to. Go with Bob, King.
Come on, King.
Go with him, fella. Go on.
As Sergeant Preston approached the mine shaft that led into a hillside, he heard the voices of Kit and a strange man. A light was burning inside the shaft, and the Mountie walked toward it softly.
Now, you're getting out here, I tell you.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not taking orders. I'm giving them. I'm staying right here.
And I say you're leaving.
The lady's right, Mason. You're leaving with me. You're under arrest.
Mountie.
Sergeant Preston.
Hand over that gun, Mason. Thanks. I've been trailing you for a long time, ever since you shot Dan Wilkins in Dawson.
I don't know what you're talking about. My name's Rankin.
That's the name you've been going by in 40 Mile. Come on, you're coming with me.
Just a minute, Mountie. Put up your hands.
What?
Put them up, I say. You know how well I can shoot.
You didn't know we were partners, did you, Mountie? Now keep him covered, kid. I'll take that gun out of its holster.
No, you don't.
Don't blow my arm.
Don't move or I'll break it.
Don't shoot, kid. You'll hit me.
You'll make a good shield. You shoot at me, you'll kill him, Kit.
You move fast, don't you, Sergeant? But I guess you forget how well I can shoot. Jace ain't covering all of you. You're too big. Now hold still, Jace, and I'll pick him off around the edges.
No, Kit. Don't shoot. You'll kill me.
Don't go yellow on me now. I used to shoot cigarettes out of your mouth. The time I shot the top off your ear, I meant to do it. Now hold still. There goes your hat, Mountie. You shouldn't have ducked. This time I'll get you.
At Jim's cabin, Bob had turned King back when he found Kit was not there. The great dog retraced his trail to the point where Preston had left him, and then sped like an arrow in the direction of the mine. As he approached, he heard the sound of gunshots. Sensing that his master was in danger, raced madly into the entrance and leaped straight at the hand that held the gun blazing at the Mountie.
My arm! Take him off! Help! Stop it! Take this dog away!
Where are you, Mason?
Take this dog away! Call him off!
Get your gun first, Kit. There. All right, King, back. Let her up, boy. Get up, Kit. You're not hurt.
Keep him away from me. I thought you said he wouldn't fight a woman.
He will if she's trying to kill me. So you were part of all this. Beginning to understand things now. This is why Mason was staying in 40 Mile.
You can't prove a thing.
Your grandfather's in on this, too. Well, Mason seems to be coming, too.
How did that dog of yours get here?
I sent him up to Jim's cabin to protect you. When you weren't there, they sent him back to me. He got here just in time. Come on, Kit. You and Mason and I are going back to the cabin and find your grandfather.
When Sergeant Preston entered Jim Bruce's cabin with his two prisoners, Jim rushed toward them.
I'm so glad you got to the mine in time, Sergeant. Are you all right, Kit? Bob told me they'd track this man.
Jim, I'm afraid I've something to tell you that's going to be rather a shock.
Yeah, shock?
Kit and Mason here are partners.
Partners? What do you mean? Why, Kit shot the gun out of his hand when he tried to shoot me in the cafe that day.
That was all part of their scheme. It was all planned. Kit used to work with Mason in a sharpshooting act in Montreal.
What? I can't believe it.
It's not true.
It was a clever idea, all right, Kit. Getting in with Jim the way you did. Keeping him up here at the cabin, teaching him to shoot. While your grandfather and Mason took all the gold they could get out of his mine.
You mean this man was working in my mine with old Andy?
And they were carrying what they took out of it back to his cabin.
But they knew I'd find out about it soon.
That's one thing I can't quite figure out. Where's Kit's grandfather?
Oh, Andy was here just before you came. He went back into the bedroom.
Stick up your hands, all of you. The shotgun will blow the brains off anyone who tries anything.
No, Grandpa. Don't shoot that gun. It'll kill you. Drop it.
What? What do you mean?
Give me that gun, Andy.
Don't shoot it, Grandpa.
What's wrong with it?
We'll soon find out. Oh. It's a good thing you didn't shoot this gun, Andy. It would have blown your head off.
Why, that's the gun I was going to learn to shoot this afternoon.
Oh?
Kit said I'd do better with a shotgun.
And Kit had fixed the gun with enough explosives to blow your head off when you pulled the trigger.
So that was it, Kit. That's why you wanted me to leave here. You were going to kill the old man off so you and Grabber could keep the gold mine for yourself.
Shut up, Jay.
I won't shut up. That's why you told me yesterday that Sergeant Preston was looking for me.
So that's how you found it out. And that's why you killed Jed Smith, Mason. So he couldn't tell me where you were.
He's a fool. He's always too ready to use that gun of his. If it hadn't been for you, Jace, we'd never have been caught.
And if my dog hadn't got to the mine in time, I wouldn't be here to put you all into arrest. I'm doing that right now, all three of you. Get ready, you're coming with me.
I told you, Kit, we should have got rid of that killer.
Shut up, you old colluder.
Get over there, Andy, and all three of you be quiet.
I don't know how to thank you, Sergeant. They sure had me fooled. If it hadn't been for you and King...
We're both indebted to King, Jim. Yes, old fella. Thanks to you, the case is closed.
The Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature, is brought to you each week at this time, and all characters, names, and incidents used are fictitious. Listen again next week to another exciting adventure during the days of the gold rush. L. Prow speaking. This program came to you from Detroit. Have you ever had this feeling? You had an emotion you couldn't describe, perhaps a painting that's moved you, or an exciting play. But try as you will, you can't convey that feeling to anyone else. Most of us have had that experience, and we think that you'll feel that way when you hear ABC's program, The Greatest Story Ever Told, on the air every Sunday night. It marks a new departure in radio entertainment, for it's a dramatic program that cannot be described in words alone. It's one you'll hear and thrill to. The American Broadcasting Company invites you to hear The Greatest Story Ever Told tomorrow. We think you'll agree that there has never been anything as moving in radio entertainment. The Greatest Story Ever Told will be heard over most of these ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Rise and Shine. With everything that's been said and written on the subject, you certainly don't need me to tell you to take better care of your automobiles. And yet I'll bet that half of you still haven't done anything about that paint job. You can take it from me, if you want your car to look presentable a year or two hence, you'd better give it an occasional cleaning and polishing now. And of course, do it the easy modern way, with Johnson's Car New, that both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. In less time than you thought possible, Car New will have your car looking like it just came off the production line. That's why folks say your car looks like new when you use Car New. And here's an extra tip. If you want to give that rejuvenated finish maximum protection against sun and weather, try adding a coat of wax, either Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. By the way, Johnson's Car New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Save what you have. Conserve. Make what you have do a little longer. That's the watchword nowadays. And the master of 79 Wistful Vista is not one to violate a national policy. So here, gazing speculatively at his last year's straw hat, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, what on earth are you going to do with that straw hat?
What do you suppose I'm going to do with it? I'm going to wear it.
Well, now, isn't that carrying conservation to extremes? Why, it looks terrible.
Well, I'll either wear this summer or I'll wear that checkered golf cap.
Oh, no, not that, dearie, not that.
Okay, so I'll wear this. What do they charge to clean a straw hat?
Oh, 50 or 75 cents ordinarily.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, I think they'd make a special rate of $4.
Well, I can get a new one for $2.95.
Well, that's what I was hinting at, in my delicate way.
Well, I'm not going to do it. The government wants us to conserve, and by the million merry men of the mighty MacArthur, I'm going to conserve.
Well, when you get through with that miracle, you might take a minute off and invent a shower curtain that won't slap you in the face when your back is turned. And vice versa.
You threw that in. Now, don't worry. I can make this hat look like new. We got any art gum?
Now, listen, cleaning that thing with art gum would be like bombing Tokyo with confetti.
Well, doggone it, what do you use to clean a straw hat?
Well, if everybody knew that, what would the people do who clean them for a living?
Okay, I'll find a way. I'll bet the drugstore has got a preparation that'll clean straw hats. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of Mert. Is that you?
Oh,
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? Your uncle smashed his face and broke one of his hands.
Oh, what's the matter, McGee? Did he drop his watch?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mert. Nah, she guessed it right off. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later.
Say, look, dearie, I don't think the government would care if you threw that hat away and got another one. If you wear this one, it'll be bad for morale.
Whose?
Mine.
Well, I'm sorry. I've made up my mind to clean this hat. And by the merry mighty men... No, I said that. You know what I've made... You know when I've made up my mind.
Indeed I do, precious boy. You're about as flexible as a poker. And just as busy stirring things up.
I got character. All us McGees have got that old persistence need. We follow through. When we start something, we finish.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
How about that ship in the bottle you started to carve in the spring of 1928?
Well, I got my finger stuck in the neck of the bottle and had to bust it. I couldn't go through life waving a three-masted schooner at people, could I?
Oh, I don't know. It might give you a little individuality. People would say, you know Fibber McGee. He's the man with the sloop on his pinky.
Well, gee whiz, a fella can't always just... Hey, we got any peroxide?
I think so. What for?
I bet I can clean my straw hat with that. It's a bleach, ain't it?
Well, yes, I think it is. But I never heard of anybody cleaning a hat with it.
Well, I'm going to try it anyway. What can I lose?
Well, you can lose a hat. And I can lose a bottle of peroxide. But go ahead now. Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney hadn't invented the cotton gin, is what I always say. I'll go get you the peroxide, dearie.
Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney... Well, Whitney didn't invent the steamboat. What'd the cotton gin have to do with the steamboat if... Well, of course, they carried cotton in steamboats, but if Fulton hadn't... But Fulton didn't invent the cotton gin. That was Whitney. So if the steamboat had... Doggone it, I wish Molly would get her facts straight. I can't sit around here all day. Come in.
Hi, mister. What you doing?
Oh, hello, sis. I'm going to bring this Katie back to life. I says I'm going to launder this lid, this straw hat. I'm going to clean it.
How?
Huh? You says, how am I going to clean it?
I know it.
Well, that, sis, is a moot point.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you know what a moot point is?
Sure I do, I bet you. My uncle has a moot, and it's a pointer.
That's a mutt, not a moot. You better run along now, sis. In a few minutes, I'm going to be deep in the heart of skimmer scraping.
Can we talk business a minute, mister?
Oh, business, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the furnace says, when the guy walks up with a nasty look, something tells me I'm going to be shook down again. So let's get to it, sis. What's the racket?
I don't hear anything.
No. What's your angle? What business are you referring to?
You mean what am I selling? Seeds.
Seeds?
Sure. Vegetable seeds. Sparrowgrass seeds and radishes and cabbages and turnips and potatoes and marshmallows and petunias.
Oh. Wait a minute. You can't eat petunias.
You ever try any?
Well, no, but petunias...
And petunias and onions and carrots. And cod liver oil.
You can't plant cod liver oil either.
You can as far as I'm concerned, mister. I despise it. You want some seeds, huh?
No, I don't believe I'd care.
Haven't you got a victory garden, mister? Haven't you?
No, I've been thinking of starting one, but somehow
Look, mister. Look. How can we win this war if everybody says, well, I've been thinking of doing something, but I never did it?
Well, sis, you really got a point there, and
My teacher says that every single vegetable we grow means so much more food for our soldiers and sailors. She says we gotta have a green land here for those boys in Iceland.
Well, that's a very good idea, and
She says we have an ocean between us and Australia, and an ocean between us and Europe, and if we have a notion that we can just sit around doing nothing, we better get smart.
Your teacher is a very intelligent...
She says that an army travels on its stomach, and if we don't keep them full of fuel, we just don't know our groceries.
Well, you're absolutely right, sis. Give me $2 worth of seeds, and I'll get to work tomorrow.
Furthermore, mister, my teacher says it's much better to get blisters on our hands than calluses on our hearts. And whether we're buying bonds or planting vegetables, there's only one thing we gotta do, and that's dig, dig, dig.
dearie? Getting it clean?
No, not very clean anyway. Nothing I've tried seems to work. Look at it.
What makes it so fuzzy?
This brush is kind of rough on it, I guess.
Where'd you get that brush?
Well, it ain't exactly a brush. It's Lillian's curry comb.
Now, McGee, you take that right back to the garage. I won't let anybody else use my brush and comb, and I'm sure Lillian would feel the same way about it.
Why won't you let anybody else use your hairbrush?
Well, I just don't like the idea, that's all.
Don't hurt your hairbrush any just to clean a straw hat with it.
Maybe it won't. McGee, did you use my hairbrush to scrub that awful old hat with?
No, not very long. It was too soft and wasn't making any impression, so I just had to throw it away.
Now, believe me, if we weren't going to have guests just at this minute, my fine amateur bonnet brusher,
What would you do?
Well, nothing, probably. I can buy another hairbrush, but amusing husbands are hard to get. Come in.
Hello there, kids. How you fixed for Christmas cards?
Christmas cards?
Aren't you jumping the gun a little, old-timer? It's 8 months till next Christmas. I still got a dirty little deficit from the last one.
Johnny, let's talk this over man to man.
You mean I'm not in on this discussion, huh?
You stay right here, daughter. In selling Christmas cards, it's the women that have the say-so. I'm convinced of that.
How long you been selling them?
You're my first customer, but I'm easy convinced. Now look, the first one of the book here. Happy, happy Yuletide from Canada to the Isthmus. Geography doesn't matter when we wish you Merry Christmas. That one appeal to you?
Now, please, Mr. Oldtimer, how can you expect anybody to get hopped up about Christmas right after Easter?
That reminds me. I got Easter greetings, too. Here's one that says, North or south, east or west, Easter with you is Easter at best. Only $2 a dozen engraved with your name.
No. We don't want any. Come back in 6 or 7 months and we might talk business, old-timer.
6 or 7 months, eh?
Yeah.
Let's see, that'll be November. Better buy your Thanksgiving cards now and save me a trip. Here's one
But we don't want to.
It says white meat, dark meat, all around the town.
Hey. Close the sample book and lay off, will you, old-timer? We're not in the market.
Why, it ain't like you, Johnny. You always was full of the holiday spirit. But if that's how you feel about it...
Why, the idea of Christmas cards at this time of the year.
At least you didn't try to sell us any Father's Day's cards.
Got 'em right here, Johnny, Father's Day. Here's to Papa, bless his heart, bald and fat, not so smart. We love him and we all... No! Okay.
Hey, Molly, I wonder if I couldn't clean this hat with just plain soap and water. Shall I soak it?
I would, right out the window.
Oh, you're not any help. Now, let me see. What might do the job? Toothpaste, lighter fluid, ammonia?
Grease.
Grease? What kind?
Elbow.
It'll take more than that. I'm all out of peroxide, and it's going to take some chemical that'll bleach it yellow again.
Don't tell me that hat was yellow, McGee.
Well, it was yellow.
Do you mean to tell me that any hat that would wear a band with purple polka dots out in public is yellow?
Look, Molly, will you please take this thing serious? Here I'm trying to save myself some dough.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Come on in. And what you sniffing at?
What's that odd smell?
It's peroxide, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
McGee's been trying to bleach a straw hat. It's gone brunette on him.
Well, why don't you do what I did last year, Fibber?
What was that?
Well, I took my Panama out of the closet and wore it down to the office. I didn't notice how soiled it was until people began to comment.
Oh, it must have been embarrassing.
Oh, it was. There I was dashing in and out of the office all day, dictating letters about how Johnson's Glow Coat was such a marvelous labor and time saver because it eliminates rubbing and buffing and dries in 20 minutes or less to a beautiful, lustrous finish.
Yes, but how about the hat?
What hat? Oh, my Panama. Yeah. Well, I still hadn't noticed how bad it looked.
Yeah.
And me so sensitive to dust and dirt, too, on account of selling Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat so long. And Glow Coat being marvelous for soiled and dull linoleum. So when I finally got through with my work, which was mostly writing an advertisement about how Glow Coat preserves and protects your linoleum, and it's particularly important right now to conserve what you have...
Yes, but the hat.
What do you mean?
What did you do with your Panama hat?
I sent it out and got it cleaned. There's still a funny smell in here.
That, Mr. Wilcox, is McGee burning.
You want me to take your hat down to the cleaners on my way, Fibber?
No, thank you.
Okay, see you later.
cleaned. If that ain't...
What was the matter with that now? When things get soiled, the logical thing to do is to get them cleaned with most people. But with you, the most logical thing to do is something fantastic.
Look, the people who clean hats are human beings. I'm a human being. So I can clean a hat, too.
I'm a human being, too. And so are the people who go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. But do I go yachting in a hogshead, not in a pig's ear? Come in. Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Come right in, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Have a seat for your Citico.
No, thank you. I merely wanted to ask you, McGee, if you would serve on a committee of which I happen to be chairman.
Mr. Mayor, asking McGee to serve on a committee is like waving a blue rag at a bull.
You mean red, Molly. With a blue rag, nothing would happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean.
What is the committee, Mr. Mayor?
It's to organize our citizens to write more letters to their friends and relatives, sons and brothers and fathers in the Army and Navy, and give them more news from home.
Why, sure, Latrivia. I'm your man. When do I start?
Tomorrow morning. The committee meets in my office at the City Hall at 10:30.
Well, you bet I'll be there because it's a good cause, too.
Indeed it is. I was a captain in the Army during the last war, and I know how it is to get a letter from home.
Oh, so you were a captain in the Army.
Annapolis, man?
Annapolis is a Navy school, McGee.
Don't they have captains in the Navy?
Of course, but I happen to be in the Army.
What's the matter? Not smart enough to get into Annapolis?
I didn't try to get into Annapolis.
Why not? You might have graduated as a general.
They don't graduate students from Annapolis as generals, Mrs. McGee, and they don't have generals in the Navy.
I thought you said you were in the Army.
I was in the Army.
Well, then, what made you think you could ever be a general in the Navy?
I didn't think I could be a general in the Navy, Mrs. McGee. That was your idea.
Go on. She didn't even know you then.
I didn't say she did. I merely said that the Army has nothing to do with Annapolis.
Snobbish?
Yes. No! Not at all. Annapolis is strictly a Navy school, and I, being in the Army, could not have got a commission there.
What do you want a commission for? Couldn't you live on your salary?
Yes, I could. I was merely trying to tell you that... McGee?
Huh?
Were you in the Army?
Oh, indeed, he was, Mr. Mayor. He was a private in the Engineer Corps.
Do you still have that old Army spirit, McGee?
You bet I do, Latrivia.
Fine. I was a captain, and I do, too.
Huh?
Shoot! Left feet! Fire!
Heavenly days, Mr. Mayor. You marched him right through the bay window.
Yes. Isn't that too bad? Well, good day, Mrs. McGee.
The King's Men sing Hey Mabel.
There's a girl who lives next door to me, who's got the fellas up in a tree. They all go for her in a great big way, but she won't tumble down, so here is what they say. Hey, Mabel. Hey, Mabel.
Hey, Mabel.
Mabel, hey! When she's walking down the street, all the boys yell mighty sweet. Hey, Mabel. Wait for me. Wait for me. When she wears a diamond ring, all the boys begin to sing. Hey, Mabel. Wait for me. Wait for me. She's as popular as any girl can be. She's a household name in every family. But the one she wants so bad ain't the guy who yells like mad. Hey, Mabel, Mabel, wait for me. Oh, Mabel, why won't you linger a while? Oh, Mabel, wait for me. Oh, Mabel, please wait for me.
Hey, wait.
She goes a-strolling along down the avenue, and all the fellas rush out just to get a view. Hey, Mabel, why don't you wait for me? Me too, me too. There ain't a fella in the neighborhood who wouldn't walk a mile to get a nod of her head or to see her smile. Hey, Mabel, I wish you'd wait for me. 4 blocks around, the fellas all have a notion they love her. She is a peach on every family tree.
They want to shake it.
But the man she wants under the mistletoe is just the guy who does nothing but whisper low.
Hey, Mabel.
And that's all, brother, but as long as there's a doubt about her, I'll keep a-shouting. Hey, Mabel, wait for me.
sakes, what have you got all over your hand?
Huh? Oh, this? It's Easter egg dye, Molly.
What on earth are you doing with that now?
Well, my straw hat was getting worse and worse looking and kind of streaked with pink and blue, so I tried dyeing it. Look.
Oh, lovely.
Uh-huh.
A robin's egg blue straw hat. How ducky.
You think it looks too sissy to wear?
Well, I think it'd be all right if you carried a cane.
A cane? Me carry a cane?
Well, if you wore that hat, you'd have to carry a cane. Or brass knuckles.
Well, shucks. The men's fashion magazines all say...
Oh, heavenly days. Hide that pastel atrocity, McGee.
What for?
I don't want anybody to think I'm the kind of a woman who has the kind of a husband who'd wear that kind of a hat.
Oh, who cares? Come in.
Ah, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Is that a new hat?
It's not new, Mr. Wimple. It's just dyed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
That's a new hat you got on, too, ain't it, Wimp?
Yes, it is, Mr. McGee. Does it seem a bit wobbly over my ears?
Well, now that you speak of it, Mr. Wimple, it does seem a little tippy on the temples.
Yes. Sweetie Face bought it that way. She didn't take me along when she got it, and the clerk told her she could get a big one for the same price as a small one. And she didn't want him to know she'd married a little shrimp like me.
Ah, she was just kidding, Wimp. She was just pulling your leg.
I know. And I wish she'd stop it. It keeps coming out of joint.
Tell me, Mr. Wimple, does Sweetie Face pick all your clothes?
No, just my pockets. I caught her at it last week, and it made me simply furious.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't do anything drastic, like sticking your tongue out at her.
Oh, no. I just said, Sweetie Face, I said, if you don't stop treating me like this, I'm going to run away.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Wimple. Was she impressed?
Indeed she was, Mrs. McGee. Ever since then, she's been wrapping my lunch up in road maps. But I'd better be running along now. I've got to meet Sweetie Face at the Army airport.
Army airport? What you going to do out there?
Some officer promised to take her up in a blimp, and he said I could come along for ballast.
Oh. What's ballast?
Oh, my gosh. Ballast. That's what they throw out if the balloon gets too heavy.
Is it really?
Sure.
Oh, good. I'll just fool him and not get back in again. Well, goodbye.
Now how that little man can take that treatment day after day is beyond me, McGee.
Well, they say you can get used to anything in time. Though after 30 years, I still squawk about those 47 pins in a new shirt. If I had a new shirt. But Whip was... Hey, what are you doing with my hat?
Oh, I'm just tying a little green ribbon on it.
Oh, but Molly, that
Wait a minute, McGee. Huh? Can't look any funnier than it does now.
What you mean?
Now, where's that banana? Oh, there. And a bunch of grapes.
Huh?
Now for a veil and a feather.
Oh, no.
Now wait till I try it on. There, now, how's that?
Oh, my gosh, that looks awful. You got a lot of nerve kidding around with my straw hat after all the work I've been to... Take it off, Molly, take it off.
No, let me wear it, McGee, just for a laugh. Come in.
Take it off, take it.
Oh, Mrs. Uppington. Hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Well, if it isn't 150 pounds of sugar. May the 5th be good to you, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, you do say the oddest things, really. You have such a gusty sense of humor.
You mean breezy, Abigail.
Is that the same as windy, Mrs. McGee?
Just about.
Well, then that's what I mean. Oh, but I have the most wonderful news for you.
You ain't moving out of town.
Good heavens, no. Whatever gave you that idea, Mr. McGee?
Oh, no. I just thought quick of what was the most wonderful
McGee.
thing. Huh?
What's the happy tidings, Abigail?
Well, I have just thought of the most marvelous idea to conserve paper. I've written the government all about it.
Oh, good for you, Uppy. What's the issue with the tissue? You asking your creditors not to send you any more bills?
There you go again, Mr. McGee. Tell me, did you inherit your sense of humor from your grandfather?
What makes you think that, Abigail?
His jokes are so old. Oh, but I must tell you, my dear, you know how important it is that we conserve paper.
Sure, we know that, Uppy. What about it?
And you know that I was going to write a book about the history of Wistful Vista?
Yes, we know that.
Well, I've decided not to write it. Isn't that wonderful? Think of the paper I'm saving.
Oh, that's great. Well, I've been saving them a lot of rubber, too, by not making any mistakes when I write a letter.
I'd better explain that joke, Abigail. You see, he writes his letters in pencil.
Oh, he does?
He always... Why, Abigail, what's the matter?
Oh, my dear, I can't contain myself a moment longer. Where did you get that delightful hat?
That hat? Why, that's just a...
McGee, you really like it, Abigail?
Oh.
It was designed especially for me.
Oh, well, really, it's the most original and charming hat I've seen this spring. Oh, my dear, I will simply not sleep a wink till I find one exactly like it. Or better yet, I shall have one made. And I just have time to get to my milliner's. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Get to the milliner's? Have one made. Like that. You hear that, Molly?
I certainly did, McGee. Imagine her wanting one exactly like it.
Well, I've been made a chump out of long enough. Come on, give me that hat.
No.
Huh?
No. If Abigail Uppington thinks this hat is cute, I'm going to wear it.
You're going over? Okay. I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, dearie. Where are you going?
I'm going out and buy a felt hat. That was the last straw.
At no time does a woman's role in life become more clear than when a country is at war and homes are threatened, because those homes are only as strong as the women who guide and keep them. Most of us men will admit openly or secretly that no job at any time is bigger or more important than home management, especially when budgets must be watched closely, when things must be conserved and made to last. You women really have several jobs rolled into one. Feeding your families the right food, making and mending clothes for those youngsters, and certainly not the least, keeping your house clean, because dirt wears things out. Those are no loafing assignments. And now, on top of those jobs, you save kitchen fats and salvage scrap materials for war production. You study first aid and enlist as air raid wardens. Yes, you are the guardians of our homes. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat salute you, the housekeepers and homemakers of America and Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we will hear the President of the United States from the White House in Washington. With all of us anxious to do everything we can, individually and collectively, to shoulder our share of the burdens of this war, we welcome this message from our Commander-in-Chief.
We'll all be listening, Mr. President.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, in the daily life of Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, teaching itself only takes up a portion of her time. This leaves a number of free hours each day to pursue an outside interest.
But it doesn't leave quite enough free hours, especially since my outside interest refuses to stand still long enough for me to drop a net over him. In fact, lately, I've even considered taking up another outside activity besides Mr. Boynton, like the one my landlady began recently. Mrs. Davis was quite reticent about her hobby until last Wednesday morning at breakfast, when she gave me a broad hint.
Notice anything different about the table this morning, Connie?
Well, the big catsup stain in front of my place is gone.
It's under your egg cup, dear. Yes, again.
Oh, of course. The big bowl of apples in the center. What a delicious display.
I'm glad you like it, Connie. It's a hat.
Who designed it? William Tell?
No, I did. You probably don't know this, but years ago, I used to design hats like mad.
Why, you mad hatter, you. I never would have suspected. You seem so normal in some other respects.
Well, I haven't had the yen in years, but last week my brother Victor sent me some samples of the material his firm makes, and you know my brother Victor, don't you?
I've heard you speak of him quite often.
He's a peculiar man, Victor. Rather a slow-moving type of fellow, but once he gets interested in something, he follows right through. The last couple of years, he's been up to his ears in plastics.
No wonder he's slow-moving. But what has plastic got to do with your designing hats again?
That's what they're made of. I'll bet you've never even noticed that this is really 2 hats in one.
2 in one?
Yes. Worn this way, it looks like a bowl of apples. But when you turn it around like this, it's a sparrow.
Well, what a novel idea. If you're out with a man you like, you tempt him with an apple. And if your date is a drip, he gets the bird.
I've got 4 of them all made up so far. They should be easy to sell with Mother's Day coming this Sunday.
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Davis. They're a bit unusual for popular consumption, I'm afraid.
Not if they're presented right, Connie. And that's where you come in. I want you to help me sell them at school.
Me?
Yes. If you sell all 4 of them, I'll deduct half of the back rent you owe me.
Oh.
And it shouldn't be difficult to sell them. It isn't as if they were hard to move.
Not if the wind is right. Of course, if I could reduce my debt to you, that must be Walter Denton. He's driving me down to school. Come on in, Walter.
Try to sell him one for his mother, Connie. I'll get into the kitchen and rustle up some goodies for Walter's inner man.
Better get some for his outer man, too.
Greetings to the brightest star in the scholastic firmament.
It's a little early for me to twinkle, Walter, but sit down. You're going to have a bit of breakfast with us, aren't you?
Well, I might be persuaded to partake of a wee morsel if you coax me.
And if I don't coax you?
You couldn't be that cruel.
All right, then. What'll it be? French toast? Eggs? Griddle cake?
Fine.
Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Connie?
Walter's here. Vacuum the kitchen and bring in the bag.
I'm cooking up a giant omelet for him, dear.
He's the little giant that can eat it.
I don't know what's happening at home, but my mother just doesn't seem to be making the breakfast she used to.
Well, maybe she's just worn out.
Well, she does cook an awful lot of meals for us.
Of course she does, Walter. And while we're on the subject, how much thought have you given to her Mother's Day gift?
Oh, quite a bit. And I've come up with something that should show her how grateful I am for all she's done for me. I'm going to get her a present that'll make her forget the many menial and arduous tasks she performs in my behalf.
What's the present?
A bottle of sweet air for the kitchen. What do you think of the idea, Miss Brooks?
It smells. It smells very pleasant.
Of course, I'd like to get her something else, too, but on my allowance, unless my dad chips in, I couldn't afford much.
Walter, I have a suggestion for a gift that your dad will be happy to chip in for. Just look at the center of this table.
Holy cow, is it alive?
Certainly not. It happens to be a woman's hat.
A woman's hat? You're joking, of course.
Joking nothing. I'm wearing it to school this morning.
Say, that'd make a wonderful decoration for our dining room table at home. Mother always likes to have something gay and colorful in the center of the table.
That's what I say. It would make a wonderful decoration for your dining room table at home.
Wait up a minute, Miss Brooks.
Who's that?
It's me, Tex Barton. Howdy, ma'am.
Howdy, Tex.
You seem in a hurry, ma'am. Why, when I flagged you, you was barreling across this campus like a doggy that just smelled a branding iron.
Well, it's not that bad. Although I do have to see Mr. Conklin before class.
Well, Glory be to Sam Houston.
And hallelujah to Dave Dallas. What's up?
Miss Brooks, have you any idea of the activity that's going on up there in the upper regions of your anatomy?
What?
Skin me for a lizard if there ain't a sparrow eating apples off in your skull.
Now calm down, Tex. This is just a new style of hat.
A hat? Well, you could have fooled me.
By the way, Mother's Day is just around the corner. Have you decided on a gift for your mother yet?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about that, Miss Brooks, but it's kind of tough to figure out what'd please Mom.
Maybe I can help you.
Well, I doubt it, ma'am. For Christmas, Pa and I got her some brand new riding boots and stirrups. And for her birthday, we got her a pair of chaps and a Stetson. And for Easter, we decked her out in a spanking new box of saddle soap. So, you see, she's got just about everything a normal woman needs.
A normal woman who's competing in a rodeo, you mean? Look, Tex, a hat like the one I'm wearing would make a lovely gift, and it's only $10.
It sure is flashy, Miss Brooks, and Pa and I could afford that much, but there's a couple of things that have to be done to it first.
For instance?
Well, do you think you could make 2 holes in it?
Holes?
Yeah, so as her ears could come through.
So her ears could come through? Tex, your mother must have a very low forehead.
Well, I wouldn't give it to my mother, Miss Brooks. I'd just be getting it for my mother to give to Lucy.
Lucy?
She's our horse. She sure will look beautiful in it.
I'm sure she will, Tex. You can pick up the hat at Mrs. Davis's today.
Today? When would be a good time, ma'am?
The same time you leave the $10.
But, Daddy, please be reasonable. There isn't time for me to pick out your Mother's Day gift.
I didn't ask you into my office to argue, Harriet. I should think you'd want to see your mother receive a nice present.
I do, Daddy, and I'm getting her one with most of my allowance. But your gift to her is something else again. She always expects something outstanding.
Well, obviously, my dear, she married me, didn't she?
Yes, but about other things, she's pretty particular. I mean, well, I wouldn't mind selecting something for you, but you always insist that I find a bargain.
There's nothing wrong with being frugal, Harriet. It's a bit... Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Hello, Harriet.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss... Good grief. Something has alighted on your hair.
But, Mr. Conklin...
Don't stand there, Harriet. Get a net. Maybe we can trap it for our nature study group.
It happens to be a hat, Mr. Conklin.
It's very exciting, Miss Brooks. Now, if you'll excuse me, Daddy.
Very well, but I'll talk to you later, Miss Important.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, knowing how fond of brevity you are, I'll come right to the point of my visit. Sunday is Mother's Day. How would you like to buy a hat like this for Mrs. Conklin?
For Mrs. Conklin?
Yes, don't you think she deserves something like this?
Well, she has been a source of great irritation on occasion. No, I'm not interested, Miss Brooks.
If I can sell one of these hats, it will help get me out of debt, Mr. Conklin. Besides, it's a real bargain.
I'm sorry, I'm definitely not in... Did you say a bargain, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. Much cheaper than you can get it on the open market.
Where did you get it?
Let's just say I have access, Mr. Conklin.
These hats aren't hot, are they?
Hottest thing in town? Oh, you mean stolen? No, sir, they're not stolen. Although you could call them a steal at $10 each.
$10? For a few apples and a small sparrow?
It's evident, Mr. Conklin, that you haven't heard how meat and fruit have gone up. But think of how exclusive this hat is.
Well, for my wife, it would have to be, Miss Brooks. She has an absolute fanatic approach on individualized apparel. She wouldn't be caught dead in anything that even resembled what someone else was wearing.
Mr. Conklin, when it comes to this hat, I give you my unqualified guarantee.
You do?
Absolutely. Believe me, she won't be caught dead in it.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. Yes, the Colgate way is the most thoroughly proved and accepted home method of oral hygiene known today. Over 2 years' research showed brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. The Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, offers such conclusive proof. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, by the time I was to meet Mr. Boynton at lunch, I had sold 3 of the 4 hats Mrs. Davis had made up. One to Walter Denton for his mother to be used as a table centerpiece, one to Tex Barton for his horse to be used as an eye shade, and one to Mr. Conklin for his wife to be used, of all things, as a hat. I had the sample hat on when Mr. Boynton came over to our table.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Sorry I'm late. I couldn't get here any sooner.
That's all right, Mr. Boynton. Put down your tray.
Thank you.
Notice anything different about me today?
Different? Let's see. Well, for heaven's sake, I apologize for being late. You oughtn't to go to such lengths to chide me about it.
To chide you?
Well, yes, after all, this is a public eating place. You shouldn't balance your dessert on your head.
Dessert? Mr. Boynton, this happens to be a hat.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I'm afraid I dropped my cutlery.
You should be more careful, Mr. Boynton. That knife might have dented your meatloaf. Oh, I'm sorry I frightened you so.
Oh, I should be used to sights like this. When I was a kid, my mother always had some fantastic creations around the house.
Really? How many brothers and sisters did you have? Oh, you mean hat. Well, may I remind you, Mr. Boynton, that Mother's Day will soon be with us?
Well, so will my mother. Yes, she's coming down this afternoon to stay through the weekend. Unfortunately, Dad has to stay home on business, but Mom and I are going to have a high old time.
Have you made all of your plans for celebrating the holiday, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, indeed. Oh, it's going to be one mad world for the both of us. I've got a 4-day itinerary all mapped out.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, on Thursday, I thought I'd show Mom the new wing of our public library. Friday, we'll do the Museum of Natural History, and Saturday, we'll have a go at the Botanical Gardens.
Wow.
Well, there's not going to be any let-up in the evenings, either. If we're not playing chess or checkers, I'll whip out the old domino set. By the way, can you think of anything that might add to the merriment, Miss Brooks?
Yes, but I think the morgue is closed on weekends. That is, I do have a suggestion that might be quite a surprise for your mother.
Oh, what is it?
Why don't you get her a nice hat? You said yourself that she used to like unique hats.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I'm not interested.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Boynton. It's a real bargain.
Well, I'd like to get her something, of course, but this is just out of... Did you say a bargain?
Never misses.
Where did you get the hat, Miss Brooks?
The truth is, I'm disposing of them for Mrs. Davis. They're only $10 apiece.
$10 apiece?
Get your jaw out of the potatoes, and I'll make it...
I guess we could arrive at some sort of a deal, Miss Brooks, but there's one thing of which I must be certain.
What's that?
Well, that my mother doesn't see any other woman wearing a hat like it. Mom's a fanatic on individualized apparel.
I'll sell her the very one I'm modeling today, Mr. Boynton. Bring her over to my place about 8:30 tonight, and we'll surprise her with it.
All right, but you're sure now that she'll be the only woman to have this particular hat?
While she's in town, your mother will be the only woman seen wearing this particular hat.
Good. I'm going to get myself some dessert now, Miss Brooks. Would you like me to bring something back for you?
Yes, I would, Mr. Boynton. I'd like a Coke. The 5-cent size will do.
Very well.
That's all I want right now, Mr. Boynton.
Okay.
Oh, here.
Thanks. I'll just be a minute, Miss Brooks.
Take your time, Sporty. Somebody's got to teach him that money isn't everything, especially my money. Oh, well.
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. I thought I'd find you here. May I speak with you for a moment?
Oh, of course, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you. Now, about that hat I agreed to buy for my wife, I want it to be a complete surprise. She mustn't see it until Sunday.
I'll say she mustn't. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise if she did.
Now, there's one important factor we overlooked in our discussion this morning, Miss Brooks. I neglected to give you my wife's measurements.
Well, I'll take them right now. How far apart are your wife's ears?
How far apart are her ears?
Sorry, that was another customer. What is her head size?
Well, I don't know, but I'll find out this afternoon and check with you at home this evening. What would be a good time?
After midnight. That is, any time, sir, any time at all. Now, you must have many more important things to do, and I'll be happy to excuse you, sir, if you really have to dash away. I know how those things are. I've had things to do myself. I'm expecting someone...
Miss Brooks, I don't quite comprehend this conversational St. Vitus dance you're indulging in. But if you're always this nervous during mealtime, it's a wonder you haven't got an ulcer.
Oh, I had an ulcer, Mr. Conklin. I had a nice big one 2 years after I began teaching school.
You did? How did you get rid of it?
I just couldn't afford to keep it.
I don't know what you're so jittery about, Connie. Everything's gone swimmingly so far. Walter Denton picked up the hat for his mother during lunch period.
I know, Mrs. Davis.
And Tex Barton came over right after school to get the specially prepared one you phoned me about. My goodness, but his mother must have long ears.
You ought to see his mother's mane. I mean, those aren't the ones I'm jittery about. It's Mr. Conklin and Mr. Boynton. I promised them both that they were buying a completely original creation.
Well, they are that, Connie. The fact that they're identical shouldn't bother you. After all, Mrs. Boynton will be leaving town right after Mother's Day.
Yes, but Mr. Boynton's bringing her here tonight to pick it up, and Mr. Conklin will want his wife's hat as soon as he gives me her measurements. But if he runs into Mrs. Boynton anywhere before Sunday...
Now, calm down, dear, calm down. When do you expect the Boyntons?
Now! Now.
Well, I'll go make some tea and you let them in. Mrs. Boynton's hat is right on the hall table, Connie.
Thanks.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. You remember my mother.
I'll never forget her. Hello, Mrs. Boynton. Come in for a second.
How are you, Connie? It's been ages since I've seen you.
Oh, Mom couldn't wait to see her surprise, Miss Brooks.
Oh, then I'll get it for her right away. Meanwhile, just help yourself to some fruit on this hall table. That is, as soon as the sparrow gets through helping himself. That is, here's your new hat. How do you like it?
Well, it's certainly different.
Oh, I knew you'd love it. Well, now that you've seen it, I don't want to keep you and Mr. Boynton another minute. You must have lots to talk over, so don't stand on ceremonies. Just toddle right along, and I'll see you later in the week. Bye.
We're really in no great rush, Miss Brooks.
As a matter of fact, Philip suggested that we might spend the evening with you.
Oops.
I told Mom you'd jump at the idea.
I thought we'd play a few games of checkers, Connie. I'll never forget how exciting it was the last time we played. There was one crowning after another.
You ain't seen nothing yet. But I'm afraid I can't ask you to stay for checkers, Mrs. Boynton. Mrs. Davis has a splitting headache.
But, Miss Brooks, how could a game of checkers disturb Mrs. Davis?
Please, Mr. Boynton, if you were lying down with a headache, how would you like to hear someone constantly jumping in the next room? Now, you'll just excuse me.
That's the doorbell, isn't it? Maybe Miss Brooks has another engagement, Philip. Perhaps we'd better be leaving.
I wouldn't think of letting you budge from this house. Mr. Boynton, I insist that you take your mother into the living room and let her try on her checkerboard, a fruit bowl. Here, take it with you, dear. There's a wonderful mirror near the piano.
Well, if you're sure.
Never been surer. Go along, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, very well. It's right this way, Mother.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Walter, what are you doing here? It's 12 hours until breakfast.
I have to bring the hat back, Miss Brooks. Aren't you going to ask me in?
Not if I can help it.
Well, I'll only be a minute. It's important.
All right, but please hurry. What's the trouble, Walter?
Well, I showed my dad this hat you sold us for a centerpiece, Miss Brooks.
And he didn't like it?
No, he's crazy about it. But he wants a slight change made. He says if you'll wire it up so we can use it as a lamp, he'll give you an extra $3.
If he'll make it $5, I'll put in a motor and he can drive it to work. Please, Walter, get into the dining room immediately. Take the hat with you, quick.
Yeah, but Miss
I'll
Brooks...
explain later. Get going.
Okay, but I wish I knew what was happening around here.
Good evening, Miss Brooks. Well, I've got my wife's head measurements on this sheet of paper.
Thanks, Mr. Conklin. Good night.
Just a moment. There are a few things I have to tell you.
Yes, sir. Come in.
Thank you. I got these measurements from the milliner with whom my wife does quite a large business. She's been going
Pardon
there
me,
for a number of...
Mom would like a drink of water. Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, hello, Boynton.
I'll get it myself if you'll just tell me. Oh, I didn't know someone was with you, Connie.
Oh, there isn't. It's just Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Boynton, Mr. Conklin.
How do you do, Mrs. What is she doing with my wife's hat on her head?
Your wife's hat, Mr. Conklin?
Philip, you didn't buy me the same hat Mr. Conklin bought for his wife, did you?
Oh, I didn't intend to, Mother. Miss Brooks, what seems to have happened?
Shouldn't happen to a sparrow. Look, folks, there's been a slight mix-up, but I'm sure it'll come out all right by Mother's Day. After all, there are only two of you wearing the hats, and you won't be seen together anyplace.
Well, that's true enough.
You do have a point there.
There's no air in that dining room, Miss Brooks. I didn't know you had company.
Oh, this is Walter Denton, one of our pupils, Mother. Walter, this is my mother.
Glad to know you, Walter.
Same here, Mrs. Boynton. Say, what are you doing with my mother's centerpiece on your head?
Your mother's centerpiece, Denton?
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. Yeah, my dad and I are going to have it changed into a lamp before we give it to her, though. See, we'll put the wire right through here, and then we'll take...
So, Miss Brooks, my wife and Mrs. Boynton are the only two people with these original creations. I'd give a lot to know just who else is wearing these assembly line specials.
Oh, dear. Who is it?
What is that?
It sounded like a horse.
That's just what it is, our milkman's horse. You see, the milkman is sick, so the horse is making the rounds alone. Green today, Lucy. She's very clever.
She must be, to ring the doorbell by herself. Miss Brooks, open the door.
Yes, sir.
Howdy, Miss Brooks. Lucy and I were just eloping by, so I thought I'd show you how nice she looks in her new bonnet.
But, Tetch, you shouldn't have brought her right up to the front door like this.
What is going on here? Why is this beast sticking her head... Oh, God!
wearing my wife's hat. And my mother's hat.
You mean they got the same hat she sold me for Lucy, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Tex, but it's...
Shucks, if I'd have known that, I'd have never bought it. Lucy's a
fanatic on individualized apparel, I know.
Miss Brooks, just what do you propose to do about these hats?
I'm going to take them out to our backyard and put them up in a tree.
A tree?
Yes, these hats are strictly for the birds.
Returns in just a moment. Now, the case of the close scrape featuring Arthur Griffin, mail carrier. Here's what Mr. Griffin told us. Listen.
Here's exactly what happened. Shaving was just one close scrape after another for me, and then I discovered Palmolive lather shave cream and a new, different way to shave. Palmolive's oceans of rich, thick lather ended my worries about scrapes, burns, and nicks. Why, even in cold or hard water, that Palmolive lather way is super smooth, super comfortable.
Take Arthur Griffin's advice, men. The new Palmolive lather way gets beards really soft, and it provides a protective film that actually floats your razor's cutting edge. You get a clean, close shave every time without worry about scraping or nicking, even in cold or hard water. Arthur Griffin and 1,200 other men tested Palmolive lather cream following package directions, and 3 out of 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive shave cream way, no matter how they shaved before.
Better get Palmolive lather shave cream. Remember, even in cold or hard water, the Palmolive lather way means smoother, more comfortable shaves.
Now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
What would you do to protect your family and yourself in case of a sudden atom bomb attack? It may never happen, but it could. Remember, you can survive an atom bomb attack if you know what to do. Get a copy of the official air raid instructions from your local civil defense organization. Or write to Superintendent of Documents, Washington, D.C., enclosing 5 cents in coin or stamps. Learn the instructions by heart and see that everyone in your family does, too. Be smart, be prepared.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Arthur Alsberg, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Listen to this. With Marvelous Vel, V-E-L, you can save 90% of dishwashing work.
A quick soak in Vel suds gets dishes and glassware shiny clean. Even if a bit of food should cling, a touch with a dishcloth gets rid of it fast.
Yes, Vel's activated suds lift off and carry away food and grease. So all dishes need is a quick rinse and they dry sparkling without washing or wiping.
All pots and pans need is a soaking with Vel suds. Then you can wash them shiny clean without hard scouring.
What's more, Vel is a miracle of mildness. So get new Vel. Save 90% of dishwashing work.
Our Miss Brooks came to you transcribed.
The Reynolds Aluminum Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The Reynolds Metals Company, makers of Reynolds Aluminum, presents Fibber, McGee, and Molly transcribed with Gail Gordon, Dick LeGrand, Gil Stratton Jr., Cliff Arquette, Mary Jane Croft, Gene Vanderpyle, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Look around your town, and you can see it's going to be an aluminum foil Christmas. Windows and counters gleam with it. Pretty soon you'll find yourself using some of your kitchen supply of Reynolds Wrap to brighten the whole house, to spread under the Christmas tree and over the mantel, to make bows for holiday wreaths, and a lover's knot for the mistletoe. You can make any little gift look precious by wrapping it in this pure aluminum foil, even an orange for the Christmas stocking. Be sure to stock up on the original and genuine Reynolds Wrap at your food market or variety store. Standard 25-foot rolls and jumbo economy rolls, 75 feet. At the same time, look for Reynolds Ray Glow Gift Wrap, the gay Christmas wrapping that sparkles with aluminum pigment. Don't forget Reynolds Wrap and Ray Glow Gift Wrap. In Wistful Vista is Madame Bertha's millinery shop. And in the window of the shop is a hat. And in the heart of Madame Bertha, when she looks at the hat, is dark despair.
Reduced from $45 to $9.98. And I'll never get rid of that horrible-looking thing. Why did I ever go to that wholesale house without my glasses?
But there's a silver lining to the dark cloud. A happy, carefree, knuckle-headed silver lining. In the person of Mr. McGee, of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Hi, sis. I come in to get a present for my wife.
Yes, sir. Something for her birthday or anniversary?
Oh, not any special occasion. Now and then a fellow likes to buy something for his wife just for the pure heck of it.
Well, let me show you some of our hats. We have some very
I
lovely...
already picked out the hat I want. The one in the window.
The one in... The window?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, I'll get it for you. Here you are, sir.
Well, that's what I call service, sis.
This hat is quite a bargain for $9.98.
Yeah, that's what I thought when I saw it. How many of them little fur tassels has it got around the brim there?
I haven't counted, but there must be at least a dozen.
Yeah, that's swell.
And this purple velvet bow here, that's a nice touch, too.
Yeah, so's them ostrich tail feathers. Sort of shaggy, like the ostrich sat down a lot, but... expensive looking. Well, wrap it up, sis.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to see the look on my wife's face when she opens up that box. I'll bet you she'll just be speechless.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
And here it is, kiddo. A gift for my sweet little wife. Open it up, open it up.
Oh, McGee, you darling. A present just for no reason at all. Aren't you wonderful?
Oh, I guess so, but you've earned it, Tootsie. You've been a good companion down life's highway and through the alleys. Go ahead, unwrap it. Open it up.
Oh, my, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is, I'll always cherish it, and
I knew it would get you.
Why, it's a hat?
Yep. Ain't it a beaut? I guarantee you never saw another hat like that one, baby.
No, I never did. I just don't know what to say, dearie. What have I ever done to deserve this?
You've been a good kid, that's what you've ever done. Boy, what a sensation you'll make when you slap that bonnet on your pretty little head and we go downtown to, hey, what you doing?
I'm wrapping it back in this tissue paper.
Huh?
This is a special hat, and I'm going to save it for some special occasion.
Huh?
Like our golden wedding anniversary.
Oh, I'll buy another hat by that time, kiddo. Go ahead, put it on. I'm taking you downtown to show you off. Go on, put it on, put it on.
Oh, no, McGee,
I'm not the type guy that he buys my wife a gift and then won't let you enjoy it on you.
But I will enjoy it, sweetheart.
Put it on, put it on.
Well, I can't go downtown today, though. I've got to fix dinner.
Ah, skip the dinner. I'm going to take you and that hat to the Ritz Vista Hotel for dinner, baby. I'll get us a table in the sump room. Yes, sir. Right in there with the society crowd. This'll be a day you'll never forget as long as you can...
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, hello, Ollie.
Well, hello, missus, and some of the same for you, McGee.
Hi, Ollie. What's on your mind, boy?
I used to come by to tell you there was a meeting of the membership committee at the Elks Club. I thought you should know.
What that got to do with me?
Well, I was listening at the door, and I hear 'em say they was going to trade you to the Odd Fellas for 2 pool cues and a cuspidor.
That's just talk. Hey, I got something to show you, boy. Look what I brought home today. There in that box.
Did you shoot it or catch it in the trap?
Neither one, Ollie. That's my new hat.
What do you think of it, Ollie?
McGee, if you're trying to start an argument, you get the wrong fella. I never argue about women's hats.
Huh?
The ladies will wear anything that stays on their head without thumbtacks.
Well, we like to be creative.
I never forget a hat my missus created one time.
Yeah?
It had things like ears of corn sticking up and things like stalks of rhubarb sticking down. And around the edge was little green things like spring onions.
Sounds sort of gay.
And one day it starts pouring down rain, and I say, Missus, put on the hat and we go out. The rain will be good for the crops. I cooked my own meals for a week, but it was worth it. So long, both you. So long, Ollie.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and takes 2 to tango.
Well, kiddo, we're giving the town an eyeful this afternoon. I'll bet you every woman we pass will be talking about your hat the rest of the week.
Yes, dearie.
How come you ducked behind the telephone post when we saw Mrs. Spradley coming?
Well, she doesn't have a hat like mine.
Oh?
I didn't want the poor thing to be eating her heart out.
Ah, you're a good kid. Always thinking of them less fortunate. Hey, here comes another woman. Sort of toss your head around so she can't miss seeing the hat. Go on.
Yes, dearie.
Yeah. Good-humored type, wasn't it?
Dearie.
Come on, let's drop into Kramer's drugstore for a minute. I'm fresh out of cigars, and besides, I want Kramer to see...
Hello, Molly.
Why, Mabel Toops, how are you, dear?
Hi, Mabe.
Hi, Fib.
McGee, you run on in the drugstore while I chat with Mabel.
Okay, come on in when you're through.
New hat, Molly?
Yes. McGee bought it. Go ahead, say it.
Molly, it's just murder.
Isn't that the truth? The poor lad means well, but honestly, all McGee's taste is in his mouth.
Well, that's the way husbands are. Mort bought a dress for me once that looked exactly like a potato sack with fringe.
Did you wear it?
Not me. I cut out the fringe and used it for a potato sack.
Well, I'm a little desperate, believe me. You know what? When McGee isn't looking, I'm going to fling this hat into the street and let a car run over it and tell him the wind blew it off.
Well, you'll just have to do something. You certainly can't go around. Oh, here he comes back. I better go. Good luck, dear.
Thanks, Mabel.
Kramer wasn't there, Molly, so I brought Ed Tatum out to look at the hat.
Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Ed.
Well, there it is, on her head, Ed. What you think? Wow.
That seems to be the usual reaction.
Yeah. Ain't it a beaut, Ed?
Gee, boy, is that a hat.
A good question.
I wish my girl Dorothy was here to see this, Mrs. McGee. She says hats...
Whoops, there it goes.
Huh?
The wind blew my lovely hat off.
Oh.
Ah, look at it sail. Landed right out in the middle of the street.
Oh, my gosh, it'll get squashed by one of them cars.
Yes, isn't that terrible?
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. McGee. I'll get it.
No, Ed, no. Come back.
He'll never get it out of all that traffic. He ain't got a chance. Hey, but he's trying.
Ah, the little hero.
did it. He got the hat. He's bringing it back.
Ah, the little busybody.
Here you are, Mrs. McGee. A taxi almost hit it, but I grabbed it just in time.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm pretty quick on my feet like that. Comes from working out with the football squad.
You young people should pay more attention to your books, Edward. Come on, McGee.
So long, Ed.
Bye. I wonder what she meant by that.
I'm sure glad Ed was around to get that hat because, hey, what time is it?
About 1:30.
We'll hit the sump room about 6 o'clock for dinner.
Oh.
So we still got over half an hour to parade around and give the natives a treat and buy
Hello,
George.
pal. Hi. Is that you, Molly?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. Hat slipped down over my eyes.
Yeah. I bought it for her, Harlow. I wanted to get her something kind of different, something that people would notice.
Pal, you got it.
Well, you said it.
How did you ever happen to decide on a hat, though, pal?
Huh?
I mean, with all the tremendous assortment of gifts the stores have to offer this year, why a hat?
Oh, I don't know. I happened to be passing the bonnet bars, and I thought Molly'd look good in this hat,
Well,
so
there's
I
just about every kind of gift you can think of to make modern living easier and pleasanter these days,
Yeah, but
electric mixers, roasters, broilers, toasters, washing machines.
Well, I don't think Molly looked good in the washing machines. A hat is more comfortable.
Drier, too.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I've never seen a greater abundance of gifts for Christmas than this year.
Is that so?
Yes, and naturally, this is due in a large part to our having abundant aluminum.
Having what, Junior?
Abundant aluminum.
Oh, that's the best kind, Mr. Wilcox, yes.
Oh, sure. I'll say it is. That redundant aluminum, that's great stuff.
No, pal, not redundant.
Says you.
Well, anyhow, like I say, aluminum has been made plentiful by competition, the competition that Reynolds started in the industry. Your household appliances work better and last longer because aluminum makes them rust-proof and chip-proof.
Yeah, that's the redundant aluminum that does that, Molly.
Redundant.
Abundant.
Sure.
Anyway, anything made of aluminum is light, strong, and economical. You save weight in the product and save money in your pocket. So remember, this year, just let the gleam of aluminum guide your Christmas shopping.
Ah, that's cute. Isn't that cute, dearie?
I didn't care for it.
Now, look, there's more than ever for all your needs because the Reynolds Metals Company put competition in the industry. Competition that pushes production up and keeps the price low. That's why your best Christmas buys are made of aluminum. Remember, you'll really fare well if you get aluminum for Christmas.
You'll really do what?
Fare well, pal.
Farewell, Hilo. Well, let's go, Molly.
Farewell, kid.
I'm just scared to death something is going to happen to this hat.
Huh? What do you mean?
The sun might melt these lovely plastic cherries.
Don't you worry about that. It'll get dark pretty soon anyhow.
Not soon enough. And not dark enough either.
Oh.
Whoops, there it goes again.
What?
The wind blew my hat off. It's back in the street. And don't you dare try to go out there.
Oh, my gosh, that black car is going to hit it, Molly. He stopped in time.
Him and his big fat brakes.
Come on, Molly, let's go. Oh, hey, that's Latrivia in that car. Hi, Latrivia.
Oh, hello, McGee. Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Did you see what just happened? A possum ran right in front of my car.
That was no possum. That was my hat.
Hat? Are you sure?
Why, sure, she's sure. I'll get it and show you.
Well, it's hard to believe that was a hat. Of course, I only got a quick look, but I'd have sworn it had legs.
They look more like fur-trimmed flippers to me. But I suppose that depends.
Here you are, Latrivia. My wife's new bonnet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. I thought I stopped in time, but I must have run over it. Oh, that is a ghastly mess.
You never touched it.
Huh? Oh, you're holding it in a poor light, McGee. Let me look again.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I see now that it's quite attractive. Very handsome indeed.
It's no wonder you're a successful politician.
What's going on down at City Hall now, Latriv? You still firing strangers and hiring nephews?
No, McGee. I'm busy at the moment with a worthy civic project.
Oh?
Getting together Christmas contributions of food and clothing for our needy.
I'll contribute my hat.
Oh, they're not that needy. I mean, it's mostly food they need. They have had.
All of them? Well, how's this project coming along, La Trivia?
Oh, quite well, McGee. I'm also making a list of people who will be asked to contribute financially. The amount to depend on their standing in the community. Now, Mr. McDonald of the Third National Bank is down for $500. Mr. Sad Sam Korshak of the used car lot is down for $12,000, and so on.
Well, don't forget me, boy. When us prominent citizens is asked to rally around, I always want to put in my 2 cents worth.
Oddly enough, that's just the amount I have you down for.
The King's Men, and you don't know what lonesome is.
Do me do me Cowboy blues, cowboy blues. When the hoot owl toots his tooloo to the wail of the nipwick hen, and the ching fong chirps in the chilly night, it's mighty lonesome then. And it's mighty lonesome when the wind howls through the jack pine boughs. But you don't know what lonesome is till you get to herding cows. Do me do me day. All alone. Oh, the ordinary feller gets off on a Saturday night, and he gets a chance to see his pals, which ain't no more than right. But when the saddle is your life, there's no time to carouse, and you don't know what lonesome is till you get to herding cows. Do me day. By myself. Now you may often wonder why a cowpoke sings so sad. He's a-thinking of the many things in life he's never had. No pal, no gal for company, just the cattle as they browse. Man, you don't know what lonesome is till you get to herding cows. Do me day. All alone by myself, herding cows. That blamed cow.
Well, it won't be long now, kiddo. A couple more blocks to the Ritz Vista.
Yes, dearie.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to barge into that sump room with all that rich crowd sitting there, slip the band leader a buck for a roll on the drums, and have him throw a spotlight on you in that hat.
I'll just destroy myself. That's what I'll do.
What'd you say?
I said I'll enjoy myself. That's what I'll do.
I'll tell you you'll enjoy yourself.
Look, dearie, I have to duck in the beauty shop here and get a refill for my lipstick. Hold the hat till I come out, will you?
No, wear it in there. It'll knock their eyes out, Tootsie. I'll wait here.
All right, I won't be long. Oh, dear.
There goes a good kid. Look at her holding the hat behind her as she walks in the door. Wants to surprise him, I guess. She is the cutest.
Hi, mister.
Huh?
It's me, Teeny. Hi.
Oh, my gosh. Hello there, Teeny.
Hi.
Gee, this is a pleasant surprise,
Hi.
sis. I haven't seen you in a long, long time. Say, you know, you haven't grown much, have you?
No, I stayed just about the same.
That's a very pretty red purse you got there. All stuffed full of stuff, huh? What's it full of, money?
No, just the usual things us women carry in our purses, mister.
Oh?
A hair ribbon and my Mickey Mouse rich watch and hunk of clay from our class and some bones.
Bones?
Sure.
Oh?
Me and Willie Toops use bones in manual training.
Yeah? What do you use them for?
To train him with.
Who?
Willie Toops' dog manual.
Oh!
Me and Willie are training him just wonderful, I bet you.
Yeah? What you training him to be? A bird dog?
No, we train him to be a Shetland pony. Shetland ponies are lots of fun, I bet you.
I see. So you're training a dog to be a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the mortician said when they brought him a dead elephant, that's quite a large undertaking.
What does that mean, mister? What does that, huh?
Well, it's, skip it.
Okay. Anyhow, after Willie trains his dog to be a Shetland pony, he's going to sell rags to all the kids.
Yeah, he sounds like an eager beaver.
No, he's just a lazy Airedale.
Well, you don't mean the dog, I mean Willie.
So do I.
Oh.
He is the laziest. Say, you know what?
No.
Willie's in the 3rd grade again this year just because he's lazy.
Yeah? Flunked out, did he?
No.
Oh?
He got promoted to the 4th, okay, but he just didn't want to walk upstairs.
I still think that kid's a midget. He's a cute youngster, though. Some of her friends sound a little dull. Oh, hi, Molly. You ready to go?
Well, I'm about as ready as I'll ever be.
Well, what did that bunch of retreads in the beauty shop have to say about your hat, kiddo?
Well, I'd rather not tell you.
Yeah? Jealous, were they? Well, come on, Tootsie, right around the corner and into the sump room.
But, McGee, I'm not hungry, and I...
Well, we'll dance a while first. That'll give you an appetite.
Dancing makes my feet hurt.
Well, we'll eat first. That'll rest your feet.
Maybe they haven't any room. Maybe it's too crowded.
Oh,
Maybe...
come on. Look, there's the doorman out in front there now. I'll ask him how crowded it is. Hey, Bud, you the doorman?
A remarkable, astute observation, sir. Here I stand on the sump room steps in a scarlet greatcoat with a yellow Sam Brown belt and a fur hat 3 feet tall, wearing white gloves, black oilcloth pirate boots, and kilts. And just like that, you guess it. Are you a detective, sir?
No, just got a quick eye, Bud.
I suppose it's impossible to get a table in there, sir. Isn't it too crowded?
Well, now that depends on who... Say, you're kind of cute. You know that?
Oh, my goodness. Well, really,
Well, look, Bud. Look, Bud, I'd like to get a nice table for dinner.
Just a second, Dad. I'm busy. Say, where'd you get those pretty blue eyes, baby?
Well, I've always had them, but really...
What do you mean, blue eyes? That ain't blue, that's Hazel. And besides...
Well, I'm happy to know you, Hazel. Armand is my name. Armand Pierre Hammerschlag. But you can call me baby.
What? Cut that out and straighten up, Bud. I want to know if you got any tables in there.
Yes, we have, sir.
Good. We want to eat dinner in there and then dance a little and...
Not me. My feet hurt. Let's go home, dearie.
Well, I can't now, honey. I'm not off.
She don't mean you. She means me. Now, look, Buster, that's my wife you're talking to.
Your wife?
Certainly.
Why, Hazel, you didn't tell me you were married.
She's not married. I mean, she's not Hazel.
Of course not. I am Mrs. McGee, Molly McGee.
Well, what happened to Hazel? She was here a minute ago, and oh, how silly of me. Hazel was the girl in the large economy-size hat. I see now that you, madam, are bareheaded. You're cuter, too, and I...
Hey, Molly, what happened to your hat? It ain't off.
Oh, my goodness, it must have blown off while you boys were arguing and sailed out there in the street.
Oh, no.
Yes, there it was, under that bus.
Oh,
dear.
Oh, this is awful. Oh, look at it, Molly. Your beautiful hat. Just a mess.
Don't pick it up, sweetheart. Let me remember it just like that. Flat.
Your gorgeous hat that you love so much. I know just how you feel.
I doubt that. I'll be brave, stove. Come on, let's go in the sump room. I feel like dancing the night away.
I thought your feet hurt. You said, hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Look, right next door here. Madame Bertha's hat shop. That's where I bought the hat.
I know.
In the window. Look, they got another hat just like it.
What? Oh, no, we can't afford it.
Yeah, but look at the price. Marked down to $3.95.
No.
Yeah, I can buy that hat and still take it to the sump room. Come on, kiddo, this is your night to howl.
Oh!
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Winter is the time for farmers to plan their next building projects. And the best plans start with Reynolds Lifetime Aluminum Roofing and Siding. Aluminum stretches farm profits two ways. It cuts down operating costs because it's rust-proof and permanent without any painting. And it steps up production because aluminum reflects heat, keeps poultry and livestock warmer in winter, cooler in summer. So start your building projects with Reynolds Lifetime Aluminum in mind. To help you, we'd like to send you free our aluminum adapter plan that tells how to use aluminum roofing and siding with standard blueprints of farm buildings. For your free copy, just write FARM on a postcard with your name and address and mail to Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky. That's Reynolds Metals Company, Louisville 1, Kentucky.
Oh, my, this was just a wonderful evening, dearie. I had such fun.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad to get home.
Imagine me winning a prize with that hat.
Yeah.
$10 to Mrs. Molly McGee, the check says, for bravery.
I told you that hat was a winner, kiddo.
Say, who was the woman who screamed and fainted when they handed me the prize?
Madame Bertha.
Oh?
Yeah, good night.
Good night, all.
The Reynolds Metals Company, pioneers of progress through aluminum, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Reynolds Aluminum also brings you Mr. Peepers, starring Wally Cox on NBC television Sunday nights. See your local paper for time and channel. And don't forget to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The preceding was transcribed. Tonight.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Thank heaven, American boys eventually grow up. But no matter how important or how old they become, they always like to grow down to boyhood again, to recapture their teenage in the adventures of Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is Saturday morning.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set, Homer.
Gee, Henry. Gee, how'd you ever talk your folks into it?
I didn't have to, Homer. After all, it's the most natural thing in the world to do.
Boy, I bet this is the biggest day in your life since your first pair of long pants.
Homer, gee whiz. My mother and father just suddenly realized that I've reached the age of manhood.
Gee, I wish I would.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Have you got your money?
Sure, Mother.
Well, here, I want you to tie it up in this handkerchief.
Mother.
Now, Alice, stop worrying. He won't lose it.
Sure. Gee whiz, didn't we all agree I wasn't a kid anymore?
That's right, son. Now run along and use your own judgment about the whole thing.
Thanks, Dad. And Homer, when we get down there, I don't want you saying anything.
Nothing at all?
Only if I ask for your opinion.
And even if he asks you, Homer, please don't interfere. We want Henry to make his decision entirely on his own.
Sure. Come on, Homer, let's go.
Only, Henry, if you really can't decide, be sure and phone me.
I'll be okay, Mother.
Good luck, Henry.
Dear, have you got the handkerchief?
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Well, please be careful. And Henry...
Alice, let him go.
Sam, we should never have let him do it.
No, Alice, Henry's perfectly capable of handling a thing like this by himself.
Well, maybe he is. But just the same...
Why are you putting your coat on?
Sam, I'm going to stay a good 100 yards behind him.
Alice, you're going to do no such thing.
Well, here I am, everybody. How do you like me?
Henry Aldrich, of all things.
Oh, gee whiz, what's so terrible?
Sam, speak to him.
I refuse to say a word to him until he takes that thing off his head.
You mean you don't like the hat, Father? Well, after you told me I could choose my own?
All he needs now is spats and a cane.
Henry, I hardly know what to say to you.
But, Mother...
My goodness, a straw hat. Dear, what on earth possessed you to buy a thing like that?
Look, Mother, it's a genuine West Indian straw worth $14.50. And on account of winter coming on, I got it for only $3.
Do you suppose any of my friends saw him walking along under that?
Mary, Mother said I could pick it out myself.
Oh, no, I didn't. Sam, you were the one who decided your son could choose his own clothes from now on.
Alice, he's your son as much as he is mine.
Look, let me sort of walk away from you, Mother, so you can get a better perspective.
What's that?
The whole trouble is everybody's just looking at it too closely. Pretend I'm walking down the street, see?
Yes?
Doesn't the hat begin to look better?
Keep on walking, Henry.
Sure, you see my point?
There. Now it looks fine.
But, Father, I'm out in the hall.
Precisely.
Henry, will you please stop this foolishness and come back here?
Mother, won't you please try to look at the overall effect? You always have to make an adjustment when you see a man you're not used to in a hat. Oh, I mean...
Henry, let's not waste any more time talking. You'll just have to march straight down to the Emporium and return that hat.
Return it? Mother, you don't mean... You're just kidding, aren't you?
I've never been more serious in my life.
But gee whiz, Mother, I can't. Father, you see my side, don't you?
Sam, will you please explain to Henry that you were wrong about the whole thing?
As a matter of fact, Alice, I just remembered some work I have to do.
Sam!
Mother, look, I can't go back. I can't.
Henry, it's a perfectly simple matter to walk into a store and say, I've changed my mind about this and I'd like my money back, please.
Of course it is, Henry.
Oh, boy.
My goodness, I do it all the time.
But, Mother, the clerk will think that I don't know my own mind.
Just tell him your mother refuses to let you wear it.
After him calling me sir? Oh, gee whiz, I can't walk into a store and start talking about my mother as if I was a little boy.
Dear, even big boys have mothers. Now, please start.
Gee whiz, Mother, I can't. I just can't.
Very well. Mary, will you please take Henry by the hand and...
Mary, don't you touch me.
Then, Henry, are you ready to go by yourself?
Mother, listen, won't you please try to look at it this way?
Yes, sir. Is there something I can do for you?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, Homer, how would you like to sort of step over there and look at those coats a minute?
Well, Henry, I'm interested.
Oh, you interested in buying a coat, young man?
Me? Gee whiz, no, I've got a coat.
Homer.
Well, I guess it wouldn't do any harm to investigate.
Look, mister, about this hat. It isn't that I don't like it.
I knew you'd like it, sir. Why, in all my years in hats, I've never seen a face that fitted a hat the way yours fits that one.
Yeah. Sure. Only, that's exactly what worries me, the fit.
The fit? Well, we can certainly remedy that.
You can? Well, I don't mean the fit so much as my doctor.
What's that?
Well, I don't know how it slipped my mind, but according to my doctor, I shouldn't wear a hat, I think.
Why not?
Well, I'm sort of losing my hair. And
Oh, is that so? Well, if you're really losing your hair, you don't ever want to be seen without a hat.
I don't?
No, sir. Now, just let me set it back on your head.
But, mister, what I...
Always remember to give it a pat, like this. There you are.
Well, sure, only...
How do I look in this?
Homer, where are you?
Right here inside this coat, isn't it?
Young man, are you interested in buying that raccoon coat?
I'm interested, sure. How much is it?
$300.
Yeah? Well, frankly, I've suddenly lost interest.
Mister, look, about this hat. I've decided to return it.
Return it?
Sure, and I'd like my money back, please, if you don't mind. Well, that is...
What's the matter? Didn't your mother like the hat?
My mother? Well, gee, she has nothing to do with it. Well, that is...
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid we can't take it back.
Why not?
Well, what about your initials?
Oh, I forgot about the initials.
There they are, right on the sweatband. H.A., as large as life. We never take a hat back once it's been initialed.
But couldn't you remove them?
Remove them?
Yeah.
Well, how could we remove initials? They're perforated. Look, H.A.
Oh, well, couldn't you just add a T to the H.A.? And then you'd have H.A.T. You know.
Now, just a minute, son.
Is this Mr. Harold Acorn?
Alcorn, Henry.
What's that? I mean Alcorn.
Yeah? Who's this?
Well, you don't know me. See, I just found your name in the phone book.
You did?
Sure. I'm phoning everybody I can find who has the initials H.A. And look, how would you feel about a swell new hat?
Yeah? What program is this?
What program?
Sure. Didn't you say you were giving away a hat?
No, gee whiz, I'm selling it.
Selling it?
Look, just let me ask you this. What size is your head?
8.5. What's it to you?
8.5? Wow. Just forget the whole thing. Goodbye. Quick, let's see the phone book, Homer. Are there any more H.A.s?
Sure, only I think all this phoning is hopeless.
Homer, there just has to be one H.A. in Centerville with a 6.5 head size who needs a hat. What's the next number?
Elm 669.
Number, please. Elm 669.
Elm 669. How'd you make out on Mr. Alcorn, Hen?
Boy, he was the biggest sorehead I ever heard of.
Yeah, 8.5.
But I've got a feeling this is my lucky customer coming up.
Gee, Hen, I sure hope so.
Hello.
Hello. May I speak to H. Andrews, please?
Well, this is Hildegard Andrews.
Hildegard?
Yes? Who's this?
Well, gee, I don't think you'd be interested.
Well, I might be. Come on. Who is it?
Well, no, I'm sure you wouldn't be. Goodbye. Homer, we're just not getting any place.
Hey, Henry, I just got a swell idea. Why don't you phone the police department?
The police?
Sure. After all, they keep fingerprints. Maybe they keep head sizes, too.
Homer, you're crazy.
Henry?
Oh, boy.
Henry, haven't you left yet?
Left, Mother? For where?
Dear, didn't we decide you were to take your hat down to the Emporium and get your money back?
Well, I'll tell you, Mother, I did go down, see?
Oh, you did? Fine.
Sure, and I had a long talk with the clerk, see? Only...
Oh, and he gave you your $3 back?
Why, not exactly.
You mean he gave you credit?
Credit?
That's just as good, Henry. You and I'll go down later this afternoon and pick out another hat for you.
Mother, wait, you don't understand.
Yes, I do understand how you feel, but until you're a few years older, you need help in selecting your clothes.
But Mother, if you'd only let me explain...
Let's not talk about it now, dear. I have to start lunch.
Gee whiz, Homer, my mother thinks I returned the hat.
Why didn't you set her straight?
I tried to, Homer. What's she going to do when she finds out I've hidden it up in my room?
Boy, you're in a spot, Hen.
Wait a minute.
Who are you going to phone?
The Centerville Times. I've got the whole thing figured out.
Number, please.
Elm 909.
Elm 909.
Who sent the Times, Hen?
Mary's boyfriend, Kermit, and he always said if there's anything he can do for me, he'd be glad to do it.
Yeah?
Sure, and I know he'll be just crazy about my hat, even if his initials aren't H.A.
Centerville Times, Editor Blake speaking.
I'd like to speak to one of your reporters, please. Kermit Hannigan?
Hannigan isn't here, sorry.
He isn't? Oh, just a minute. Homer, he isn't there.
He isn't? Well, why not leave a message?
Sure. Hello?
Yes?
Look, could I leave a message, please? A very important message.
Who is this?
Why, you wouldn't know me, but I'm a member of the general public who reads your paper, and I'm trying to locate somebody with the initials H.A.
You mean he's lost?
Lost? No, gee whiz, I just have to find him.
Why not call the police department?
The police? Would they fool around with a thing like this?
I told you, Henry.
Well, that all depends. What's this fella done?
Who? The fellow that wouldn't give me my money back?
He wouldn't? Well, how much was involved?
Well, gee, every cent I had.
Is that so? All right, let's have all the information. Initials, H.A.
Sure, with a 6.5 head size.
Are they going to help you, Hen?
Homer, will you please beat it? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, Henry, I can take a hint. Mrs. Aldrich.
The important thing is he has to like straw hats.
Are you in the living room, Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes, Homer. Mr. Aldrich and I happen to be having a private discussion.
Well, did I hear you say it was almost lunchtime?
Not quite, Homer. You have plenty of time to get home.
Yes, dear.
Well, are you sure I can't help you in any way, Mrs. Aldrich? Set the table or anything?
No, thank you.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll be running along then.
Goodbye, Homer. Where were we, Alice?
I was saying, Sam, that you should take a lesson from what happened this morning and put your foot down.
That was unfortunate, Alice, but I still maintain we should give Henry one more chance to choose his own hat.
Sure, I agree with Mr. Aldrich.
Homer, I thought you'd gone home.
Alice, try to look at this whole thing from a boy's viewpoint. I was a boy once myself.
Sure, so was I.
If you lead him down to the Emporium by the hand, you'll destroy every shred of his self-respect.
Dear, I don't intend to take his hand.
Psychologically, you'd be taking his hand.
Sam, the important thing is Henry has to have a new hat. And since he isn't capable of choosing one himself, then someone has to do it for him.
But Mrs. Aldrich...
Homer, will you please go home? Sam, listen to me. Someone has to help Henry.
Very well, Alice. Have it your own way.
Oh, I'm glad you're being reasonable, Sam. And when you get down there...
Down where?
To the Emporium with Henry.
Alice, I'm not going with him.
Yes, you are, Sam. I've changed my mind. You're a man. You're definitely the one to help Henry select a new hat.
Now, wait a minute, Alice.
I think so, too.
Homer, will you please go home?
Well, ladies, you'll never be in a predicament when it comes to making a choice if you choose gay, shimmering Jell-O for dessert. Tomorrow night, try Raspberry Pear Whip. Just prepare a package of raspberry Jell-O as usual, then whip it up. Fold in a cup of luscious pear pulp and chill until firm. All 6 Jell-O flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, have that wonderful locked-in goodness that reminds you of the real ripe fruit itself. Ask for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Having been told by his parents that he could choose his new hat himself, Henry came home this morning proudly exhibiting a genuine West Indian straw. And then, ordered to return the hat immediately, he ran into difficulties. Now, Henry is searching for someone to whom he can sell the hat. The scene opens in the Centerville police station. It is that afternoon.
But, Sergeant, what's this fellow done?
I don't know what he's done. All I found out is the Centerville Times is on his trail, and they'd sure like a chance to show us up.
You're right.
Now, here's all I know about him. His initials are H.A., and his head size is 6.5.
His head size? That's a new one.
Yes, and from what I can gather, the main clue is a straw hat. Now, if you find that, we'll be on the right track.
Okay, I'll start checking hat stores and cleaners.
Yes, and if you run into anyone from the newspapers, don't let on we don't know anything, but try to find out who it is we're looking for.
Mary, please.
Henry, let go. I have to get ready for the beauty parlor.
Mary, listen. If you had a brother and he was going to die any minute now, wouldn't you make a move to help him?
Of course I would.
Well, okay, I've got to have $3.
Henry, do you think I'm made of money?
But don't you realize Mother thinks I've got a credit of $3 at the Emporium, and I haven't?
And don't you realize that Kermit is coming here for dinner tonight, and I'm a sight?
Look, Mary, why waste your money in beauty parlors?
What?
If you're going to marry Kermit someday, don't you think the only fair thing to do is let him see you in your natural condition? Henry Aldrich! Mary, wait, before you get mad. When is Kermit's birthday?
In June. Why?
How'd you like to buy him a swell present? It's worth $14.50, and you can have it for $3.
No.
$2.95.
No, and goodbye. I have to fix my hair.
You mean you're not going to the beauty parlor?
Of course I am, but I can't go there looking like this.
Okay, Mary. Just wait until you want me to be best man at your wedding.
Henry?
Mother, are you sure there hasn't been a phone call for me?
No, dear.
Oh, gee whiz, a reporter that won't even answer a phone call.
Henry, I have to run over to your Aunt Harriet's first, but I want you to meet me down at the Emporium in 45 minutes.
At the Emporium?
Yes, it seems your father has suddenly disappeared.
Well, look, Mother, don't you think a new hat is just a waste of money?
Certainly not.
But, gee, you know how I always lose everything, especially a hat. Why, I won't have it a half an hour.
Now,
gee whiz, Mother, I'd lose my head if it wasn't fastened on.
Now, dear, you really need a hat, and you have a credit of $3 down at the Emporium.
Mother, listen, there's something I've got to tell you.
Tell me down at the Emporium in 45 minutes.
But it'll be too late then.
Oh, Homer! Excuse me, Mrs. Aldrich. Did I knock you over?
Not quite. And please don't be late, Henry.
Hey, Henry, where's your hat?
It's hidden up in my room.
Well, listen, I found this pilot, see, who wants a straw hat.
He does?
Sure. He flies planes from Miami to Chicago, and he wants a straw to wear while he's in Miami.
Homer, you don't mean it.
Sure, and his head size is 6.5, and he doesn't care a darn about the initials.
Oh, boy, Homer, let me shake your hand.
Sure, shake.
Shake.
Ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Homer. It's just that I'm so graceful.
Well, stop twisting my arm, and I'll give you his address.
Sure, and then let's go upstairs and get the hat.
You know what happened to me on the way over?
What?
A cop stopped me on the street and asked me my initials.
He did?
Sure. And when I told him HB, he said I was just one letter out.
That's funny.
Do you suppose I nearly won a prize of some kind?
I'll answer the phone, Henry.
Okay, Mary, only if it's Kermit, tell him he's missed his chance.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. Dear?
Why, Kermit. How are you, Kermit?
Fine. As a matter of fact, Mary, I'm on top of the world.
You are?
I just wanted to prepare you. By the time I come over for dinner tonight, I might be out of obituaries.
Really? My goodness, what's happened?
Well, I haven't time to explain, Mary, but I'm working on a big story. I'm going to scoop the police department.
No.
Yes. So, it won't be long now, Mary, before you and I can talk over a breakfast table instead of a telephone.
Oh, my. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I've got to be getting along. Duty calls, Mary.
Of course. Goodbye, Kermit, and good luck.
Mary!
Yes, Henry?
Listen, Mary, I give you my word, I didn't mean it.
You didn't mean what?
Anything I've ever said to you, except when I paid you compliments.
Henry, get to the point.
That's what I said.
Mary, whatever I've done to you, let's both be good sports and give me back my hat.
What hat?
My West Indian straw that was up in my room.
I haven't been anywhere near you.
Mary, I haven't time to joke. Now hand it over.
But, Henry, I haven't got it.
Listen, Mary, I'll have Father sue you.
Go ahead, I'll sue you for false arrest.
Henry, I don't think she's got it.
But somebody's got it. I can't have lost it.
Why not? You'd lose your head if it wasn't fastened on.
Oh, boy. Homer, get out of my way. Maybe I put it in here.
Henry, are you going to throw everything out of your hall closet? Hey, cut it out. You nearly hit me with that coat hanger. Henry, put down that rubber boot.
Yes, sir, we clean and block hats.
Well, what I want to know is, do you stretch them?
Why, sure.
Well, you see this straw hat? It's a 6.5. It belongs to my son. And if it's possible, I'd like it stretched so it would fit me.
Well, may I see the hat, please?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, it's a very fine hat.
Yes, genuine West Indian straw.
My, your son has good taste.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
To tell you the truth, I agree with you.
I'm surprised he'd want to part with it.
Well, he isn't anxious to, but his mother, that is...
I understand what you mean. I'm a married man myself.
It isn't that mothers mean to be unreasonable. It's just that, through no fault of their own, they're women.
That's quite true.
So I'd like to help my son out and buy this hat from him.
Initials H.A., huh?
Now, do you think you can stretch it?
I'm pretty sure I can, sir. It'll only take about 10 minutes.
Good, that's fine.
Just make yourself comfortable while I step into the back room. And don't go away.
Yes, Mother, I just got back from the beauty parlor. Where are you?
Down at the Emporium. I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Have you any idea where Henry is?
He isn't here. And, Mother, do you realize it's almost dinner time and Kermit will be here any minute?
Oh, my goodness, I'd forgotten. Mary, you better start peeling potatoes and let your father entertain Kermit.
But Father isn't here either.
He isn't? Well, dear, I'll get a taxi and be home in 5 minutes.
All right, Mother, goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Father, where did you come from?
Good evening, Mary.
My goodness, that straw hat you had... That's Henry.
Mary, I don't want to hear this hat mentioned again in this house. Do you understand?
Father, you look upset. Is anything wrong?
Mary, let me ask you something. Do I look to you like a common criminal?
Of course not, Father. You don't look the least bit common.
Mary, I've just come from the police station.
The police station? What'd you go down there for?
I was taken down there. In a police car.
You were, Father?
I was arrested.
Really, Father? Really and truly?
1 minute I was sitting quietly in the cleaners thumbing through the Hat Buyers Monthly. And the next minute I was sitting under a bright light answering questions. It seems the cleaner telephoned some eager beaver newspaper reporter and he sent the police down.
But why did they arrest you?
How should I know? They didn't even know themselves.
Excuse me, Father, I've got to phone Kermit. My goodness, when a prominent lawyer gets arrested, that's news.
Mary, put down that phone.
But, Father...
Put it down. Do you really mean you'd sell your own father down the river just to get Kermit out of obituaries?
But, Father, our whole future is involved.
So is mine.
Yours, Father?
Aged as I am, Mary, I have a few good years left. Please answer the phone.
Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Kermit.
Oh, my goodness, speak of it. Hello, Kermit.
Mary, I'm afraid I won't be able to come up for dinner tonight after all.
You won't? Why not?
No, I'd rather not go into details, Mary, but a case I was working on more or less blew up right in my face.
Oh, Kermit, that's a shame.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Never mind, Kermit. I've got a scoop for you. Only you'll have to promise not to print it.
What is it?
Guess what happened to my father.
Mary, I really have to go now.
Kermit, aren't you interested? He was arrested.
Oh? Arrested? Well, I'm certainly surprised. Arrested? Why, that's terrible. Well, goodbye, Mary.
You're hanging up right in the middle of our conversation. And Kermit, why can't you come to dinner tonight?
I've got to cover an obituary.
Hello, everybody. I'm home.
Look, Mary, could you meet me on the corner?
On the corner?
Mary, gee whiz, here it is, my straw hat.
Wait a minute, Kermit. Henry Aldrich, what on earth have you got on your head?
What does it look like, Mary? Mother!
Hello, Kermit, listen.
Mother, are you in the living room?
No, Henry, she isn't home yet.
She isn't? Oh, boy. When she gets here, Father, will you help me explain how I got tied up?
Hey, wait a minute, Henry. What's that thing on your head?
An aviator's helmet, Father.
Well, yes, but...
See, it has ear flaps and everything. Don't you think it's the most practical type hat for me?
Where did you get it?
From a pilot friend of Homer's. He sort of traded it to me on trust, see? And now that I found my straw hat, all I have to do is take it over to him.
Henry, about that straw hat...
Boy, am I lucky he takes 6.5.
Yes? Well, the hat is now size 7.5.
What? Well, how can that be?
Never mind, it is. You just have to return that helmet to your pilot.
Return it? Oh, no, Father.
Henry, let me have a look at you. You, Mary.
In the living room, Alice.
Oh, boy. Listen, Mother, I can explain everything.
Henry, you can explain later. First, I have something to show you all.
What is it, Mother?
Well, while I was waiting for Henry down at the Emporium, I bought... Here I am, everybody. How do you like me?
Mother.
Alice.
Mother, gee whiz. What is it?
Why, dear, it's a hat.
A hat?
I don't believe it.
Mother, a brace of pheasants?
Certainly, Mary.
Alice, you will march down to the Emporium first thing in the morning and return that
hat, Father.
Return it? But Sam!
What, Homer?
If I'm coming to dinner tomorrow night, do you suppose we should tell your mother I'm on a very special diet?
Gee whiz, you are?
Sure, because I'm anemic.
You are? Gee, Homer, that's tough.
Sure. To build up my strength, I have to have second helpings of everything.
Well, second helpings is what everybody asks for when there's Jell-O tapioca puddings for dessert. Yes, Jell-O tapioca puddings, newest members of the famous Jell-O pudding family. And they're a miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed. There's Jell-O vanilla tapioca, Jell-O chocolate tapioca, and Jell-O orange coconut tapioca. All three are luscious, light, and delicate, gloriously rich and creamy. And you know that name Jell-O is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you that you're getting a genuine Jell-O product. Ask your grocer for Jell-O tapioca puddings. And while you're about it, better get 3 packages so you'll have plenty for the weekend. That's Jell-O tapioca pudding.
Well, here's hoping you'll be in your living room and ours next week at the same time. Good night, folks.
And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying the Aldrich family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, to another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich family.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.